difference, right? I'm like, well, how do you know it's linear? Like
the reason they say it's not much of a difference is they're just saying from 1 to 0, and that's all they see. So perfect empty is 0, and you are getting closer and closer and closer to 0 from 1. Now it's really interesting. I had a thing with AI one trying to get out of it, and I give the example of let's start at 14 psi and drop down to 7. Is there a difference in crush power from 14 to 7 as there is from 7 to 0? And no, there's not. But if you go from 14 down to 0, then it's some crazy high number. So that shows straight away that it's exponential, not linear. And then when you start going lower again, it amplifies big time.
Mm-hmm. That's correct. Think about how much work it requires, how much technology and sophistication is required to have the pressure again, and to have the pressure again, and to keep having it. And there's a reason why they can only build a chamber that's down to like 10 to the negative 6. It's the most impressive vacuum chamber in existence. I mean, if they were to double that, how much more energy, how much more work is required to double the vacuum inside of so in Matt's little world, it should be a trifle matter, right? Oh, we're just knocking another digit off. We're just going from 0.001 torr to 0.0001 torr. That's nothing. No, I mean, if you're doing a 10x difference, there's when you start getting at that level, it becomes incrementally more difficult, marginally more difficult, more energy, more work, more technological sophistication to keep having pressure.
Yeah, because it was to me like the amount of energy required to, for example, to create that much more of a stronger vacuum, right? The energy, there would have been like a necessary equivalent of energy to be able to withstand it, so to speak, right? Or maybe not exactly, but you know what I mean? Like that kind of balances out in some way, right?
Here's what we can do. Let's look at the differential of pressure, the percent change or the multiple change of a submarine at a depth of like, I don't know, 500 meters. Can we do this in real time? I'm not at a computer right now. Can we do a little chat GPT or research and say, what's the pressure differential between the outside and the inside of a submarine at a depth of like 500 meters? What's the I'd like to know what the ambient pressure is out there. So
let me check it out.
What is the multiple?
Yeah. Okay. How would I word it? Sorry, go ahead. Let me type it in.
Yep. Yeah. What is the difference in multiple of? You don't want to call it torr. Maybe PSI, pressure difference between the outside of a submarine and the inside of a submarine at like a depth of 500 meters. I'm just pulling this out of my ass. I'm not a chemist.
Yeah.
But sporadic, I think there is a limit for human can stay in submarine some depth. I don't know which the limit is, but it is something like, I don't know. You don't have submarines going together with the humans, let's say 5,000 meters. That's impossible.
Right. Let's just see what it is. I want to compare what this is to outer space, the differential.
Okay, so I worded it like this. What is the difference in multiple of PSI between the outside and inside of a submarine at 500 meters?
Yeah,
is that it?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds good. We can refine this if it sucks.
Yeah, I just went past there. It says the pressure difference between the outside and inside of a submarine at 500 meters depth is about 50 times atmospheric pressure, or roughly 700 psi difference. The pressure inside the submarine is typically maintained at about one atmosphere, or 14.7 psi, which is the pressure equivalent to sea level. Water pressure increases by approximately 1 atmosphere every 10 meters of depth underwater. At 500 meters, the outside pressure is about 50 atmospheres, which translates to about 735 psi. So the pressure.
Okay, so 50x is the number.
Yeah.
Sorry, 50x is the differential between the outside and inside. Let's ask it now a leading question before we get to the actual question. But what is the differential of pressure between atmosphere at sea level on Earth and 250 miles up above Earth? What's that differential? What's that multiple?
What's the differential, or what's the multiple differential?
Yeah, what's the difference? Yeah, it's a multiple is a differential. So, I mean, what's the how many times greater? How many times greater is air pressure at sea level compared to air pressure at 250 miles altitude?
Compared to how many? 250 miles?
250 miles, yeah. That's about where the ISS is supposed to be.
You want me to read it?
Oh, you got it already? Shit.
Yeah. I just typed in what's the difference between PSI at sea level and 250 miles altitude. The pressure difference between sea level and 250 miles, about 402,000 meters, is about 14.7 PSI. At sea level, pressure is approximately 14.7, and at 250, the pressure is near zero.
Yeah, what's the multiple? How many times difference is that? Because we're looking for like a percent change. So we got
it says therefore air pressure at sea level. It says here, therefore the air pressure at sea level is millions to billions of times greater than air pressure at 250 miles altitude.
That sounds about right. So that's kind of what I was going with, guys, is, the submarine analogy doesn't really work, does it? 50x versus billion x.
It says 200%.
200%.
Maybe I wrote it wrong. I asked it, how many times greater is air pressure at sea level compared to 250 miles altitude?
Yeah. That's what I mean.
Based on what I read before, if it's zero up there, I would have just thought that was 100%.
Yeah, it's like infinite.
No, that would be it. Yeah, it would be infinite. Yeah. If it's absolutely zero, it's infinite. But if it's approximately zero, then you can actually quantify it with depending on how many numbers.
Now I can see what sporadic is saying, because when you divide 14.1 psi through the vacuum torr, how much is it? It's almost zero. 10 to the minus 17, 10 to the... It's like you're dividing a number over zero, then you have infinity. Now I'm getting it.
Yeah, but if you approach that, but not equate to zero, then you get an astronomically large, but yet quantifiable
exactly.
number.
Exactly. That's why you get millions and billions of times.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's what I was thinking in this conversation with Matthew. And Matthew's like, no big deal. You just, subtract, 0 by 14 or 14 by 0, and it's just 14. It's not a big deal. I'm like, that doesn't sit right, man. Something fucking weird about that. Okay, so we got millions to billions of time.
I heard him vaguely. I was waiting for this moment. I knew one day the Globers will come with this, that it's only 14.1. But now I get the point. That's great. Sporadic, that's great. Yeah. It's like dividing one or any number on zero, almost zero, then you get almost infinity.
Yeah. That's on top. Yeah.
Well, here it says typical atmospheric pressure at sea level is 14.7. Pressure at 250 miles is essentially zero.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Values of 100 kilometers, 62 miles, drop rapidly, and by 250 miles, negligible air molecules remain, so the pressure can be considered a vacuum.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Right. So two ways to approach this. You take the pressure and depth. Take the pressure.
Time out.
Fuck, what?
For some reason, like when it says here, this is interesting. At 250 miles, which is far above the atmosphere and into the thermosphere, atmospheric pressure is essentially zero. Outer space begins just beyond this altitude. Blah blah. Hold on. Where did I read it at? I'm looking for the part where Look, this large pressure difference is why submarine hulls must be extremely long. Okay, I'm looking for the part where I just read that it drops off substantially after. Oh, look, values above 100 kilometers or 62 miles drop rapidly. It's not some. They're not even saying it's gradual, like they say.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't follow the inverse square law or something like that you'd be looking for.
Right. All right. Well, what was the question that this was going to lead to? You said you wanted to do a leading question.
Well, so that I was getting to the billions and billions. So here's how to set it up mathematically. Take the PSI at 500 meters depth below sea level and divide it by the PSI at sea level. And then take your PSI at sea level and divide that by the PSI at 250 miles altitude. And you compare the first with the second and see what that difference is. And then ask Matthew if that matters.
But sporadic, there is a problem maybe because you're comparing 25 meters with 250 of altitude, you know. Why are you choosing that values? You can choose 250 meters. Maybe it's to understand. Somehow it's difficult to make comparison.
Hold on. NASA does all their testing in buoyancy labs for their spacesuits, which are far less in pressure than even what a submarine goes. The point is to extrapolate to absurdity so they have no argument.
Okay. Yeah, guys. I will try to make a sketch out of it. Okay, guys, just divide 14 psi over 0.00001. Okay, and see what you get. When you divide 14 over 0.0001, it's like you will get 14,000. Yeah, you will get 14,000 times, or maybe 1,400. Yeah, something like that.
140,000.
So that's the point. Yeah, that's the point. That's the point Sporadic is making. And at that height, at that elevation, I think you will have to divide it over 0.000000001.
Yeah, exactly.
You will get, you will get
So why are they having a hard time building a Glenn vacuum chamber that's twice as big, twice as much volume? If it's so easy.
Mm-hmm. Fucking Matthew, man.
Yeah, I told you guys, don't let yourself get impressed by the title of Matthew, that he's a professor. There you got it. Yeah. Sporadic destroyed him. Sporadic destroyed him. I mean, really awesome. I always thought about that. I was afraid that this moment will come one day, and I will not be able to answer it. Awesome.
Yeah, dude, it's gonna have 17 zeros at 250 miles.
The ratio,
exactly. 17 zeros.
Yeah. But Matthew says the ratio doesn't matter, it's just the differential. So that's where it's like, I'm not so sure about that, man.
Yeah. How much effort does it take to double your vacuum? You ever try pulling up on a syringe? You know, try doing that on a really big syringe. Every incremental pull requires exponentially more work. That's why they call it pulling vacuum.
That's why I was that's why I asked ChatGPT, is the drop exponential? And I asked that off the back of the difference is 200% using mathematical definition comparison between the two values. So I said, is the drop exponential? Now, this confused me though. Listen to what it says. So the drop atmospheric pressure with altitude is exponential according to barometric formula and standard atmospheric models. And then it says exponential decay explained. Atmospheric pressure decreases exponentially as altitude increases, meaning the rate of decrease gets slower the higher one goes. So for every increase in altitude by the scale height h, the pressure decreases by a factor of e, about 2.718. This exponential law holds for most of the atmosphere, although changes in temperature and composition can slightly alter the rate at very high altitude. By the time 250 miles, about 402,000 meters is reached, the pressure has dropped to virtually zero compared to sea level.
Euler's number somehow shows up in there.
Yeah, it's a natural law. Yeah, it's a natural exponential growth number. Yeah.
Yeah, so they can just throw that in there, and it sounds good.
Let me see what the percentage difference for the submarine, right? Oh, I just refreshed. Nope, still here.
Yeah, I was using Perplexity, by the way. I really like that. Really like that one. Thank you, Eli, for that. I think you were the first one that brought it up a couple months ago.
Oh.
It's about 750 psi at 500 meters depth. Yeah, it's like nothing. It's like nothing, guys. It's only 50 times pressure of what you're breathing at sea level.
Yeah, that's nothing. That's nothing. I mean, Sporadic, he destroyed it. He destroyed Matthew. Just imagine, because Elijah said to almost nothing at the height of, right, Elijah?
Yeah.
ChatGPT told you the pressure drops to almost nothing. So assume 10 to the minus 6. That means million. That means 6 zeros. Then you will have 14 million difference, the ratio. The ratio difference would be 14 million.
Yeah, what about all those exploding fish, right? That live at the bottom of the ocean and they die or whatever, and they float, and then and then they explode because they just burst open due to the lack of back pressure. I mean, what's going to happen to you when you go up to 250 miles altitude without a suit? You're going to explode. You're going to explode well before you even got there, folks. But hey, it's just a little bit of a difference. Just subtract one more psi. It's not going to matter.
Van Allen belt will protect us.
Yeah, that's funny.
They will come with a fantasy story. No worries. They will come with the story. Elon Musk has developed something.
Hold on. So
go ahead.
For the submarine, do you want to know the difference in pressure at 500 meters inside versus outside?
Yeah, what'd you come up with? We got 50x.
It says 5,099%, as opposed to the 200% at 250 miles above the surface.
Yeah, 5,000% is what? 5,000 or 50,000, Elijah?
50,000%. To be fair, we all
5,000% is 50, just in percentage terms. You just tack on.
That's what he's doing.
Exactly. Yeah.
I got you now.
Because you divide 5,000 over 100, you get 50.
There you go. Yeah. Same thing. It's still crazy.
It is crazy. 50x.
But it's only 14.7 psi.
Yeah, so that meme that shows that. Go ahead.
It's 50x as opposed to with air. What is that?
Air to the ISS is like 50 quadrillion x. So the air pressure down here is like 50. That's their claim, right? Is about 50 quadrillion times the pressure of the ambient pressure up where the ISS is.
I don't know. I feel like we got to make these values like somewhat equivalent in a sense because we're talking about the difference between pressure in water versus air. Am I wrong?
Well, it's the medium, I guess, that you're in. Like your skin has 14.5 whatever psi exerted onto it. When you're walking around here and you go underwater, it starts to increase as you go down.
That's what I'm saying. Like well, moving on from my point, if you need a submarine to protect you from the outside, if we're talking about on the other side of the spectrum, how could a suit like the ones they supposedly went to the moon? I know it's not. Actually, how many miles is that? Yeah. So,
250. Yeah.
so how on earth could that protect the pressure from inside getting out?
All right. It's like take a balloon, blow up some air into it, seal off the balloon, put it in a vacuum chamber, and turn on the vacuum pump. Watch what happens. And then do that like 50 quadrillion times.
So what would you have, like high blood pressure or what? You'd die instantly. I don't know.
Yeah, your body turned into gas instantly.
And guys, one side of the suit is facing the sun, so it's being cooled, and the other side is facing away from the sun. So then, when someone turns 180 degrees, and the side facing the sun goes into the shadow, and the side facing away from the sun now faces the sun. So the suit must be able immediately, in a nanosecond, change from cooling into heating on one side and from heating into cooling on the other side. Do you get what I mean? It doesn't work.
The ISS completes an orbital period every 90 minutes.
Yeah, but I'm saying when they let's say they do a spacewalk, okay? So he's repairing the space station, and his back is to the sun. Then his back is being cooled. The suit, the back of his suit is being cooled, and the front side of the suit, which is in the shadow, must be heated. So if he makes a 100-degree turn and face the sun, do you get what I mean? No, the cooling system must immediately change from cooling into heating and from heating into cooling. That doesn't make sense.
So this brings to mind Skylab. Skylab had a problem. Like those of us who were old enough and in America to remember. Gosh, I mean, so this was like a two-man little rinky-dink space station well before the ISS. This is old news. And boy, there's a lot of stuff we can bring up regarding this. So it had a bunch of gyros in it in order so that it could maintain downward face. So the belly of the Skylab would always be maintaining a nadir facing point to Earth's surface. So this is like what we talk about when we ask Globies to give us satellite data showing the pitch or airplane data showing the pitch, because the belly of the satellite, the belly of the airplane, if it's negotiating over a curve of the Earth, it has to be pointed down, it has to rotate. So in order to protect the astronauts, they had to put shielding on Skylab to protect it from whenever the top of Skylab was sun facing. Well, the gyros broke.
Exactly, that's what it goes.
The gyros broke, so now Skylab is tumbling. It's not rotating with the orbital curvature of the Earth. and it was risking cooking the astronauts inside, so they had to bring it down.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant.
Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, like, it used to be a big problem. Now it's not.
Yeah, because we got used to, what do you call it? Disbelief suspension. Now we believe everything. They just make a show, and yeah, we take it. That's it.
Hey guys, it's back to spreadsheet land with me at my job, so I'm going to listen in and take it away. Hey, what's up? It looks like Indio popped in.
What's up? I've been here for a while. I'm just listening.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the gas pressure argument is so dumb. I mean, just look at what they do in the industry. They don't talk about, oh, it's just a little bit of pressure difference. No, they brag about the ratio, right? We get down to 10 to the -6 torr vacuum, right? So I don't, and NASA brags about it, and they all brag about it. And those are the numbers they use. They don't use like it's only 0.0000000001 psi difference. They don't sell it like that. So it's just like a specious argument, corny.
Just to make it easy to perceive, 14 psi divided by 10 to the -17 is the same as 14 psi multiplied by 10 to the +17. Okay? So put 17 zeros to the right of 14 psi. That's the difference.
Hello? We live in a flag containment world.
Obviously, it's in the middle of the room. It only lights up that little portion of your room. It doesn't light up your dining room or your kitchen or your bedroom that's way down across the house. It just lights up that room. So now you got the ceiling light in the and let me just describe it to you. You have the ceiling light right in the sky, right in the ceiling. You point to it, right? So it's a 90-degree angle straight up, and it's noon. Now imagine you take 2 steps away from it, but you keep pointing your finger to the light. Now you have a lower angle. Now your hand is pointing down, and you're like, okay, it's 2 o'clock. Then you take another 3 steps backwards. Okay, it's 5 o'clock, and you take because you're pointing to the light the whole time, and your arm is going down, down, down until you get to all the way across your house or your neighborhood, and now you're pointing at the light, but you're pointing straight in front of you because it's due to perspective. It's converged down towards your what appears to be your eye level. The ground ramps up, and the sky ramps down. So now you have a lower angle. You stepped all the way away, and now you're pointing at the light, and it's you're pointing straight, and the light that is in your bedroom or your kitchen or wherever you were is not reaching your neighbor's house. It doesn't. It attenuates. It doesn't reach your neighbor's house. But instead of you moving, right, in reality, what we observe is the sun moving. So the light moves away, and as it gets further away from us, we point lower, and then we call that the angle of time. We call that 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. It's very simple.
So, like, if the Earth is flat, so like, what forces keep the ocean from spilling off?
Okay, so you wrap, but look, I mean, just to the earlier point, you did wrap your head around that, and you can see that that's a demonstration we can perform to affirm that this is what we're seeing in the sky. We see the sun goes away, or we measure a lower angle, and the light doesn't light up the entire neighborhood.
No, like, I'm talking about oceans.
I know, but the whole thing I just talked about, do you understand it?
Yeah, I'm getting your point.
Do you see any issues with it?
But like you're saying, like, the light is not reaching your dining and all. Of course, because the source of light is quite small.
Yes.
And if you'll compare it to Earth and Sun's ratio, of course, Sun is so much big in compared to Earth. Like it also depends on your source, right? Source of light, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the diameter of the sun is a half a degree in our field of view from the Earth. We measure the sun like it looks like the size of a quarter.
Okay, so like, what about this question? Why don't like oceans just spill off?
Spill off of what?
Spill off of Earth. If the Earth is flat. Yeah, from the edge.
He's looking for an edge.
Okay, they do. Yeah, they do spill off of the ocean. The edge of the ocean is the beach, and like just what was it a few weeks ago, right? There was a hurricane that raised the levels of the water because the wind was blowing on the water, and
so,
the beach it went over the edge.
Your model of Earth is like Earth is a flat square. Am I making sense? Square or rectangle?
No, the Earth is just like the dirt. Yeah, the Earth is the thing that you're talking about where's the edge of the water is just the beach. It's like sand and dirt and
Hey,
trees and grass. Yeah.
that's what I'm asking. Like it's a square paper like something, and at the edges, it is from the all four edges. It is covered from mountains and beaches and all.
No, I don't have that. I don't have that information. Like where's the edge of reality and what shape is it? I don't have that information. But in reality, when I go to a beach or a lake, there's no specific shape to the lake. The shoreline of the lake or the shoreline of the beach. They even have an issue with making maps. It's called the coastline paradox, because the coastline of the beaches where the water crashes onto the beach is constantly changing. So they can't make.
No, because there is magic, and magic teleported the plane from Japan, making it to look like it's going over the sea.
I don't know. What was that?
The VC chat. Boran Can TV.
I don't know. Is he talking about going in like if you start off in one place, you return to it? There's magic. I don't know what he's talking about. Do you believe in that?
Where is Boran? Where is Boran TV?
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I was just pointing out there's something called the coastline paradox. When they're making maps, they can't map the coastline perfectly because it's constantly changing. There's no defined shape to it. The water will just
Wow,
carve out the land in all
it's
different ways.
constantly changing.
Yeah, the coastline, like where the beach, the waves crash into the earth, into the dirt. It's constantly carving out little caverns and changing the shape of the shoreline.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's not a square. A square would be like 90 degrees at the corner of something. That's a shape. Flat is not a shape. Yeah, like I could ask you, I guess, right? Like, what tool would you use to establish a flat surface in reality? Like, what tool would you use to make something flat?
Of course, a flat. Mm, what I would say, a flat surface. To flat.
Yeah, if you were gonna attempt to create a flat surface, what tool would you use to create a flat surface?
I'll use a flat plane like thing. Like if I'll try to make a flat dough, round dough of floor flat, I'll take a flat, maybe a ruler or something that is plank or something.
What about a level?
Level.
Yeah, what about if you wanted to make it? Yeah, what about a level? Would you use a level?
What is a level?
Level is water.
Level is a what? Sorry.
You know what water is?
Of course.
Like you drink water. Like you drink water. Would you? Yeah. So level utilizes water at rest. Would you use water at rest to establish level?
What is this wording?
Level surface. Like you might have seen them in the store to Tsukunami. You might have seen them where they're it'll be like metal or wood, and there'll be a little bubble. There'll be a little bubble in the middle of it. And it's okay. I want to hang up my picture, and I want to make sure it's straight. So I'll buy it level. Have you ever seen them?
What are you talking about?
Well, maybe just Google it. Google what is a level?
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe he said what's your level in English?
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Side chat GIF will help you out.
Is that you? Is that you with the level? That's not you.
Nah, but even a guy who doesn't talk can illustrate the use of a level.
True, yeah, he doesn't talk yet. I can't do any pictures or memes in this room, so I don't know.
And he left.
I was told nothing exploded so long ago, and it's noted that as a child I believed that what they said, they could show it and prove to me without a doubt that they finally figured out our origins and who we are. That's what science was all about. But they lied about what science was, and they lied about what it does. The scientific method's clear about all of that kinds of stuff. Step one of that method: observe a natural phenomenon. Evolution debunked. Let's put an end to your insomnia. Darwin just made up stories, Freemasonry, homo orgies. He knew it was important for brainwashing and abortion. Make you think you a monkey. Now you feel like an animal eating on other corpses. Now you feel like a cannibal. Homo erectus, Neanderthal, it's all a method. Carefully constructed and intelligently deflected. Darwin's buildings erected. Teaching scholars the message that we all come from nothing and nowhere is where we're headed. Show me the definition of evolution. Any of the evidence ever been proven? Knuckle dragging Darwin constructed illusions to take your mind and rape your mind. Now all we need is a revolution, overthrowing authorities, prostitution. Arm the sleeping masses with truth as a movement to free your mind and realize
the lies your mind hides behind your blind eyes. You'll find a fine guy who tries to fly high like pies and white skies, but sighs and denies, then sides with Bill Nye. Come on, let's not be an idiot. Darwin's dead, that guy is illiterate. 8-man frauds were all illegitimate. Lucy Pill found time to get rid of it while on trial. Hegel admitted it, forced his drawings, for he submitted them, fooled since birth and paid for the privilege. You got duped and now you're a simian. That is what you think you are. Magic dust within a star. Big Bang shot you from afar. Now you're driving in a car. Monkey with a typewriter, tilting on a turning ball, throwing poo against the wall. Yep, that's what you think. Your uncle was a monkey in the fucking missing link. Your gullibility's driven me to the brink. Macroevolution isn't even a thing. The snake's in the hood and you're getting hoodwinked. Believing bullshit must just be a kink. With 4 hairy fingers stuck up in the pink and opposable thumbs getting lost in the stink.
Show me the definition of evolution. Any other evidence ever been proven? Knuckle dragging Darwin constructed illusions to take your mind and rape your mind. Now all we need is a revolution, overthrowing authorities, prostitution. On the sleeping masses with truth is a movement to free your mind and realize destruction has never created anything. All it did was cause more division, like social distancing. Running from all their sentencing. Sodomites aren't worth mentioning. Poisoning all our children with lies. Meanwhile they're censoring truthers all over creation. The ones who are no longer trapped in the matrix, sending their robot algorithms to eradicate us. Cause we discovered that the earth ain't spinning? Or was it because we discovered that Hollywood girls aren't women? Or was it that viruses aren't living and cannot survive hot conditions? Or was it all of the fake moon missions? Or was it exposing prison systems and the politician? Or the sacrificing of so many children? Or was it the fake feminism? Or was it the fake anti-Semitism? Because we broke out of your mental prison? The truth is right here if you take a second to listen. Information is supernatural by definition. Show me the definition of evolution. Any other evidence ever been proven? Knuckle dragging Darwin constructed illusions to take your mind and to rape your mind. Now all we need is a revolution, overthrowing authorities, prostitution. On the sleeping masses with truth is a movement to free your mind, realize. Yeah. Amish Space Station. Yeah. Imagine a world where everyone is afraid, where everyone hides away, where everyone is a slave. In every unjust law, everyone will obey. A world of video games, our children waste away. We see that every day. What does the germ theory say? I don't care if it's a lie. Wear a mask or meet the grave. No electricity in Cuba, and the citizens, they can't eat. They're starving and can't leave. Soon that will be at our feet. Your God and your Creator. I am the Alpha and Omega. I am your shepherd and your savior. Take me in your arms. You're my creation. Take me in your arms. Imagine a world where we suffocate our kids and the military comes to the place where you live, where you will lose your job if you don't take a risk. Parents versus kids, brother versus sis. There's children in clinical trials. How evil, tasteless, and vile. You zombies have brought forth calamity, and I hope you burn in hell for your insanity. In humanity, I'm your God and your Creator. I am the Alpha and Omega. I am your shepherd and your savior. Take me in your arms. You're my creation. Take me in your arms. Maintain humanity under 500 million. In balance with nature, obey the reptilians. Slaughter the truthers that step on our feelings. Poison the rest, I want deaths in the billions. No concerts for the unjabbed, no food for the unjabbed. No normal for the unjabbed. Be rude to the unjabbed, no school Yeah. Are you tired of being lied to? Are you tired of being manipulated? Are you tired? Do you want your freedom back? Or are you worried about what people think about you? I'm in space station. A lot of my kids wanna kill themselves. Bill Gates, they don't need your help. The new normal's a prison cell and your jab won't go over well.
Things like producing childhood down and just shoot them right into the vein.
Hold on.
Get attention. This
First off, Bill Gates, viruses are dead cell debris, and you telling me it ain't a felony to perform experiments on humanity? Hold on. Let me back up. I don't talk big or even act tough. If you ain't heard about the flat earth or the resistance, that's us. Neil Tyson, I don't like him, always lying. Pseudoscience, now they claim helicopters flying somewhere on a Martian island. Don't you just love NASA? Astronauts in swimming pools splashing. They get a huge bucket of cash, and we gotta survive on all their rations. Sorry, lost my composure. Tends to happen when I start exposing. Fields of passion just start exploding like the Challenger, but they're alive and going. NASA, what a moon mission tapes. Oh, you threw them all away? Getting AK from Mars, but 5G towers are 1,000 feet away. Killing trolls every day. We are not out in space. We are not on a spinning ball as shown by Eric Dubé. And if you ain't on that level, better get up out my way. When you break up out that matrix, the truth is on display. If Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, that means any horizon distance measurement is currently on trial and can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's why the black swan killed the globe. And here's how we know, cause the horizon is beyond 9 miles from 1 foot. You clown shows, Glovers, annihilate them. Space is the second law violation of thermodynamics while you're waiting. Research entropy and educate them. Oh, and Newton's gravity was changed by Einstein. Don't be mad at me. Look up his theory of relativity and then you realize the globe's your enemy. Shout out to the Freedom Alliance. Killing trolls every day. We are not out in space. We are not on a spinning ball as shown by Eric Dubé. Better get up out my way. When you break up out that matrix, the truth is on display. It's on display. Truth is on display. The truth is on display. Earth is black. Give me my mind back now. Earth is black. Earth is black. Earth is black. Give me my mind back now. Earth is black. Give me my mind back.
Who knows? And we'll find out. A week from now, they're like, "Oh, a huge hurricane coming in off the coast of Florida." No, that's what that was doing. We'll see though.
So if you look at the schematic on the first image, there's like a ring that's right above the center of the assembly, and part of that ring shows a chemical formula along with MMH. This is supposed to represent some kind of 3-axis attitude control thruster system, and then it says deleted. Like this whole thing is deleted, and you can tell this thing is superimposed onto a rocket nacelle.
Yeah.
So why would they delete the space thrusters?
Yeah, well, because they attached a balloon.
Oh, and by the way, there's a ring on the balloon above it too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Something screwy's going on, folks. I don't know what, but something screwy's going on.
Right.
They thought no one would notice.
Lockheed Hughes, Raytheon, Harris, and these are all the people behind the project, man. But that means a lot of money went into it.
Of note, there's a TRW, and I think TRW, I think that was a company that was in the original James Van Allen Satelloon and Raccoon program around World War II and thereafter.
It really is. Man. This is
like James Van Allen, the Van Allen radiation belts guy, invented the word Satelloon, and people think flat earthers are crazy for coming up with that term. When the guy who freaking invented this crap, launching balloons off of aircraft carriers in the Pacific, came up with the idea.
It showcases that they really don't know anything about the topic at all.
Yeah. Yep.
Thompson Rammel Woolridge. That's the company. They deal with intercontinental ballistic missiles. They were acquired by Northrop in 2000s. But what was that project you were saying? What was the Satelloon one, huh?
Yeah, so James Van Allen is kind of like the inventor of satellites, modern satellites, and he came up with two different configurations. One was to launch a rocket and deploy a balloon off a second stage payload into a high altitude position. The second way is the opposite, where you use a balloon to lift a rocket up. And why would you do that? Well, that way you use less fuel to push through denser air. You can just use a buoyant force instead. So use the buoyant force of a balloon to lift a rocket up to a higher position to launch, and then set off the rocket to use thrusters and take care of the rest.
Mm.
Yeah. Which one's more effective? I don't know, but I know that we have examples of Satelloon launches where you use the rocket first and then deploy a balloon, like the Echo project, Echo 1 and Echo 2, and many others. So it seems to me that version won out. Yep, that's James Van Allen, the Van Allen radiation belt guy. Like I mentioned before, you can read books, historical books about his projects. Like he would take his equipment out on deep into the Pacific on these carrier fleets and would do launches off the flight deck.
Hmm.
Yep. Around the time Admiral Byrd did his thing, strangely enough.
It all ties together, huh? They're all part.
It is like NASA being an outgrowth of the space race, and the space race being an outgrowth of something bigger called the International Geophysical Year Project. And the International Geophysical Year Project goes back to the late 1800s, organized by the Habsburg Empire. And you sound like a fucking conspiracy theory lunatic when you bring this up, but this is just a history of so-called scientific exploration, right? Oops. Freaking stopped. Didn't mean to do that. Fucking city driving, guys. Pardon my French.
Oh, yeah.
A guy left of me blasted through a stop sign at an intersection. I'm like, what the hell? And so I got confused and I started to blast through it. I'm like, oh shit. And then there's a biker in front of me and just pulled in front. Like, holy crap. It's hard to talk on Discord and do this at the same time. I'm not an Uber driver.
Oh, damn.
Anywho.
That's interesting that it's shaped the same way.
Yeah, I hate city driving. If I have to go into the city, it's like a week-long process to like get myself mentally and physically prepared. You know, I got like make sure the vehicle's in top condition. You know, like all the tires are filled. You know, like windshield
map out the parking garages.
Yeah, I got like exact directions written out. You know, like a paper return directions written out too. Because sometimes you never know. It might not be exactly the same path back. Got emergency.
Or like C9. Good, like it was. Yeah, but there might be people that like they won't be able to like handle like there's no one around me, but here, help me. I'm not cluttered by cars. I need traffic. I loved it, dude. It was like
fonts. You know,
yeah. Hey, can I point something out?
It's going around the ball, and you know, a good example too. I mean, for anybody is, you know, are you falling backwards right now? You know, because that's what you should be kind of seeing, right? It shouldn't look like it's going away from you. You should feel you have to believe if you're on a globe that you're spinning backward from the sun, like just ridiculous.
Yeah, that's one thing I never really noticed it before, but I always when I come home certain times in the day I've noticed that the sun really is in a different position, like horizon wise too, in a sense. I'm sorry, what I'm saying. Instead of just like being like, you know, straight back, it actually is in a different position, like parallel, if that makes sense, I guess.
A little. I think I get what you're saying.
And I never noticed that before, but I definitely noticed it now. And since it's easy when it's based on my house because of the road I take, you know.
It's just funny to watch them fucking squirm. And he's just so desperately trying to do, like, straight up. No, that's not true.
From Newton, by the way, but I digress.
Not aggressive.
Oh no, it's aggressive. Oh my god, you guys are so aggressive.
I mean, I don't care. Like, if this was my Discord, it would be a lot worse because I always feel very much.
Right now, all the feelings.
You cry until it's no longer. You realize it's not aggressive anymore, and you want to be here. You click this channel.
Yeah, I wanted to hear what you guys think, and I do enjoy it. I'm not crying.
I'm crying about everyone being aggressive towards you.
Okay.
Go on.
Silly to say.
So subjective.
It's fun.
Your worldview is so subjective, even you can't use it.
I'm fine with my worldview. I just wanted to know your worldview. You know, that's all.
You think everyone in this room is being hostile to everybody else but you. But when you leave, the conversation continues without you.
You guys are pretty hostile to me too. Yeah.
No one's hostile to anyone. You're making shit up because
you're literally we're started off by calling me a retard.
You are a retard. That's feedback.
And you don't I don't know. Like, if that's not hostile, that's fine.
I'll demonstrate
It's
it.
not hostile.
Okay. I mean, I think this guy Crit is also retarded. That's
You're
fine.
letting your feelings get in the way. You're letting
That's
your
an
feelings
unconditional
get in the way.
acceptance. I know you're retarded, and you know I'm retarded. But the thing is, though, I'm not going to ask you your opinion on something because I already know you're retarded. Meanwhile, you'll ask me about your solar eclipse photo, proven even your own take on something is utter useless and garbage.
If that's your opinion on it, but I believe
right
that
here.
it.
I
I'll say believe because I'm not a scientist. I believe that I believe it was the moon in front of the sun.
You also believe that a room with 4 people in it is alive in a room with 40
I was looking at the wrong Discord channel. It was an empty one. There's one person there.
That's not excuses. You're dropping the excuses.
Okay, that's what happens. So I don't know.
You're just retarded.
All right.
Look at this. They banned everyone that did not want to talk to him about until
You were wanting to talk about yourself. I wanted to talk about flat Earth. That's all it was.
You can change the subject now.
right now.
Yeah, the list is kind of aggressive.
Oh no, it's aggressive. Oh my god.
I can. So if,
if you want to take over.
If I show you a picture from the Chinese space station that shows a flat Earth, would you be a flat earther?
The Chinese space station.
Yeah, so there's a Chinese space station. It's 23 kilometers lower than the
send a
ISS,
picture of it.
and it shows a
Send a
flat
picture.
Earth. Oh, okay, no problem.
All right, send it.
I would like to see that picture too.
But not that it proves like too much. Even like as if I have a ball and I'm looking
that's
directly at an
convenient.
angle.
No, that's way convenient, isn't it? Convenient. Now the pictures don't prove anything.
Yes,
See, this is the funny
Let me actually look at
is that when
pictures
you have
from
a
space.
double standard, brother, you have no standard.
Okay, yo,
Pictures
Indio,
from space.
I have a question.
Here you go. Look in the chat, brother. This is what it
I have a
shows
question,
24
guys.
hours a day, 7 days a week of flat Earth.
Indio.
So is yours flat now?
Oh my days. Okay.
I can also post an astronaut that claims he's on the ISS say the Earth is flat and beautiful. So do you want to put me post that too? The quote. Set it on ABC. News
Put it in if you want to. I'll type NASA images of Earth, and then we can see if it's flat or not.
Okay, guys.
There's a mathematician. Can you tell him about the planetarium director?
Albert, I have a question. If you guys believe the Earth is flat, why is there time zones between the?
No, we don't believe.
Yeah, I asked that earlier, and then they took it back to the curvature and the math, but they never answered why there was seasons and why we have night and day.
Yeah.
Why can I not
Doesn't
put
matter if you
pictures in?
believe it or if you know it. Why is it that there's time zones when the Earth is flat? If the Earth was flat, why doesn't everyone not have like the same time zones and stuff like that?
Because
I didn't get an answer.
Your
Are you going to let me answer?
Go ahead.
Are you going to let me answer? I'll answer. Time zones are man-made. They're political constructs. For instance, China has one time zone. Okay, so check this out. There's 19 time zones in the north, 24 in the middle, and 32 in the south. Why is that?
Can we talk about something more? If that okay, fair enough. I can go on.
We're not gish galloping.
I believe you. I believe you. Listen, I
We're
believe
not
you. I
gish
trust you.
galloping.
You know what?
This is called
No,
gish
you're
gallop.
right. You're right. Listen, you're absolutely right. Time zones are.
You're muted. Shut up. Okay?
Okay.
You're not the one who asked. This guy is. So answer why there's this variation of time zones.
Why there is? Because the Earth is.
Yeah, there's 19 in the north, 24 in the middle, and 32 in the south.
I cannot give you the scientific reasons. But the reason.
The
I think
scientific reason?
Yeah. Yeah, whatever it is.
Oh, this would be funny.
Man. Yeah, it would be funny because you said time zones are man-made, bro. Okay?
They are.
So if you have never left America, let me explain for you, okay? Because
there's one time zone in China.
The Earth is circle. Let me explain. The Earth spins.
He's confusing time zones with day and night.
Jamesy, just let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Oh, no.
Earth spins.
No confusing time zones, okay?
So 32. So there's 32 hours in a day? Because there's 32 in the south.
32 hours in a day. There's when?
There's 32 hours in a day. Okay, you're muted, dude. You're just trolling. Fucking dude said 32 hours in a day. Okay, Sapphire, go ahead.
I think he just repeated what you.
Thank you so
asked
much.
him.
Okay. You know what? Time zones, man-made. Fair enough. I don't really care about that. Tell me about seasons.
How you just said? Hold on. You just say.
No, it's so funny that they ask a question and then answer their own question. I'm going to answer it. Right? Ask a question, I'll answer it. If you answer it yourself, dude, I'm going to mute you, dude.
How did I answer? I don't know how I answered myself, but I said
because after you asked me the question, what are seasons? Right? You kept talking.
No, I said I also elaborate. I said, how do we have summer one place and then Australia they have winter, for example?
Because day length varies depending on the position of the sun. Okay, so when the sun is in the sky longer, when the sun is in the sky longer, it's summer. When it's in the sky shorter, it's winter. Pretty simple. So there's something called. Let me explain to you because I don't think you even know your own paradigm. So there's meteorological and astronomical seasons. They're two different things. So the astronomical seasons are like June 22nd and December 22nd and the equinoxes, right? So those are the astronomical seasons. Depends on where the sun is against the background stars. But there's meteorological seasons. That's what you're talking about. The hot, cold, right? The hot, cold stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, so those meteorological seasons weekly correlate with the astronomical seasons. For instance, in San Francisco, it's hotter in the winter than the summer. And the reason is because of flows of water that come into San Francisco. Because you have an idea of seasons and the way they work, and I'm trying to tell you how they actually work.
Okay.
Next.
Before
you go, just out the sun else. Here we go. Was it eclipses? Is it the edge? Is it fucking? Is it fucking?
No. It's the same. It's the same. I'm just elaborating on what I wanted you to answer.
Okay.
I said I made the example. Australia. I made this Australia. They have winter. In Europe, they have summer. Like the factual with the meteor, what you call it, doesn't matter.
That's a good example. That's a good example. So in Tasmania, which is south of Australia, it snows in their winter, or in the summer, rather. Yeah, it snows in Tasmania in their summer. Tasmania is the same, is the equivalent latitude as Detroit, Michigan. It's never snowed in the summer there, ever. So it's like 42 north and 42 south.
What do you say?
You don't even understand your own model. Okay, so...
No, I do understand. I'm just you're talking about one single place.
The temperature, the variation in temperature is only weakly correlated to the astronomical position of the sun. There's other factors like terrain, geography, upper level airflows, water currents, all these other things, which also affect the variation of temperature.
Okay, so oh my days! I'm trying to word it so that you can't twist my words because I feel like you keep twisting my words.
Do you know what weakly correlated means?
Oh my days! See, okay, I don't get. Why are you debating?
Do you know what weakly correlated means? Why are you trying
to undermine what I'm saying?
I'm asking you a question. How do I undermine you by asking a question? Do you know what weakly correlated means?
I feel like you are. You have a condescend.
Okay, one more time. I'm going to ask you. Do you know what weekly correlated means?
No, I don't know what it means, but I also don't think it's relevant to what I was asking you.
It is because what you think of the seasons. You're confusing the astronomical and meteorological seasons and supposing they're the same thing. They're not the same thing.
No, it doesn't matter for me. That wasn't the question. That's what I was saying.
At the peak of summer, during the longest day of the year, is that the hottest day of the year?
It doesn't matter.
Oh my! You don't.
That's
understand.
It wasn't what I was asking.
You're a stud, bro.
Oh my days!
It is. You're asking about the seasons. So I told you.
Do you say wait? Are you saying the sun stays in one position at all the time? I'm saying how can we in one place?
No, the sun moves. Listen, I told you.
While in the other place have winter.
What causes summer?
Okay, you're saying the sun moves around the flat Earth.
Yes, moves above the surface of the Earth. That's what we see.
Oh, okay. You know what? This makes so much sense because if you think the sun moves around the Earth, see, that's when we have a fundamentally problem. That's why we're never gonna agree on this.
Okay.
Because you say the sun is moving around.
So,
it makes sense in your flat Earth now.
Why do I say the sun moves? Why do you think I say that?
Oh my days! Because the Earth is flat, apparently. So
no,
it has to move around.
Because I see the sun move.
It's us that are moving. It's not the sun.
Do you? Okay. How do you know that?
We are moving. That's why we have.
How do you know that? And I'm going to ask you again. How do you know that?
How do you know that?
I can see the sun move. That's how I know the sun's moving. How do you know that the Earth is moving and the sun is still? How do you know that?
Oh my day. How do you know gravity exists?
Oh God, dude.
Because we aren't dead. That's why.
Answer the question. If you're going to be a dishonest, if you're going to be dishonest, I'll just, dude. I don't have to listen to you.
Okay.
I can just mute you. So answer the question. How do you know the Earth is moving?
You keep saying you can just
last time. How do you know the Earth is moving? Stop talking.
Because we know as human beings the Earth are moving.
How?
We know as human beings the Earth are moving.
How?
Because of calculations, because of math, but you don't believe in math.
Calculations
so
of
that's
what?
the problem.
Calculations of what?
Oh my! That the Earth moves around. The Earth's gravity.
The Earth's gravity moves around.
That's why. Gravity makes us all hold still. Gravity makes the water go back and forth. What do you mean?
Dude, this is getting worse and worse.
Can you, by the way, can you unmute Cooper first?
You hit rock bottom and you started digging, brother.
Yeah?
Well, hold on, Sapphire. Before we unmute Kuiper. Hold on, before we unmute him, I just have to point out. You said, we know. Then when asked, you gave no sufficient explanation, so you don't actually know.
I cannot put pictures in the chat. I tried to do it earlier.
Pictures.
But the thing is, I think even if
They'd have to measure the motion of Sapphire. They'd have to measure the motion.
I was answering Indy, with all due respect. He asked me a question. I was just answering his question.
Okay, and you said pictures.
Yeah.
You got a picture of the Earth spinning.
No, I had a picture of like the Earth from above to show that it looked round as well, because you said it looked, square.
How do you know? Listen, how do you know that's a picture of the Earth?
What do you mean? Because it's taken from the same. You took one from.
How do you know any of that? I'm asking you how you know any of that.
How do you know the picture you sent in was real?
I never claimed it was real.
Okay, so you don't even know that you're claiming it's real. Like you can't even back it up.
No,
you just
listen. You missed the point of the exercise. The point of the exercise was that pictures don't prove anything. Because if I show you a picture of a flat Earth, you'll reject
it. Prove? No. You made a really good point. What can prove?
Measurements.
Yeah, math. Measurements of math, and we said everything.
Not measurements of math. Measurements of objects with devices.
Okay, I can ask you something. Okay, you said, how can I know that like the Earth is moving? Because you can see with your own eyes, you know.
Guys, from where?
How does a blind person know that they're moving in a car? They can't feel it.
From where?
But then it's still moving.
From where do I go to see the Earth
what did you ask from where?
Okay, I'm going to ask again. You have a real problem answering questions. From where can I see the Earth moving?
No, from where?
So you just interrupt me again for like the 15th fucking time, bro. You're going to stop. I'm going to stop you because when you interrupt me, you're muting me. And I'm not going to be muted. I'm going to mute you. Okay? So I'm going to ask you. You said we can see the Earth moving. From where? Where do I go to see this?
And you're having an ego.
No. You earlier said we can't see the Earth move. But you said you can see the sun move with your eyes. That was like your...
that's right.
Argument. You said I can see the sun move. You cannot see it.
Yeah, that's the
I said, how does a blind person know that they're moving in a car? They can't see it.
Well, they have a vestibular system in their ears.
Still moving.
They have a vestibular system in their ears.
Oh my days! They're saying they're moving. Okay, a blind deaf person. How do they know they're moving? They are still moving.
Okay, the hearing is not the vestibular system.
The thing.
You can be deaf.
I know what the vestibular
have balance, bro. In your ears is basically a gyroscope called the vestibular system. There's a fluid, and when it moves around, it moves it. Listen to him fucking flap, dude. You're muted, dude.
I know what it is.
Listen, you need to get control of yourself. Get control of yourself. Go find the evidence of the Earth is moving, and then come back after you get control of your mic and your emotions. Okay, moving on. Okay, Wham song.
You unmuted me.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go back to the seasons and the time zones thingy. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So the season thingy. How is it? There's like how Safi asked the question. How is it like? There's 4 seasons. Yeah, Australia. There's winter right now. There's summer for us here in Europe and stuff like that. How is it like that for them? And the Earth is flat.
Okay. What does it mean to be winter? When you say it's winter, what does that mean?
Yeah, the sun is far away from us. Isn't it?
Okay, that's not the cause of seasons in your own paradigm. In your own paradigm, the cause of seasons is a 23.3 degree tilt of the Earth, not distance to the sun. So you might want to go check back and go read up on your own religious belief, and then come back when you know it. Okay.
Hey, we might have to put out the event, bro.
What's the cause of seasons? Yeah, teach me.
I told you the 23 degree tilt of the Earth is the claimed cause of seasons.
Yeah.
Hey, let me put up an event banner. Teach you the globe.
Fuck, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's worth 0.000000001 Bitcoin. Okay. I don't know if you're listening when I was talking to the kid, right? I told you that there's 2 types of seasons: astronomical, which is the position of the sun and day length, and the meteorological seasons, what everybody, the laymen think is the seasons, right? Gets hot, gets cold, all that stuff. But that is not uniform throughout the Earth. In some places, it's reversed. Okay? Because the local geography, topography, and flows of air and flows of water and different factors somehow invert what you would think would be the seasons. Okay? The astronomical seasons never change. Okay? It's the longest day of the year in the summer in the north, and it's the longest day of the year in the winter in the south, and it's supposed to be, half and half on the equinox, even though it actually isn't. So that's astronomical seasons. They're weakly correlated, so there's like a time delay, right? And sometimes there's an inversion with the meteorological seasons. So how do seasons happen on a flat Earth? Well, what causes the seasons, period? And how could anyone ever know that? All we know is that the sun is in the sky for more or less periods of time. And when it's in the sky for a longer period of time, then it gets to be summer. When it's in a shorter period of time and lower on the horizon, then it's winter. If you want to know the actual cause and effect. You reading your DMs, One Song? Is it Professor Phil? Or is it who's the other one?
Oh yeah.
Who's the crazy dude from the other server?
John Hawkins.
Oh, Cooper, I'll unmute you. I should have unmuted you before Warburg. Sorry about that. I only muted you because it was getting to be a shit show when we record this, and we don't want 5 people talking at once.
That's okay. Okay. Am I talking to you, or it's just you that I'm talking to?
I mean, whoever, anybody you.
I want to talk to you. Talk to you.
Someone special? Okay.
No, I want to talk. Yeah. Is that okay?
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. So, are you a flat earther or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm the last.
We need
I'm the final boss, bro.
You're the final boss. Amazing. Okay, cool. So there needs to be a fundamental understanding first. Yeah, we need to have some sort of groundwork before we start talking about stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
So I asked this guy earlier before. Okay, I'm on. Let's just ask this. Yeah. If you're in a car or whatever, you carry on going down, just down, straight. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. A slope? Going down a hill?
No, just down. No, you're going straight. You're just going north. You're just going north, and that's it. You're not moving. You're just going north. Yeah.
Okay.
If you reach in the exact same position, okay, that you did, let's say, I don't know, 5 days ago, 5 days straight, you're driving. like theoretically, and you reach the same spot, would you still be a flat earther or not?
Obviously not. No one's ever done that, now have they?
Okay, cool. That's good. How long?
That's only because you specified north. If you specified east or west, it would have been different.
Listen, to do a proper circumnavigation to prove the globe, you have to do a north-south circumnavigation on a single meridian.
No, I mean that's.
I can just answer your question. North-south circumnavigation on a single meridian. Okay, that's the only way to do it.
What? Okay.
To prove the globe.
You wouldn't even prove it. Because it could be wraparound.
I'm not trying to prove the global stuff. Okay. How long is the Earth? Did you know or you don't know?
No. Indeterminate.
You don't know.
Maybe even indeterminable.
Okay.
We don't think the Earth is a disk in space, brother. If that's what you think we thought.
Think it's infinite? You think it's infinite?
No.
Okay, so okay, is it infinite or not?
When you think of the universe, right? Do you think is it infinite?
No, the universe is not infinite. Let me ask you: is the Earth infinite?
So neither is the flat Earth. And what's outside the universe? Any idea?
I don't know.
Does that question have any meaning?
I think it's irrelevant to what I'm asking you.
No, it's the same thing because the flat Earth is not inside of a universe. The flat Earth is the universe, and everything is within it, right? So this is called an embedding space versus something that's embedded in an embedding space. The Earth is not embedded in an embedding space. It is the embedding space, right?
Okay.
So if you have a piece of paper and you have a circle in it, right? The paper is the embedding space. The circle is the embedded object. The Earth is the paper. It's not the circle.
Okay, but bro, all I asked you is the Earth in terms of distance infinite or not? I don't know why you're talking about this.
Nothing is infinite. I covered that. Nothing is infinite.
Nothing is infinite. Okay, cool. So it's not infinite.
Infinity is a concept that means that there's a number I can keep counting after. So in this reference, right, in this context, it means if I can always add some other distance, right? I can always go a little bit further if the Earth was infinite. Okay, that's what an infinite Earth would be. That idea is idiotic.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, cool. I was speaking to the other guy. He said it could be, but okay. Now
it could be, but I don't believe in infinities. I just think they're trash.
That's not what he said.
Look, brother.
That's not what he said.
Okay, well, whatever. It doesn't. Look, we don't all think the same thing. I don't happen to believe infinities are real. I think you can talk about them. They're a nice concept, but you can't do them. You can just blab about them. It's like thinking about unicorns. It's like thinking about unicorns.
We're on the same page. I agree with you.
I think infinity is Allah.
Hi, bro.
I don't think Allah is a numeric value that you can always count beyond.
Okay, if you go to the edge now, yeah? So let's say if it's not infinite. The edge.
None of us think there's an edge.
Okay, so how can it...
No, the flat Earth, you don't believe... Okay, this is a known paradox that goes back to Zeno.
Okay.
Is the universe a reality or any object bounded or unbounded? Can you prove it one way or another? With logic, reason, mathematics, geometry? No, you can't. Can't be proven. Zeno proved this using this hypothetical. If you go halfway to the boundary, and then another half, and then another half, and another half, you'll never reach it. This means that logically, movement is impossible. Okay? So you're asking me, we're talking about the entirety of existence. The Earth is the entirety of existence. There's nothing outside of it. There is no outside the entirety of existence. It's the entirety.
So the Earth is the entirety of existence, yeah?
Yes.
But isn't the sun outside of this existence of the Earth?
Well, it's above the Earth, but it's not like outside it. Like the sun in the Earth isn't in a big void.
What?
The sun is inside.
The outer space. No, don't interrupt.
Sorry, I'm talking to India.
Troll, dude.
Relax.
No, Manufactorium's a fucking troll.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so outer space vacuum, as described, is impossible. Okay, so the Earth can't be in an outer space vacuum because we're breathing right now. And you can't, and since we're breathing, that necessitates gas pressure. And gas pressure necessitates a container. Right? It can't be in a void.
Okay, I'm trying to explain it to you in your language in terms of flat Earth.
My language.
No, what I mean by that,
dude, I'm speaking the language of physics, namely the second law of thermodynamics.
No. When I say language, what I'm saying is obviously the reason why we can breathe is because of the atmosphere. That's obvious, yeah, from my view.
Okay, what holds the atmosphere away from the vacuum of space?
I mean, that's irrelevant. What's that got to do with your point?
Because, okay, so pressurized gas goes to the low pressure area, right? So if you have a pressurized tire, you punch a hole in it, the gas all escapes until it reaches thermodynamic equilibrium with the air around it. Now, why isn't your atmosphere reaching thermodynamic equilibrium with the vacuum?
Okay, listen, let's go back to the main
point. Okay, repeat to me what I just said to you, okay? Because if you don't listen to me, I'll just mute you. What did I just say to you?
You just explained to me how the atmosphere is contained, and you use an example of a tire.
That's not what I said.
Okay,
that's not what I said at all.
Go ahead, explain it.
What I said was, if you have gas pressure goes from high to low, correct? Is that incorrect? Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so the vacuum of space is low pressure, right?
Zero pressure, but yeah.
Okay, nearly zero pressure, right? So the air is 15 psi at sea level, right?
I don't know, but I'm assuming you're correct. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so why doesn't the 15 psi air pressure go up into the zero air pressure?
I don't know.
Because of the gravity.
Well, because the only way you can have air pressure is with a container, because the pressure is defined by the force exerted on the walls of a container. Okay, so outer space vacuum, as you've been told, can't exist. It violates the second law of thermodynamics. That shit that you've seen with spaceships and all, just like Star Wars, it's all Star Wars. It's all TV show.
Okay.
No one's going to space in rockets. None of that shit is actually happening. It's a TV show.
Okay.
So it's hard to believe. But whatever.
No.
Look, you have a choice, okay? Just let me say one more thing. You have a choice. Believe that the second law of thermodynamics can't be violated, or the television is telling the truth. That's your choice.
Okay. Where is the sun exactly? Is it I
don't know. It's indeterminable. It's indeterminable because it can't be triangulated because there's no parallax to the sun no matter how far apart you are on Earth.
Wait,
parallax means there'd be an angular shift. If there's two people viewing it from two different viewpoints, they would see what's called an angular shift. Okay, just like when you alternate, hold your thumb out, extend your arm, stick up your thumb, and alternate opening your eyes, you'll see your thumb shift back and forth. If you know the distance between your eyes, you can calculate based upon the angle, but based upon how much it shifts, how far your thumb is away from your eyeballs. Okay, now you could get the distance of the sun with this method, except for when we actually do this in real life, there is no angular shift, meaning it's either nearly infinitely far away, or there's different physics in the celestial spaces.
Okay, so the answer to the question is
because I should say this: no objects that in the sky exhibit any of the properties of what you would view in a terrestrial setting, right? So they don't show parallax, you can't get the distance, you can't get the size, you can't get any of this stuff from looking at it. You have to come up with theories and hypotheses and suppositions and assumptions to even begin to even address those things.
Okay. But you still haven't answered the question. I haven't got an answer.
What was the question? Where's the sun? I don't know. It doesn't. It's impossible. Nobody knows. It's not just me. It's nobody. You don't know. The people that claim they know don't know. They assumed something, right? So if they say we know the distance of the sun is 93 miles away, because we watched Venus transit the sun and it took 2 minutes. Well, how far away is Venus? Well, we don't know. We'll just assume it's the size of Earth.
Okay.
This is exactly what was done. So the entire cosmic distance ladder is based upon assumption. Okay.
Fine. Okay.
The first assumption is that. But stop talking. So the first assumption is that Venus is the same size as Earth. Christian Huygens in the 16th century basically used numerology to get this. This is where this came. The distance of the sun comes from. Ain't that kind of strange? It's not me that says it, right? You can go on a website, a guy named Phil Platt. He's a NASA astronomer. He tells the history of the distance of the sun. This was the beginning of the quote-unquote distance measurements of the sun, was numerology. You would think these things are figured out by science. There's a lot of not science in this shit.
I have a question.
Okay, that's fine, but again, bro, like as I told you, you're doing a lot of derailing. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Okay, a lot of the stuff that you're saying, I haven't looked into with regards to like the size or like the distance of Venus. That's irrelevant. I'm not asking that. But if you want to talk about
Venus, because that's where they got the distance of the sun from.
It's my turn, right? So I just want to.
Yeah, but you said it's irrelevant, but that's not true because that's where they got the distance of the sun from. I said nobody knows, and you said somebody knows, and I said okay, this is how they calculated the distance of the sun using Venus.
No, forget about the distance, bro. What I'm telling you.
Okay, now we don't care anymore. Okay.
No, I never asked that.
No.
I never asked that though.
The distance of the sun, you said, where is it?
Yeah, not the distance. When I say where is it, I mean,
how would I tell you where it is if I didn't know its distance?
No, you're saying the Earth has its own it has its own existence. Yeah. So in terms of this existence that you're talking about, I want to know where the sun is. You're saying you don't know. That's fine. No problem. So is it the same? Go outside
when it's daytime tomorrow and see where the sun is. That's where it is.
Okay. Is it the same with Venus? Is it the same with the other planets that you're saying?
No, we can see all these celestial objects. That's where they are. If you want to know how far away they are from you, it's indeterminable because there's no parallax.
No.
You can make up a bunch of theories and hypotheses about why that is and come up with some ideas and some, like I said, if you had some assumptions, there's no starting point. You do understand this, that you can't look at something and know how far away it is, right? Or how big it is, right? By just looking at it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I assume so.
It's called the size-distance problem. You can't know the distance without knowing the size, and you can't know the size without knowing the distance. Right? So since this has always been the problem with looking in the sky, they can't solve that, right? So, but if they come up with an assumption and guess the distance to one of the objects, from that, they can derive all the other ones.
Okay.
By calculation.
Okay, look, okay. When I say where it is exactly, I don't mean the distance. I mean if it is in this existence of the Earth or if it's outside. Because you're saying that there's no vacuum or anything like that. It's all BS. So I'm saying, is it within the existence of the Earth or on? Yeah, you're saying you don't know. Fine, we end it there.
Nobody knows.
But my point...
and I'm telling you, nobody knows. Anyone that says they know, they're lying.
Okay, that's not my question. I don't care. I want to know. I said I want to talk to you. That's fine. Now, when you're talking to Sapphire, you said that the sun is moving around the Earth, yeah?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Yeah. Because we see it.
Okay, but how can you tell the difference between the Earth moving around the sun, or the Earth being still and the sun moving around the Earth, or both of them moving around each other? How can you tell, Tom?
Because you can try to measure the Earth's motion against absolute space, and there isn't any, namely the Michelson-Morley experiment.
Bro, I asked a question. You said a whole lot.
I just answered you. I answered it. How can we tell? We do an experiment to detect the motion of the Earth through space. It's called the Michelson-Morley experiment.
But there's no space.
The whole reason general relativity exists is because the Michelson-Morley experiment failed to detect the motion of the Earth.
Okay,
and Einstein said there's no optical experiment that can detect the motion of the Earth.
Number one, the whole of Einstein's theory is based on assuming that there is a vacuum. So I don't know why you're using that theory. Number two,
it is, and you don't know anything about Einstein's theory. Don't even try it,
bro. You're talking about
you don't know anything.
You're talking about like what?
You don't know anything about the theory of general relativity, dude. Nothing.
Okay. No, that's not the point. The point is that Einstein's theory.
You're punching above your weight class.
It does not assume a vacuum, dude. A vacuum has nothing to do with it.
Please listen at least first.
Einstein's theory is a purely geometric about space-time, about the geometry of space. It has nothing to do with vacuum, not a vacuum, or anything like that.
Okay,
it is a mathematical formalism.
Okay, is space a vacuum? I want to know.
Hello, everyone.
According to you, it is.
Hello.
No. I'm asking you: is space a vacuum? Yes or no?
What do you mean by space? Metrical space or outer space?
Okay, listen. Okay. The reason why I said
there is no outer space. What don't you understand? There's no outer space. You're not taking a fucking rocket to outer space.
Okay,
you're not landing on the moon. There's no land in the sky to land on.
Hey, calm down.
No, you're not listening, dude, and you're asking the same question you've already asked 4 times. There's no outer space, brother.
No, I'm not. I asked you, how do you know if the sun is moving around the Earth or vice versa?
The Michelson-Morley experiment.
Yes, I know. I'm going through what you just said. I'm going through it again. Okay, relax. I'm going through it.
What was the result of the Michelson? What was the Michelson-Morley experiment? What were they doing? What did they measure? What did they? They failed to detect the motion of the Earth. That was the point of the experiment.
Huh?
I think you guys are being
Do you not understand that? You said, how do I know the Earth is not moving? I just told you, the Michelson-Morley experiment. We see the sun move. We go, okay, maybe the Earth's moving instead. So we do an experiment to measure it. Oh, shit, it's not moving. That's how we know it's not moving. Because we did the experiment.
You run me through the experiment and how they came to that conclusion, tell me.
Okay, they had 2 beams, north-south beams, right? So they interfered them, and if the Earth was moving, they would measure a phase shift, because one optical path would be longer than the other if the Earth was in motion, right? The north-south one is going perpendicular to the motion, and the east-west one is going with the motion, okay? So it'll have a shorter optical path, okay? Because the light doesn't have to travel as far, right? Because while the Earth is moving, the light is traveling, and they're all traveling together. Okay, so the north-south isn't doing that because the motion is lateral. So they interfere them, right? They interfere the phases and expected an interference pattern, a fringe shift. They did not observe a fringe shift. So what they say, Einstein had to say, well, the apparatus shrunk in the direction of the motion. The space-time compressed the device, squished it.
Okay, but you don't believe in space, though.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, my goodness.
I said space-time, dude. That's one word.
So space-time has nothing to do with space.
Space-time is a one word. It's a 4-dimensional space-time in a pseudo-Riemannian geometry.
Okay.
Okay, you don't know what any of that is. It doesn't matter whether you know what it is or not, okay? The fact is, no one has ever measured the motion of the Earth. But we see the sun move. What should we do then? Should we keep believing that the Earth is in motion even though we see the sun move and all experiments fail to show the motion of the Earth? What should we do? You tell us. You keep believing the Earth's in motion. I don't care.
Okay, well, I mean, do you believe there are other planets? You do, right?
We see them, yeah.
Okay.
Whether they're terra firma, that's another question. Whether there's land in the sky you can shoot a rocket to and do backflips on, like, I don't know.
Okay, no problem. So, and we know that there are like these objects or like satellites that
we know
orbit around.
How do we know this? How do we know this?
Oh, you can see them, right?
We can.
You can or you can't?
I'm asking you. You're the one who thinks you can.
Yeah, you can see with a telescope. You can see Jupiter.
Oh, really?
With a telescope, of course you
really?
Can. Yeah, you can.
You can see a full orbit of the moons of Jupiter.
No. You could see objects orbiting Jupiter.
Objects? You mean lights?
No, objects. Satellites mean moons. Moons.
Oh, satellites. I thought you meant like artificial satellites.
No. Moons.
So how do you know they're orbiting? How do you know they're orbiting Jupiter when all you see is them go across the face of Jupiter?
Because let's say, for example, day by day, if you see the position of let's call it a moon, for example.
What about the other side? What about the other side? How come we never see him on the other side?
Because, I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Like, if I'm standing in front of you and there is Annabella standing behind you and I don't see her, well,
yeah, but like right before it goes behind Jupiter, right? We never see it there. Like when it's about to go behind Jupiter, we never see it. We only see it go across, left to right. But we don't see it turn around and spin in the other direction and like go behind Jupiter and disappear and then come out the other side. We don't see that.
No, that's what I'm saying though. Like per day, like per night, for example, wherever when we see it, like during the time of the day, let's say 12 p.m., for example, every single day, we see Jupiter and its moon. If we see the moon, no, that's what I'm saying. If we see the moon, if we see that position of the moon move per day, like moving. So say again?
And?
Yeah, so does that not mean that the moon is going around Jupiter?
No.
Why?
Because we don't see the moon going around Jupiter.
You're seeing the moon go around
You're seeing the moon transit Jupiter from left to right.
So that's all
you see. You don't see it go back in the other direction.
Okay, so your point is it's going left and right, it's not going behind? What's your point? I don't understand what you're trying to say.
That we don't observe in orbit. That's my point.
Okay, so to observe... Okay,
do you know that no human being has ever observed a full orbit of anything ever? Do you know that?
In what way?
Yeah, because it takes a long time. It takes a long time. That makes sense.
Okay, but science is empirical, and you don't get to just make shit up. Yeah,
they
it's
don't
based
make shit
upon
up.
empirical.
If they observe,
so if it's not observed, you're making shit up.
Can I finish? No, I'm not making shit up. If they're observed, yes, they observe Europa. They observe the other planets of Jupiter and Saturn, and they watch the moons go around those planets. They may not watch it the entire time. No, yes, it's not a lie because they're not watching.
Okay, post a video right now.
And I'm not posting a video.
Okay, then you're muted. You're not gonna come in here and steamroll us, motherfucker. Think again, wench. Oh, is that your girlfriend?
That was freaking hilarious.
Oh, the same thing? So she's a repeat offender.
No, she's not. She's not.
Listen, no, brother, that's an excellent pun. She's a repeat offender. She just keeps saying the same thing incessantly.
No, she's not. It's just when you guys say you want a respectful conversation, and then if she's talking and then you cut her off, she's gonna carry on talking.
Shut the fuck up, okay? I'm warning you.
No.
She came in here and she interrupted our conversation, and you're talking about respectful conversation.
Yeah,
he's consensually from Miley Cyrus. She came in like a wrecking ball.
Oh, no, you're a fat bastard, bro. Like,
bye.
Sitting here down the mic.
Bye.
You shut the fuck up, man. Like, you talk about respectfulness. You're not respectful at all, bro. Like, you don't let people talk, and you derail so much.
Bye.
No, like you're an idiot, bro.
No, bye.
Don't preach respectfulness, and then not do the same thing.
Bye.
I think you might have accidentally banned the wrong guy.
You have told.
No, I banned the right person.
According to
I banned the girl.
Oh, Mark got it too.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't ban percentage.
Oh shit!
Mayday!
Bro, you have told that, according to the second law of thermodynamics.
Fucking white knight simp. Anyway, moving on to the next white knight simp. Hey, Sapphire.
Hi again.
Hey, Sapphire. How's it going?
What the heck?
Was that your girlfriend that came in here? She's awfully mad.
Why did you give her a kiss? She was my girlfriend. Anyways, you talked a lot about Michelson's thingy and the experiment. Okay, let me search it up. And the first thing I found out, you search up this Michelson's thingy, and in correlation to Earth's motion, is what I wrote in the chat right there. So I think maybe we should look up.
I don't need to look it up. I can look up what Michelson. What Michelson wrote himself is that they should have to conclude that the Earth is not in motion. He wrote that himself.
Yeah, and when did he write that?
The experimenter.
No, yeah, I know. But like, what year did he write that?
Who cares?
No, I'm saying he
What
wrote
does
it
the year
in the 19th
matter?
century. And do you think that we have?
Who
No,
cares?
I'm only saying.
Okay, so you're not going to believe in gravity because fucking Newton was in the 1600s? Or the Archimedes principle because fucking Archimedes was in 300 BC? Stop it, dude. Make real arguments.
Show the subsequent experiment that makes Michelson wrong.
I'm saying.
It was a long time ago, so it's wrong.
I'm trying to say, but if you keep cutting me off, there's no reason. But I said there's no matter that he wrote in 1900. I'm saying that we can smart this. Prophecy was found word for the math has proven it, and it's still the same it is right now. I'm saying with this guy here, his theory, his experiment was real, and you make it the same. So like get the same result. But it's been found that the result he got does not mean that the Earth is not in motion.
Brother, you need to fix your inner. You've been roboting the entire time.
Compared to the light of speed. Okay, compared to the light of speed, he said then. But this is not just a light speed.
Not getting better
In general, and literally says right
better,
there.
Dude, you need better than a future.
Yo, your Brahmi internet is failing.
The only thing I wanted.
You were roboting because you're Brahmi internet.
That might explain why he just keeps yapping while you're talking and he talks over. I think maybe that might be the reason if I'm generous. Should I give another chance? I'll give you another chance if you can freaking control your emotions. If you can't, I'll just mute you again. You can control your emotions. Harry, whatever your name is.
Oh, you're speaking to me. Oh fuck, I'm back again. Wait, no, I'm not emotional. You just keep interrupting me and you don't let people speak. So like, I don't know what else to tell you, bro. If I can't finish my point and you have to keep speaking over me, like I don't know how we're gonna get anywhere in a conversation. So we want to talk about.
I just counted 11 sentences.
Because I speak a lot. I speak fast though, so get over it. You'll be fine.
I thought you couldn't. I thought you weren't being allowed to speak though.
You just fucking unmuted me. You're not talking.
I just thought you weren't allowed to speak.
Mute me again. Mute me again, bitch. Do whatever you want.
Said now
you want to have a conversation or not?
And you said 15.
Who cares? What does that matter? Why?
Because you're claiming that you're
being. Do you want to have a conversation or not?
You're claiming that you're being fucking muted and you're not being allowed to speak when you're speaking more than everybody else.
Are you serious right now?
Yeah, I am serious right now. Your bullshit ain't gonna fly in here. Go to one of the other fucking VCs that don't know better. Okay?
She's so mad right now.
Nobody lets me speak while they're fucking saying 20 to 1 word count. Shut the fuck up.
I bet she's so mad right now.
Well,
God damn right, I'm muted, Ben. Bitch.
All she did earlier was just chant like the status quo, like we know it's a globe, we know it's a globe, we know it's curved, we know it's curved, we know the distance to the sun, we know the distance to the sun. It's like if you wanted to know her opinion, just Google any mainstream opinion and you'd have it.
And you told her to calm down. I can't see what the issue is.
Well, she wasn't. She came in freaking hot, dude. She interrupted a conversation that I was having, and that caused that simp to fucking spiral out of here because he has to white knight for some freaking wench.
Indio in boss mode. Oh man, that guy's a beast. Hey, should I start an event in here? Is anyone else in here besides me? Necros, John Luna, T, Car.
Yeah, DJ, let's get this VC popping. Let's start an event.
Let's get it popping, bro. All right.
Let's get going.
All right. What's up, Necros?
Hello, guys. I
Hello,
hope you're
man.
all having a good day.
Most definitely. Yep.
Nice.
All right. Event topic. What's something that's gonna get people to click?
India fake moon landings. Prove me wrong. Just kidding. I'm not sure about that one because it might cause an effect.
It is a good one, but we want the topic to be on the Earth.
Yeah.
We could do that. We could do India faked the moon landings. So, just whatever gets them to click in here, we can just change it to the Earth as soon as they get here.
DJ,
question about
DJ.
refraction, for example. Are you able to make a curved surface appear to be flat with refraction?
It's too advanced for them.
Demonstrate that. Something like that.
I think most of the people in this server, they don't know anything about that. The only time they bring that up is if they Google it on the spot. Otherwise, they'll see that, they'll be confused. They don't know what refraction is until they Google it mid-conversation, in this server. You know what I mean? It's a little bit...
Definitely, that's a question for someone who is already having an idea about flat Earth and the debate and refraction and horizon. It's not.
I think we're going to go. Yeah, just something that's going to get him to click it. Right? India faked the moon landings. I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a good.
Let's see if I can find a India flag emoji to add to the title.
Hey,
What's up?
Hello?
fine, man, fine. I have a question.
Welcome. Yes, go ahead.
You have mentioned that, according to law of thermodynamics, second law of thermodynamics, the pressure of air is contained to Earth and it is not going to space. And, because of the flat Earth and because Earth is entirely universe, okay? There is nothing outer space sort of thing. What I'm saying, you are right. The second law of thermodynamics says that balance is important, okay? But the air pressure that is created on the, on the Earth, the atmosphere that is not going anywhere in the space because of the gravity.
Yeah, that's the excuse, isn't it? Right? But that's something that we would ask for a demonstration of. Like, if we have a container of air and we sit it on a scale, we sit it on a weight scale, and then we take off the lid, right? And when I'm saying a container of air, I mean pressurized above atmospheric pressure. Right, say 20 psi, anything above atmospheric pressure. Okay, what happens as soon as I take off the lid, it's going to equalize, right? It's not going to maintain that pressure.
Yeah.
So no gravity is holding any of that that extra air inside the container. So gravity can't hold a single molecule of gas down. because gas moves because of kinetic energy, and it moves at random in all directions. And this is clearly stated in the definition of gas particle movement. So if someone wants to claim that gravity is pulling air down to the Earth, that would mean that gas particles would have to have a downward bias or a downward vector specifically, not the current understanding where gas particles move at random in all directions, right? They don't have if there's a gas particle that's going up, right, up on an angle, it doesn't take a parabolic arc and get pulled back down to the Earth via gravity. A gas particle will just continue moving in a straight line indefinitely, right? Unless it collides with the wall of the container or if it collides with another gas particle. So gravity doesn't seem to affect gas, which is interesting. So that kind of goes against the excuse that gravity is stopping the gas from filling the available space of space, you know.
Okay. One more question.
Sure.
If somebody, you know, is standing at a distance, let's see, if we point a flag, if we mount a flag on a plain area, and we go 1 or 2 kilometer behind, 1 or 2 kilometer away from that flag, that means if Earth is flat, we can see that flag. If Earth is flat, then we can see that flag because, you know, it is flat. You can see there is no obstruction between your eyes and
Great. I
the
like
flag.
it. I like where your mind is at. Yep, keep going.
But you can't. You always see when you go away from the flag becomes short. The flag after some time you can't see the flag. Why? The question is, if Earth is not the flat Earth, then you can see.
That's a great argument, and I think that would actually be great evidence for a globe. So let's go over that in detail, right? Because that's my favorite question that you've asked. Just 1 second. I'm just starting an event, so I'll be 30 seconds, and then we can go over that question. Okay. So
No problem. Take your time, man.
Yeah. I won't be long. I'm almost done. So.
I couldn't hear the question very well, so I just took some
I can
words.
repeat
it. Is the question about how we are not able to see indefinitely on a flat surface?
No. He's saying that if you go a certain distance away, things will start to become hidden behind the curvature of the Earth at a certain distance, depending on the height of the observer.
Okay.
So now you can see why I like the question so much. Okay, almost done. All right. Because I'm gonna show you some observations, and we're gonna put that to the test.
Yep.
All right, event has started. Well, it will start in 10 minutes. Okay, all right, so depending on the height of the observer, we could look out, let's use the ocean as an example, or any large body of water, right? So if I'm standing at the ocean or a giant lake, and I'm, say, 6 foot tall, there should be a certain distance where the horizon would be. Do you agree? Based if the Earth was a globe. Okay, so that distance would be approximately 3 miles away.
Yeah.
And then just say something started to travel, like a canoe or a kayak, right? It started to travel out from where you're standing, and once it gets to 3 miles, it should start to become obstructed as it goes beyond 3 miles behind the curvature of the Earth. Right?
Right.
Okay. All right. So what happens, right? And this is why we're flat earthers, because we've gone out and tested that. Okay, so that's the best way to test if the Earth is a globe or if the Earth is flat. Okay, so let's go over just one observation quickly now, so I can show you what I'm talking about. So this guy is named Dr. John Dee, right? He's a PhD in optics, very, very smart guy. and he lives in England, in the UK. And in this observation, it's all recorded on video in high definition, every detail, right? But I'm just showing you some small sections out of the video, just so I can explain it. Okay, so here's a clip that I just posted in the side chat. Can you see that?
Yeah, I'm watching.
Okay, so he's set his camera up at the shoreline, just 3.5 feet in height above the water. Okay, so if you go on to Google or any search engine and you type in Earth curvature calculator, you can get calculators that will tell you basically how far away the horizon should be, depending on the height that you're observing from. Okay, so just take my word for it at the moment. You can double check this stuff yourself after, so just let me explain it. Okay, so here is a screenshot from the Earth curvature calculator, or one of the Earth curvature calculators, right? So it asks you to put in the eyesight level, okay, so 3.5 foot, and then under that you'll see distance to the horizon, right? It should be 2.29 miles away. Okay, so that's where the horizon should be. Okay, so in the observation that you can see above that, so you can see that you can see some windmills out into the ocean, right? It's a windmill farm out in the ocean. Okay, so the distance to the windmills, right? The one on the left is 8 miles, and the one on the far right is 11.2 miles away. Okay, so we can put in the target distance, right? It's a distance to object, it says in the Earth curvature calculator. You can see there, right? So I put 11.2 in, because that's the distance to the farthest windmill. Now, it says down at the bottom, the obscured object part, right? That means that the horizon should be at 2.29 miles, and the bottom 52 feet of the windmill should be hidden behind that horizon. And also, you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the 2.3 mile horizon. Okay, so in this observation, we see there is absolutely not a horizon at 2.3 miles, right? We can see the whole wind towers popping out of the water and meeting with the surface of the water. And then we can also see a boat and more water beyond the wind farms, right? The windmills. Okay, so this is a great example of how we can see like way further than you should be able to see if the Earth were a globe, right? Those characteristics that should be present, that you were talking about with your question, right? They're not present when we go out and test in reality. So there are thousands of these tests that are being done by flat earthers and globe earthers, and none of them find the geometry that should be there if the Earth's a globe. So yeah, let me know if you have questions.
But I have read out an experiment that on a river, on a long plain river, there was a flag was mounted, and he was the person who was experimenting. He was debating with another person who believed that Earth is a sphere. Then they go for the experiment that they placed a flag on the
gotcha.
On the.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about, right? That's National Geographic.
Yeah.
So that's another one that. Okay, so I think I have a screenshot here that I took recently from that experiment, right? So once again, we have a big problem with that experiment as well, because you can see the water far beyond the flag, even though it looks like the bottom of the flag is missing, right? That's just an optical effect, right? Because notice in the observation that I posted, the water is completely flat, right? There's no waves. Right, but in the one that you're talking about, they put the camera down really close to the surface of the water, like 1 foot, like 30 centimeters off the surface of the water. And they have waves on that lake that they were doing it over. Okay, so you can have waves have blocked the bottom of the flag, but we can actually see the water far beyond the flag. I'll find a screenshot. I'm scrolling through my images here somewhere. So if you have a close look at it, right, you'll see the water continues going after the flag, right? You shouldn't be able to see any water. If that's the horizon, all of the water behind the horizon line should be hidden. So yeah, we've like that one isn't a good evidence of the globe, right? Because we can see the water beyond the flag, a long way beyond the flag. I will find this screenshot any moment now. But yeah, you can check in the video as well if you want, right? You'll see the water just continues on beyond the flag. We also have a lot of miraging effects taking place on that particular day. Oh, here it is. All right, so here you go, right? So you can see the bottom line of the flag's missing, but we can see the water beyond the flag. Right, so the horizon should be the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet, right? And you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon line if the Earth's a globe. Let me give you an example. A diagram showing what I'm talking about. Okay, here it is. So this is how it works on a globe. Okay, so you would draw a tangent line from your optic, right, your eyes or your camera, right, and that will intersect at a certain distance where it meets the globe, right? Anything beyond that should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, right? So you shouldn't be able to see any water, right, because it's water level. So anything beyond that horizon you shouldn't be able to see the water, basically. So it's an optical effect that's taking place, not curvature of the Earth. Does that make sense?
If in this image, if a person, put his, what he is holding in her, let's assume he is holding telescope in the front of his eye, and he is seeing the downward to the sea. If he used to see, in the straight line in a horizontal way, then it should means that it should be, we can see infinitely by that telescope, because there is a limit for human eye, but there is no limit for the telescope.
Well, no, all telescopes have a limit as well. But you know what the biggest limit is? It's actually the air. The biggest limit is the air, right? It's opaque over distance, right? So if you go online right now on Google and you check what is the visibility rating where you live, you'll find it's not very far, right? It might be 10 kilometers or 20 kilometers. So that's because the air has pollution and dust and all the gas molecules and all sorts of things make up the air. Fog, it can be. So all sorts of different things will make the air opaque, right? It has a certain opacity over distance. Same with water as well, right? We can't see forever through a medium because they become opaque over distance. So it doesn't matter how good your telescope is, you can't see through forever. Think about this, right? You go just 200 meters down into the ocean, it's pitch black. Even if the sun is above your head at midday, right? You just go 200 meters deep and the sun, you can't see the sun, you don't see any light from the sun. It's just completely black, right? Because the light becomes absorbed by the water. So the same thing happens in the air as well. That's why we can't see forever.
Okay, so if Earth is flat,
it is. Do you have any questions?
Yeah. If Earth is flat and there is, sun giving their light to the Earth, like a halogen placed at the top of the Earth, and it is flat, then let assume that it is at the slightly tilted. So it will lit whole the Earth, not the single part of the Earth, because sun is so huge.
Well, that's what they tell. In the globe model, the sun is huge, right? In the globe model, the sun is giant, and it's 93 million miles away, right? That's in the globe model. We don't claim the sun is that distance away, and we don't say the sun is that giant. Now, if, like I said before, if we go just 200 meters deep into the water, it's completely black, right? The sun cannot push forever through a medium. Okay, so the air is also a medium, right? So the water absorbs light, the air also absorbs light. So as the sun moves away from you and those sun rays push through the air, they slowly become absorbed, right? That's why when you see the sun move away, it slowly gets darker because that light is slowly unable to make its way back to your eyes.
Okay.
Yeah, so a lot of these things you'll find can be explained just fine on a flat Earth or on a globe Earth, like that particular thing that you just spoke about then.
Okay.
But what you need on a globe, is that curvature, right?
Yeah.
So when we go out and we do these observations, we can't find any curvature. Even if we go to a 20-mile lake, there should be 300 feet or 270 feet of curvature over that 20 miles. But we can shoot a camera or a laser all the way across that lake, across the surface of the water, and see the target. See the shoreline on the other side, or hit the target with the laser. There's zero curvature when there should be 270 feet of curvature. 270 feet? That's like a skyscraper building.
One more question.
Okay.
Can I ask?
Yes.
During the lunar eclipse, when Earth goes between the sun and moon, then the shadow which cast on the moon is always, circular. Why?
Well, the explanation from the globe side is what you just said, right? The Earth moves between the sun and the moon. But that's a claim that requires a globe Earth, right? That's a claim that requires the Earth to be a globe. And that's
the shadow that falls on the moon is sphere.
You have to prove that the Earth is a globe first for that to happen. But you know what? We have some problems with those eclipses, right? So the shadow that we see on the moon, right? It's upside down, right? And instead of coming from the bottom upward, it comes from the top of the moon downward, and the shadow is upside down, right? It's concave instead of convex. So that doesn't make sense. And then sometimes during these eclipses, we can see the sun and the moon both above the horizon during the eclipse, right? So if it's supposed to be lined up to cause this shadow, how come we can sometimes see the sun and the moon both above the horizon while the eclipse is happening, right? There's a lot of things that don't make sense with that explanation. Firstly, we have flat water that we've measured here on the Earth, right? That disproves that the Earth can be a globe. Then we have the problems like I just mentioned, the shadow's upside down during the eclipse, and then the sun and the moon can be visible sometimes above the horizon during the eclipse. So it can't possibly be the globe explanation. But what's happening? I don't know. We can't confirm exactly how that works.
One more question.
Sure.
There is a North Star in the sky. Okay. So if we move from north to south, the North Star getting downward, and if you go to south, then it will, little bit upper from the horizon, not at the, at the top of the north. Look, if you are on the northern hemisphere, then the North Star is on, on the directly upward to your head. But if you go to south, then it go to close to the horizon, not close, but getting downward.
Right. Gotcha.
So why this happens?
Because of perspective. Let me find you. Perspective. You know how things. Yeah. Let me. So everything. Let me just find some diagrams quickly. Just it'll make it easier to explain it if you can look at the diagrams. All right, so have a look in the side chat.
Yeah.
Okay, so everything in the distance, right, looks like it's going downwards if it's above your center frame, right? If it's above the horizon. So everything in the sky looks like it's going down, and everything on the ground looks like it's going up. Right? You can see the diagrams we've put, right? That's because of perspective convergence. It's the way our eyes see things. Okay, so see how the clouds look like they're going down. But in reality, those clouds aren't actually going down. That's just a byproduct of perspective, right? The way that we see things. Okay, so it's the same thing with the stars, right? Say you could go into the distance where those clouds are, right? Those clouds would be directly above your head. They would look like they're right high up in the sky. And as you back away to where we're seeing the camera take the photograph from, those clouds will slowly dip lower and lower and lower and lower. And eventually they'll meet at the horizon. So it's the same thing that we see with perspective. Anything in the distance looks like it gets lower, and eventually it will converge with the horizon. The stars do the same thing. The sun does the same thing, right? The moon, everything does the same thing. Aeroplanes, clouds, birds, hallway, streetlights.
I think something easy you can do for him is ask him, is the horizon optical or is it physical?
Well, that's not really related to this specific argument.
I understand, but he's trying to say that, the stars are going on the horizon. That means they're going, they're curving around the Earth, right? So, you got to get that idea in his head that...
I think he just wants to know why it appears to drop lower as you move further away from it. Right? Versatile?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it drops further. It appears to drop just because you're moving away from it, and it's because of perspective. Does that make sense?
But, if you go to more long distance, it disappears also. So
yeah, the same thing will happen with anything, right? You have a point of convergence. So if you move too far away from something, you won't be able to see it anymore because it's beyond your field of view.
So you are saying it is a conversion of I? It's not the conversion of, Earth.
Well, you've been told on the globe, right, that it's such a huge distance away and it's really big, and it's hundreds of light years away or something like that. I don't know the exact distance, but it's really far away and it's really, really big, right? What if it's not that? Okay, what if it's much smaller and local, right? Much closer and much smaller.
Okay. So
like here, let me try to find you another example quickly. I don't know if anyone's got a GIF of some streetlights. Here we go. Yeah, perfect. Have a look at this one. Okay, so look, we've got a street and we've got streetlights. Okay, so if you were standing in the distance, right, obviously that streetlight in the distance that looks like it's converging with the horizon, right, that's going to be directly above your head. Right, as you move further away, right, back towards where this picture's been taken, right, that streetlight's going to be above your head and it's going to get lower and lower and lower in the sky. Now, let's say this road was 1,000 miles long, right? As you move further away, obviously you're not going to still be able to see all of the streetlights in the distance, right?
The question is why?
Because of perspective convergence, because of the issues I went over earlier with the opacity of the air and that kind of thing. But in this case, just perspective convergence.
So the perspective is of eyes. The perspective that you are talking about, it is for the eyes, not for the cameras. Cameras can see. Cameras can capture the whole thing in straight.
You're right. So you could zoom in down a hallway or down this street, and you could probably see a bit further, right? You could open up that perspective convergence point, right? But all optics still do have convergence, right? They still go by the rules of any optical device, right? It's still going to have point of convergence, right? You could zoom in further, but eventually, right? Eventually, we spoke about how the air is opaque. Okay, so eventually you're not going to be able to see because you can't see forever through the medium of the air. Okay, if I check my visibility rating right here where I'm at right now, it looks like a nice clear day, but it would be about 15 kilometers, my maximum visibility range. Okay, so you can pull out another telescope and look further, but eventually you're not going to be able to see any further because of the clarity of the air, essentially.
Okay. Okay. So when they used to, send the satellites to the outer space, so where does they, send the satellites, like GPS satellites, where they send?
Just a second. You there, Sheepdog?
Yeah.
I'm just seeing if Sheepdog's here. Tactical?
Did you call on me?
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah. This guy, he's asking about satellites, but I have to go do something quickly. So is one of you guys able to take over?
I'm here for a short second.
Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. So, cheers.
I'll run background in a minute. Go ahead.
Awesome. Awesome. So he's just asking, like, where do the satellites go? If they send up a GPS satellite or something like that, where's it go?
I got a video for you. Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum. Back in the day, Google was going to start a project, and they ended up canceling the project. And I'm going to show you a video they did to describe their project.
Anybody of you speaking, because I can't listen?
Yeah, bro. Satellites are not what they say they tell us they are. They say that, oh, they shoot the satellites up there. They're orbiting around the Earth because of gravity. And according to that, orbiting at 28,000 miles per hour. Right? First of all, we can see SpaceX in the sky, right?
Yeah.
That thing ain't going 20,000 miles per hour. Realize how fast that is. So it's like, if you've ever shot a bullet before, you know that a bullet is like not even close to that. And you flip. So how are we expected to see this thing that's 28 hours?
Your connection or your voice is breaking.
Yeah, you're roboting, Neil.
My bad. I went through a tunnel. Am I back?
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay. Yeah, so they say that these satellites are going 28,000 miles per hour. But when we look up in the sky and we see Starlink going by, like I have before, you can just see it traveling through the sky, like looks like an airplane or something is traveling, right? So that story that it's going 28,000 miles per hour is cap.
Yeah.
So, okay, since I'm not finding the video fast enough, Google had a project where they were going to put balloons up, and they were going to use these balloons to give everybody internet. And in order to change the direction of their balloons, all they would do is change the altitude of the balloons and allow the jet streams to push the balloons where they need to go. They've already forecasted and plotted jet streams and already know ahead of time where it's all supposed to go. And the short second I said I would be here for is up.
That Musox or whatever has not been acting right for me either. I don't know if that's you're having problems with it too.
So let me ask Versatile this: if something's going 28,000 miles per hour in the air, should you be able to see that with your naked eye?
No.
All right,
We
then you know the story of the satellites are fake, but yes, there is something that it's in the sky, right?
Okay. So, you know, or origin space.
Can I run something by you real quick, Versatile? We're not denying satellites in the sky, right? Like satellites are like relay stations, but 99% of telecommunications happens on Earth with towers and underground sea cables. They don't even use satellites for 99% of the telecommunications. For those telecommunications, huh?
Starlink using that.
Starlink uses that, but you also got to look at what Starlink is doing. Starlink looks like it's all strung together with string or rope or chains in the sky, right? And it looks like it's all going really, really slow across the sky. And based on the size of Starlink, if it was at the distance that they say it's at, you wouldn't be able to see it. That distance is way too far for you to even perceive that type of light source.
Okay, but the private space company are now starting, private space tourism. They like Blue Origin, SpaceX. They are.
How high do you think they went? How high do you think they went?
They are going 200 kilometers above the carbon line.
Blue Origin went 200 kilometers?
100 kilometers, 100.
They didn't even go 100 kilometers.
No, it went about 62 miles, which is probably about 100 kilometers.
It went 62 miles. From what I remember reading, it only went like 48 miles. It didn't even go all the way up. But regardless, 62 miles is not something unheard of. It's just a rare location where very, very, very few people with the financial means to do it can go.
So, but they have seen that Earth is round.
Gotta have permission to go a certain height.
Earth is a sphere. At a certain height, they are watching that. They had seen what I want to say.
Well, look, let's put it this way. There's an astronaut named Wally Funk who went up on the Blue Origin, right? After she did an interview with Fox News, right? And she said she was disappointed that she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth because they didn't go high enough. I can post that article where she has the interview if you want. And then we also have Neil deGrasse Tyson. Do you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is?
No. But
he's the black astrophysicist guy. He's on all the TV shows, right? He's on all the documentaries and hosting all the debates, right? He's a PhD astrophysicist. He's one of the most famous ones in the world. His name's Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he did a bunch of interviews, and he said that he did the calculations, and you wouldn't even be able to see the curvature from 300,000 feet, right? That's the height of the Virgin Galactic. Right, so the same thing, right? Another one of those space flights, alleged space flights. He said you wouldn't even see curvature from that height. And same with the astronaut said that they didn't see it either. So
what I'm saying,
I only have a short time, and I'm getting off again, and I need to get this out. There was also a college that shot their own private rockets up twice, right? Not at the same time. They got funds, they built the rocket, they launched the rocket up because they wanted to be the first private, non-government funded group to put a rocket into space. Okay, and so what they ended up doing was shooting a rocket up 72 miles, which is higher than what Blue Origin is doing. And the videos that they had on top of their rockets was also showing the Earth is flat at 72 miles.
Yeah, we're not denying the distance of 62 miles. Like, people can go to 62 miles. They could probably even go to 100 miles. I don't know what the distance is or what the cap is that they could to reach the maximum altitude. But in order for a satellite to do a complete orbit around the Earth, you would have to first prove the Earth's curvature, because that's what satellites are supposed to be doing, right? Supposedly, they measured the curvature of the Earth, they found the size of the Earth, and then what they did was they created an equidistant circle around the Earth to maintain that radius value, so that way they could put satellites into orbit. So they knew the circumference of the Earth, supposedly, and they're putting satellites into space. Now, if they're lying or they're not being truthful in the sense that they're saying, oh, well, the Earth is flat, they're still putting satellites up there. They're just not doing what they're telling you they're doing.
Yeah. We have flying machines in the sky all the time. Flying machines are not difficult for us to create. The thing is that you're now believing a story that goes against your senses.
All a satellite is a repeater. You could make an airplane a repeater. Anything with an antenna is a repeater.
But in future, Blue Origin will go to the space station. But as the technology improves, the tourists will also go in the space station. Then they
We
can
look forward
watch
to it.
from there.
We look forward to it. It's you probably will, if you watch the live feeds whenever they do launches, you got more flat earthers watching it than people who believe in the globe, because we're waiting for their little screw ups to happen to show us that they're not being completely forthcoming with their information.
Did he ask about the International Space Station?
Not quite yet, but I'm sure we can go there now since we talked about satellites and Blue Origin.
Yeah, I've asked. In the future, the people will go in the as the technology improves, the private people also go to the international space station for the for the tourism purpose.
Right,
As the
but
technology improves.
you could say that all you want, right? But I mean, that's appealing to the future. So maybe one day in the future, maybe one day in the future, then you'll know the Earth's a globe. But how does that counteract the measurements that I showed you here on the Earth, right? The long distance observations and laser tests prove that the Earth isn't a globe. So you can believe that one day in the future they're going to go up and see the curvature of the Earth, but we've already tested the Earth and it's not curving. So I mean, you know what they say? They actually say that the height of the International Space Station isn't even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. You would only see 3% of the surface of the Earth from that height. Right? That means that there's only a 0.6 degree curvature to the horizon line from that height. Like, you wouldn't even notice that. So
maybe he doesn't know also that they tried in the past. That's what he thinks he will do in the future. They tried in 50s and they could not go anywhere.
Okay, but why are they telling lies to all the all the innocent peoples?
That would I also not to know. I don't know. That would be great to know, huh?
Yeah,
yeah.
But that is the question.
So you need to ask, right? Like, you would need to ask, if you prove someone's lying, then you need to ask them why they're lying, right? We can't tell you why somebody else would lie, but we can prove that they are lying by showing you that the Earth is not a globe. Or maybe most people aren't actually lying.
They just believe what they're doing is the right thing.
Yeah,
but let me ask you a question. Let me ask him a question real quick. What lie would be a good enough reason for you to believe that they're lying to you?
if somebody gives me,
what reason would be good enough for?
it's if I observe, if I see it's the perfect scenario, if I don't see, with my eyes, that it's sort of mathematical proof, maybe. But I don't know.
No, I mean, did you hear what I said? If they are lying to you, what excuse can I give you, or what excuse would be sufficient for you to understand that they're lying to you?
It's like they are not accepting it after, they get to. I don't know, really. I don't know. It's like, you get to know that
if I lied to you, if I lied to you about anything, right? If I lied to you and then you accepted that lie as a truth and then later found out that it was a lie, what explanation would you accept from anyone else about why I would lie?
For the, for the profit of you, might be.
Might be.
Maybe he only hates you.
Yeah, that might be the reason.
Maybe it's million reasons there.
It has a lot of variables.
But for example, let's put it like this: if I have a video of the woman cheating you, you will ask, why would she cheat me? Because she is so honest, or you will look into that video.
She might have the reason, because she haven't
she has a reason for sure. That means she didn't cheat you.
She cheated, but if I get to know the reason, then it is better for the mental peace.
Of course, everybody wants to know that. But if you have evidence that she is cheating you, do you want to know the motivation?
No.
You know that she's cheating you. That's it. Doesn't matter because of love, money, car, or whatever. It's the same with the Earth. If Earth is curving and we show that it's not curving, that means somebody's lying or whatever. However you want to call it. But truth is outside.
One space agency can lie. Two space agency can lie. Three space agency can lie. But all the space agency can't lie, no?
Yeah. How many of them there are?
There are 6 are, fully they can launch their rocket itself.
How many countries are?
6.
How many countries are in the world?
There are
How many
countries? Over 200.
That means 6 countries telling the 200 countries what is going on in space.
And then if 6 countries have a space agency, they can launch their rocket own.
No,
they don't have to
Think
depend on
about this as well. 1 second, right? So how many of those countries have ever sent a human being above low Earth orbit?
3.
3 countries. Or maybe.
Maybe 4. Is European Union is also, it's a continent.
Yeah, 1 from European or 2 from European Union, all USA astronauts, some of Chinese, some Indians, they are saying maybe some from Israel, and that's it, Nobody from Peru, nobody from Bolivia, nobody from Croatia, nobody from Belgium, nobody from Afghanistan, nobody, but they still believe in that.
Because they don't have money to do this. That's why.
Okay, but when you see the sphere Earth, do you see sphere Earth on television or you see sphere Earth in reality?
We can't see the sphere because we are very, very small. They give the reason. I don't
we are
know.
very small, and how Earth is big?
How? What?
If we are small, how Earth? What is dimensions of the Earth?
How big is the Earth?
How big is the Earth? I know that we are small, but you need to find out how small we are on that sphere.
Very small. We are like.
Okay, can you type like this? How much I can see with 2 meter height on this sphere? And the Google will give you the answer.
How many?
2 meters height on the beach. On the sea level.
Google.
Yeah, we went over this earlier, Versatile, right? Remember with the horizon and the long distance observation, and we could see too far, right?
Just Google how far is the horizon from 2 meter height?
What I'm here, you are saying and I'm accepting. I don't have the counters. You are saying that there was an experiment,
don't accept it,
and it has been happened.
Don't accept anything. Let's check it.
I don't have any armor.
No, don't accept anything. Let's check it, everything.
Yeah, I have to check it. No, that's why. Firstly, I have to gather out the knowledge.
I will tell you the answer if you don't want to, but it's easy to search. You only type 2 meter height. It's 5 kilometers.
Okay.
The second part is very interesting. People were making observation for lower height, like 30 centimeter. In reality, on the beach. And they see more than 16, 20, 30 kilometers.
But, if you can know that this is the problem, then there are a lot of more people who are studying the science and,
Okay, I will tell you simply. I will tell you simply. With this ball, what you said, we are too small, you cannot have 16 kilometers of flatness on that ball.
We can't see 16 kilometers because of the human eye restriction.
We can. That's the point. We can show you that.
No. Yeah, we can, but the obstruction of atmosphere.
Yeah, but sometimes, right? Sometimes we can see there's longer visibility than 16 kilometers. Right? 16 kilometers might be average visibility for a particular area. But sometimes you can see 40 kilometers or 60 kilometers, right? It's not. Yeah. It depends on the.
That was 16 kilometers for precisely only for the 30 centimeter height. Yeah, with higher you can see even more. Yeah, 100.
Well, just quickly, Sasha, 1 second, right? Because we were having a conversation before you got here. I was explaining how the air is opaque over distance, because he was asking why can't we see huge distances, and I said, in where I'm at, the visibility rating's only 16 kilometers, right? But you could go somewhere else, it might be 50 kilometers, right? It depends on the area that you're in. You go to New York City, it might only be 5 kilometers visibility rating, right? It depends on, how clear the air is in that part of the world.
Yeah, okay, it could be 5 meter visibility, for example, if it's fog.
How long we can see in the sea, because the sea is the cleanest.
No, it's not.
It's not how much we can see. There is no measurable curvature in reality, man.
Well, let me tell you just quickly, the maximum distance under the ideal situation, where you have perfectly clear air, right, is 300 kilometers, 200 miles. That's the absolute maximum in the perfect conditions, right? And that's just a mathematical answer, right? You're never going to find air that clear, but that's the technical answer, right? So the diffraction limit for the human eye through the medium of air is 300 kilometers, 200 miles. So you'll never be able to see further than that through the medium of air. But usually it's much less than that. Usually it's 20 kilometers or 50 kilometers or 25, it depends.
The most valid and undeniable argument against, the flat earth theory is, lunar eclipse.
No, it isn't. No, I told you that earlier, right? You can see the sun and the moon above the horizon during the lunar eclipse sometimes, right? They call it the impossible eclipse, right? The shadow's upside down on the moon, right? It's not a good argument. You have to assume that the Earth's a globe. You have to assume that that you have outer space and you have these balls floating around in space. We already went over the second law of thermodynamics issue, right? It's not a good argument, right? What a good argument would be is showing us the curvature here on the Earth, where people can actually go and reproduce the evidence, right? Actually, like empirical evidence, right? Real world demonstrations. That's the best evidence, right? If you have flat water over 20 miles, that doesn't work on a globe. You cannot have that. It's impossible. It debunks the entire globe model. You can't say anything about eclipses or ISS or Mars or anything like that if you don't have curvature here on the surface. It debunks all of the other arguments. No curvature, no globe.
Okay.
Just quickly, while I've got your attention, right, here's an example of 21 kilometers, zero curvature. Okay, so this person, right, this is a very, very clear location, right? This is Utah. It's a desert, right? It's a very, very dry environment. Okay, so this is 21 miles across the Great Salt Lake in Utah. Okay, he can zoom in across the lake here in this observation, and he can see the shoreline, right? He can see the beach 21 miles away on the other side of the lake. Zero curvature. There should be 293 foot of curvature over this distance.
I got one thing I want to add in.
Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead. Oh, hold on. I just want to see if he wants to respond to that quickly. Versatile, can you see the observation?
Yeah.
This debunks the globe. But once again, this is just a clip out of a full-length video, right? This is done by an engineer and a lawyer, right, going out together doing this test. I can post the full video for you if you want to check it out later.
Yeah, please.
Right. Yeah, I'll put this one and the other one in the side chat that I showed you earlier. And I'm going to go on mute now and pass the mic over to Sheepdog.
Yeah, I'm going to be really quick, but I need you to critically think about this. So I'm going to ask you a quick question, okay? And I just want you to answer honestly. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Flat.
Correct. That's the correct answer. Believe it or not, most people who don't want to comprehend flat Earth, they won't even say flat. Their response will be, but it is curved. They can't even say flat. So I'm just giving you a heads up on that one right there. And that's a sign of indoctrination. When I say if the surface of the Earth is not curving, the surface of the Earth must be what? And then your response, not your response, but the response is, well, the surface of the Earth is curving. That's a sign of indoctrination and cognitive dissonance, where you don't want to comprehend an alternative reality than what you've been taught your entire life. So I just want you to understand that you answered correctly, because it's just a hypothetical. We're not talking about reality at the moment. All right. I'm just trying to lead you down a path of logic and help you understand something. So
I think sorry, Sheepdog.
I'm almost done. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be flat. If the surface of the Earth is flat, whatever is happening in the sky, whether it's lunar eclipses, planetary motion, the sun, daytime, nighttime, seasons, if the surface of the Earth is flat, all of those events that are happening on and above Earth are only happening over a flat Earth. There is no alternative unless you can show me measured curvature. Then we can start talking about a circumference and a radius value.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Why does season happens?
Because the sun is further north. The sun is further north for a few months out of the year, and then the sun is further south for another few months out of the year. The sun moves. We don't move.
Okay. What about gravity? If gravity is attracting everything at the center of the disk.
That's the definition you were told.
Well, he just said disk. We got to correct the disc thing.
because
Well, I mean, yeah, he said.
flat
Well, he also said gravity is attracting everything
To the
So,
center of the
like,
disc.
That's the story you were told, and we're not a disk floating in space.
so what? So how the gravity works?
I don't. I'm not denying when you pick things up, if they're heavier than the medium that they're in, I don't deny that they fall down. I'm not denying that. What I'm denying is the definition that they give for gravity: mass attracting mass, pulling inward towards the center of mass. In order for it to pull inward towards the center of mass, you're going to have to demonstrate curvature.
So how the gravity works for the flat Earth?
It works just like we see it in reality. The medium that the object is in is less dense than the object itself, and then the object falls through the medium that it's in. It's a density medium relationship. So if the medium is more dense, the object will rise. If the medium is less dense, the object will fall. Why that happens, we don't know. Nobody knows.
A balloon filled with helium goes upward, not going downward. But the density of the balloon is high, then it should be goes toward the Earth.
It's not though, because the mass inside the mass of the helium is less dense than the mass of the air.
Okay,
it's just a density medium relationship. Why there's a preferred downward vector for most things, we don't know, and nobody in science can explain that. They call it gravity, and then they just, that's it. They don't give you any more explanation for it. They tell you the Earth's a ball because of gravity, and because of gravity, Earth's a ball, and it's just circular reason. There's no demonstration of curvature. And then as far as gravity goes, you can't put your finger on an object and make it fall twice as fast, or make it fall half as fast, or make it float in its position to demonstrate that you know what gravity is.
Why nobody has seen the corner of the Earth? Then what is at the corner?
Well, who knows where it is? It could be really far away, right? It could be hundreds of thousands of miles away. We don't know. It's a very dangerous thing to go off on an exploration, right?
There will be some explorer, might be. If there is, then a lot of new.
I hope somebody does go and look for it someday and returns and tells us where it is. But I don't need them to go to the wall of the container to tell me that there is a container, because we have gas pressure on Earth, and gas pressure requires containment.
They won't be able to get back anyway.
Yeah, like if I you don't need to tell me that you have parents for me to know that you have parents, right? This is called an axiom. It means you don't need evidence of a prior thing to know that in order for the thing to exist, something occurred. There's a necessary requirement prior to it, right?
Yeah. So in this theory, there is a lot of variables we don't know, and some variables we know. And this theory,
that's how science works.
Yeah.
We don't know everything, so because we don't know everything, we can't really science it, right?
You're right. So I became silent, not because I don't want to answer. I'm just processing everything because my belief was something else, and now I'm processing something new.
Oh yeah, you thought you knew how everything worked because you had a story attached to a belief, but you didn't realize that it was a belief.
Yeah, it is a belief, and some people give that. We have seen a lot of astronauts have seen from the space, Earth is round, and sort of like that. We studies from the
No.
What is no means?
People don't go to space and see the Earth as a ball.
Nobody's ever done that. Even the person who created the blue marble, which is the picture that everybody's really familiar with about Earth from space, it's like, I don't even know, like thousands of satellite composites stitched together over a circle. And then he stretched everything to make it fit over a circle and made it look like a sphere. But it wasn't that way. It was a bunch of flat observations stitched together.
We have seen, we can see the
You've
Venus
never
from
seen
the
it.
Earth.
Yeah, I can see Venus from Earth. You're right. That doesn't tell me that the Earth is a ball. That tells me that Venus is in the sky. That's all that tells me. And Venus moves across the sky.
But if we see that every celestial body that we are watching
looks
is
spherical.
Sphere,
right?
Because Sun is a sphere, Moon is a sphere, Venus is a sphere, Jupiter is a sphere. Every celestial body that you
It
see
looks
is a
like a
sphere.
sphere or a circle, right? It looks like a sphere or a circle because we can't see the other side of it, just like we've never seen the other side of the moon. We've only seen the same side of the moon for all of eternity, right? We've only seen the same side of the sun for all of eternity. We've only seen the same side of Jupiter for all of eternity. These things that we've all seen, we've only always seen the same side of it all the time.
But it does not goes with the Venus. We have seen, but it does not go. But it goes with the moon that we are watching same side for our whole life. But it does not goes with the Venus. We can see different phases of the Venus.
That's fine. That's fine that you see all those things in the sky. But when you look up in the sky, do you see the Earth?
How we are living on the Earth? How can we see?
Right.
Earth in
So
the
why
sky?
would you compare anything in the sky to anything underneath your feet?
It's weird how he said Jupiter, which is a gas ball, is a sphere, because gases don't make the shapes of anything.
What about Mars, Mercury?
So
That's fine.
Mercury is no longer Jupiter, right? So Jupiter is out because that's a big gas ball, you said, but gas balls don't exist in a vacuum. So I don't know what you're looking at, do you?
So when you look up in the sky, you don't see the Earth. So you can't compare anything in the sky to anything underneath your feet. It's like if you walked into your living room and you looked up and you saw all the lights in your living room and you said, "Oh, my floor must also be a ball because the lights in the sky look like balls."
The whole flat Earth story is.
When I look in the sky, I don't see any signs of life. The only signs of life I see anywhere in reality is here on Earth. So that tells me that Earth is a very special place. That's why they're always trying to look for water on other planets, because they need water as a source for life, right? Like one of the 5 natural elements: earth, fire, wind, water. Some say ether. Like those 5 things have to exist, or 4 things have to exist: earth, fire, wind, and water. They have to exist in order for life to exist. That's why they're constantly looking for water on Mars and the moon, because they want to say, look, there could also be life there as well, because nothing in the sky resembles anything
They're not
here on Earth.
actually looking for water. They're just telling you that there's water in places.
No, I know that. That's all they're doing. They're just telling you the story so that way you keep believing the lie. You'll never actually know. You just believe in the story they're telling you, because they'll say, "Oh, scientists today discovered water frozen on the moon." Really? What are their name? What are the names of the scientists? I want to know. I want to have a conversation with them.
Okay.
Because I guarantee you we'll get down to a point where they're like, I'm not allowed to discuss that. I have an NDA. And they're like, oh, okay. So ultimately, man, like you're looking up in the sky and comparing everything in the sky to everything in the ECP, and we're special.
One more argument are given to the flat Earth believers that if Earth is flat, then why the water is not going off the Earth? You know, it should be spilled out.
Space is fake.
What would it fall into if it was falling off the edge? What would be pulling it down?
In this space.
Well, I thought you floated in space. I thought you floated in space.
You are saying that there is upper plane, there is lower plane, and we are at the middle. This is sort of.
So I'll put it to you this way: do you know what a terrarium is?
Terrarium? Can you spell it?
TERRARIUM.
TERRIA.
No, T like Terra. TE. T is in top.
Terrarium. I have
Terrarium.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a plant.
It's an enclosed ecosystem, right? Inside of a jar.
Yeah.
Right. So if you found the edge, that's likely what you would come across is a completely enclosed ecosystem. You probably won't be able to leave that ecosystem.
Okay. But what is outside the ecosystem? Nobody knows.
Why would we? It's gas pressure requires a container, right?
Okay. I think if you know, the space tourism boom in future.
There is no such thing.
That's all right, man. If it happens, it happens, right? But like, I look forward to it, dude. But until then, they're just gonna keep saying 5 more years, 5 more years.
I got a
5 more years, we're going to the moon. 5 more years, we're going to Mars.
The clipping I posted, we have colonies on the moon by 1978. And then, we're not doing the moon stuff anymore. We don't know how to do it anymore. We can't remember.
Yep, and look, these every 5 years or whatever, they just keep pushing it back. They keep claiming they're going to do all these things in space, and they keep kicking the can down the road. Each time they get to the can, they kick it again.
Well, they blow it up, and then they say we need about 5 years of R&D to figure out why we blew it up, and we'll try again.
Yeah, we destroyed the cans. You know, it's going to be a painful process to build them back again.
Yeah, what they do is
on what I mentioned earlier, right? I asked how many, like you were saying, there's different space agencies, and I asked, you know, how many of them have actually sent a human being outside of low Earth orbit? The answer is just one, right? You just have to trust America, trust NASA, right? Because that's the only country that claims to have done it. Versatile?
Yeah, I'm listening to you. I'm just processing everything.
Yeah, you're right, man. You've been super cool to talk to. I appreciate you. Sound like a very honest guy. So, thanks for that. But yeah, you know, like, you should have a look at the documentaries that debunk the moon landings. That's one of the first things that I looked into when I started learning about this topic, right? Look at, you know, they're not even made by flat earthers. They're made by globe earthers and professional photographers and filmmakers and people that say, look, they cannot possibly have done what they said they did, and here's why.
In fact, there was a couple years ago, the head of the Russian space agency currently came out and told the whole world that they don't think the United States ever went to the moon.
Yeah, that's correct. I can't pronounce his name, but yep, he said that.
Okay.
And when India
What
said that they went to the moon, that looked like an 8-bit Nintendo video game.
I'm Indian. I'm Indian by my accent. You can judge. But recently we have done Chandrayaan mission, that is moon mission, in last year. We
Right.
have landed.
Have you seen the footage though?
My country.
Have you seen the footage?
Yeah, they had uploaded the footage.
Yeah, the footage is, I'm going to post the footage in the side chat. They absolutely faked it. Sorry to, break it to you, but most of the footage is obviously just CGI video game, right? But the actual footage they claim is really, really bad, right? It's worse than the American moon landing footage from the 60s. All right, India moon landing footage, right, on YouTube. So I'm going to post the footage. Now, without saying they faked it, have a look at this footage, my friend, and tell me if you think this footage would be difficult to fake if you were going to fake it.
It is not difficult, but
Exactly.
if this is the argument, then everything that you see is fake, because everything can be fake by making a setup.
Well, think about this, right? That's why we encourage people to go out and do their own observations, right? You can never go and check the India footage is real or not. Really, you can't check if it's real because you can't go to the moon. You can't check any of that. You can't check any of that stuff. But everything that we've shown you, right? It's right here on the Earth, right? You can go out and test the Earth. Right, you can do that yourself, right? You can go to those locations where we're showing you the footage, and you can reproduce it. So it's completely different. Right? You don't have to believe it, but we're showing you high definition videos that have been done recently here on the Earth in places where anyone can visit. Right? It's not like some place that's in space or something like that. Right? It's like California, or go to Utah, Salt Lake, or go to any lake, right? You can go and test this yourself. You can do it with a very cheap equipment as well. Just a mirror, 2 mirrors, right? That's all you need. 2 bits of broken glass, and you can disprove the globe. But that's what we're talking about, right? You need to look at what's empirical evidence, right? What's testable and repeatable here on the actual Earth, not believing in footage that can easily be faked. Like the moon landings, for example, or the India moon landing footage, right? All of this, right? The Japan footage, right? It's all laughable footage. Firstly, it looks extremely fake. Secondly, you can't validate it. Thirdly, you can't reproduce it. You can't go and check it. And it goes directly against what we've shown you here, right? We've shown you there's no curvature over a 21-mile body of water. That's impossible on a globe.
If, according to this, if that means we don't have to believe anything. We just, if we want to know anything, just go and do your experiment, then believe that thing. But this take a lot of time. There is one life, and you have to.
Well, you don't have to go and prove anything, but if you want to know something for sure, yeah, it takes time and effort, right? You don't have to know everything, right? But in this particular topic, right, you just need a large body of water, right, and a little bit of time, and you can go and validate this stuff for yourself. But you don't have to believe everything that you see, right? You can say, okay, I've seen that footage, but I can't validate it, right? So it's just a belief. It's not something that you know, right? You don't know that India went to the moon, right? You just believe it because you saw some people tell you that. You can't validate it. The footage looks obviously fake. But at the end of the day... Yeah, go ahead, Sheikh.
I was going to say, So when I saw the videos that flat earthers were presenting, I was like, that's interesting. That doesn't make sense at all. And so then I'm like, let me go see if I can replicate that on my own. And then once I replicated what I saw in the video, then I understood what I was seeing was correct, and that there wasn't any editing involved in anything like that. I can't go to the International Space Station to determine whether or not what they're seeing is actually true. So it could be done, like through TV broadcasting, and you would never know the difference, right? They would just like open up their own little channel and they would create their own little video feed. And then there's actual special effects people out there that literally know how to manipulate effects in real time on television to make things look real. That's why we have reality TV. And that's why there's other things, like if you ever watch a cartoon or a kid's show, things pop up on the TV all the time magically. They just edit it in. And so we know these things can happen. And the problem is we can't verify whether or not what they're telling us is actually true. And what reality shows us is what we're actually seeing here on Earth is to be more true than what they're showing us in space. It could just be a TV show that you're watching.
I just posted an astronaut playing with a stuffed animal that just teleports right to the ISS. Poof, teleports right in. It grabs it and plays around with it while it's holding a globe. A helium-filled globe so that it kind of wants to fall. A helium-filled beach ball.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. But yeah, one more example, one more question. China and USA are the rival nation. But if somebody else
Rivals
is
for
telling a
what?
lie, then rivals for or dominance.
Of what?
Do they trade? Do they trade with each other?
Yeah, I got one of our well, two of our buildings are in China out of 27. So yeah, China, what are they? They're not in competition with me, that's for sure. I posted a picture of them on the ISS with their glass of water that just sits on the table.
Yeah, like when you say all these countries are in competition with each other, but yet they somehow manage to like actually trade with each other and have communications with each other, I wouldn't call that rivalry.
Because they trade because the profit comes between, they trade only for the profits. If there is no profit, they don't trade. But it does not go for the, it does not same goes for the theories. If they see anything is lie, they can defame USA that they are telling lie.
Who's going to believe China?
The China footage is even worse than the USA footage. Why would they say USA faked it? Then people that look at their footage and say, hey, your footage is even worse.
I could show you a video of the Chinese astronauts floating around inside of their little space station, but like there's fruit and a cup of water sitting on the table, and the water is level and flat, not floating around.
Yeah, I posted it for them.
A lot of these countries, reputation is very important, right? They want to be, right? That's maybe why America faked the moon missions. Part of the reason, right? Because they want to be seen as the superpower, right? We went to space. We did what no one else could do. Look at us, right? And China's like, oh, we want to be like, seen as these heroes like America. We're also a spacefaring country. We can do it too. Look at us. We're also great, like America.
So if just shooting, making a set and start shooting, then every country can do this. Why they are not doing that?
Other countries are doing it. You've got Japan, you've got Israel, you've got South Korea, you've got European Space Agency. You've got all these countries. Russia putting out this ridiculous fake footage.
There are 200 countries. Why Afghanistan is not doing now? Why Peru is not doing? Why?
Because they get sand in the motors, so they can't work on them in the desert.
So why Saudi Arabia is not doing?
Because they get sand in the motors, they can't work on them in the desert.
Yeah, maybe I don't know, maybe they don't want to be bullshit artists when it comes to space. Maybe it's risk versus reward isn't
big enough. Do you know how clean your work area has to be in order to manufacture things that precise? You can't live in the middle of a desert and put a building with air filters on it. You're still going to get dust in your building. So we have positive airflow in our buildings, which keeps everything out.
Well, there is the Saudi Space Agency, the SSA.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there you go.
ASS backwards.
The ass. But yeah, like NASA as well, like, they're getting like, who's funding NASA, right? The taxpayers are funding NASA, right? Like $80 million a day, every day, $80 million in taxpayer money for what, right? When they interviewed NASA and they said, how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon? Right? NASA replied that, we'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology. And it would be a painful process to build it back.
Now they are saying that they will go in 2030.
They've been saying that every 5 years since they said they went, and they keep pushing it back, right? You can find news articles and speeches of them saying, we're going to be going back to the moon. And then they never go back, right? In 5 years, they'll say, they'll make up some excuse and they'll kick the can down the road again, right? They've been doing that for 50 years.
But if they are shooting, then they can do next moon mission in 2 hours, after 2 hours of shooting. They are not doing that because they haven't done that, might be. Because shooting,
there is no space. We went over the whole space vacuum thing, right? That was the first thing that we talked about. There is no outer space to go to.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
What I'm saying. I'm saying.
If you were in the International Space Station and there was a hole poked into the space station, what do you think would happen to the International Space Station?
Experimentation, and experimentation. Nothing else. I don't know. Experiment.
Wow.
What I know with my.
Holy crap!
Does plant survive in the space and like this type of?
Well, based off of with gas pressure, and like you have to have like a certain psi in order to breathe, right? So there's going to be a certain pressure inside the ISS. And then there's a near zero pressure outside of the ISS. What do you think is going to happen to the ISS if there's a hole poked into it?
It will burst, but it's like same putting gas in a cylindrical chamber. It does not burst because it is strong enough.
You said Earth isn't strong enough?
Yeah, because
they're not. Well, I agree the ISS is on Earth, but you think the ISS is in outer space. So if you're in outer space and some meteor comes by and knocks a hole inside the space station where you live, what do you think is going to happen to the space station?
You are saying that outer pressure is 0 psi and inside pressure is 50 psi, and what will happen?
It's near 0 psi, being that it's like what 9 decimal places over.
It's 10 to -6, I think. Tor.
It will burst. It will burst. You know, ISS
will burst,
will
yeah.
burst.
Negative
Because that's an
17
extreme
Tor,
pressure difference, right?
negative 17 Tor, not -6 for outer space.
No, that's deep space.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
I think ISS height's like -6. Still crazy though. Crazy high.
the only reason they say that is because that's what they can actually test to.
True.
Be accurate with their tests. Because we can read easily to -22 at work, but that's not consistent.
So there was an incident that happened. Keep forgetting her name. Versatile. There was an incident that happened where they were in ISS, and something knocked a hole inside the wall of the ISS, and the ISS was no longer completely contained. And they say they went out and fixed it with duct tape.
So,
cloth with glue on it.
Yeah, you're right. So you don't think if they have to lie, then they can make, any good reasons? They are
maybe they're paid actors.
That means
maybe they're paid actors, and that's what they're paid to do, is to act.
That's their job. Get paid to make those videos. Everybody loves videos, don't they? Isn't that the new rage, making videos?
You guys had reshaped my mind, but I will do my research. I'm not, in oppose of you, but for the sake of
That's
knowledge,
fine.
I will do my research.
Hey, we appreciate you listening, and then if you go and do some research, that's cool.
Yeah, if I get
we
to know
have
any
this
argument,
channel.
I will.
We have this channel here, right? This is just a branch of our home server. So we actually have a home server, and then these channels like the English Hub, they invite us to come and make a channel in their server. But we have a home server, right? It's a very big server. And if you have any questions, or if you want to look up a particular topic like gravity or something like that, we have terabytes worth of information in channels in the server, right? A to Z. So if you want to join our home server, you're more than welcome to join our home server. And if you have something that you want to look up, NASA or gravity or something like that, right? There's a whole channels with tons of videos and resources and things like that. So you can, if you want to join it, you can just click on my profile. Click on my profile, and there's a link. There's a link that will take you straight to the home server, and then I can give you the verification role, so you can access the server.
Yeah, I've joined.
All right. I'll go there now, and I'll just give you the voice verified role.
So go to the server. It has written.
Yeah, so if you go to the home server, right, and you scroll down the channels, there's a place called additional information, and you'll see everything there, like beginner, Antarctica, astronauts, celestial navigation, all sorts of different things, right? So all of this information's censored on places like YouTube and Google. So this is a good place to find that information that's very difficult to find.
So if I join any, just like VC check in one, there is one VC.
Oh no, no. There's more than that. I just need to give you the verified role, and then you'll be able to see the rest of the server. So, what's your username again? What's your username?
Versatile.
Oh, Versatile. Oh yeah, I see you. Okay. All right. So
he's not in this room anymore.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'll tell him to go back. I just verify. He's already into it. Probably already into the additional information.
Hey, man! I have joined your server and accidentally I have clicked the VC and like, gone into it.
Yeah, that's fine. I gave you the voice verified role, so you should be able to see all of the additional information channels and everything. Sometimes we host events in there, and there's a lobby where you can chat and that kind of thing. So,
If I have to ask a question, any question regarding to flat Earth theory, yeah, any arguments to verify it. So where can I ask?
Well, you can ask in the lobby in the home server, or there's always someone here as well in this server. So check here first, I guess. Or I can send you a friend request. You can always just shoot me a DM and ask questions as well.
Yeah, it's my pleasure, man.
All right, I said add friend. So yeah, so you can always message me if you want a video on a certain topic, or if you have a question or anything. But yeah, there's always someone here if you want to come and talk.
Yeah. Thanks. By the way, what you do, guys, for the survival, for in professional life, are you scientists, sort of, or something else?
No, not really. I've been studying this topic for 8 years, though, so I'm pretty well versed in the particular arguments that go along with it. But yeah, I'm an entrepreneur. I run online businesses, right? I work remotely. I used to do a lot of product photography and computer animation in the past, but yeah, now I just run my online businesses and do a bit of traveling and stuff like that. So,
me, I was in the infantry for 3 years. I was a paramedic for 14 years. Worked in the emergency room for 8 of those years. Worked in the oil field for 6 years, doing building mud for the drilling fluids, and now I do sales.
And the guy that was in here just before. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's impressive. Good to know that, actually. Sheepdog, I didn't know that. But yeah, we got people with all sorts of different backgrounds. But this is one of those topics. I mean, a lot of these things you can teach yourself, right? You don't need to go to university in this day and age. We have the internet. People can be autodidactic, which means self-taught. So you can. We have debates with scientists, with PhDs, physicists, satellite engineers, pilots, all sorts of people come through, right? They don't do any better in these debates. So yeah, you find a lot of people in here that are specialists in certain topics. We've also got engineers, we've got people with PhDs, all sorts of different backgrounds, right? It varies.
You'll get a PhD that'll come in to debate us, and they'll be like a mathematician, or some might even be like a geophysicist or something like that. But when you get down to the crux of the conversation and you start asking them questions, they're like, well, that's not my particular field. And so there's always an out for them, that they're not specialized enough to be able to answer that specific question or something like that. So that's one thing about PhDs you'll notice. They're all very hyper specialized, where they don't have a broad range of knowledge. They have a broad range of education, but then they're specifically focused in like a hyper specific topic, and then they assume everything else around them in that hyper specific topic.
Okay. So nice to talk to you all. Thanks for your suggestions and advices.
Yeah, you too, bro.
Sharing the knowledge. Okay, if I get to know anything in an argument or anything in the favor, I will I will tell you. I will ask you. Thanks for your time.
Awesome.
Man.
Yeah, thank you. All right, you too, man. Catch you later. Oh, what a cool guy.
Oh, no, for sure, man. And like, I appreciate what he had to ask, even though everybody always asks those questions. He was from a learning point of view, where he was he was willing to listen to what we had to say instead of waiting to respond.
Exactly.
But yeah, no, I 6 years in the oil field, and I mean, I did drilling fluids, and I know like a little bit about drilling operations. I know when they drill the lateral, it runs parallel to something.
I've been in meetings all morning. Did I miss anything great?
He missed a guy that was willing to listen.
Yeah, we've been talking with an Indian guy for hours, and he was super cool. Definitely rocked his world a little bit.
I think we did give him some new eyes. That way he can like kind of abstract other kinds of questions from what he's concerned. Wait, is that really what's going on?
I sometimes wonder if unlocking India and China with flat Earth is kind of going to be the future, the long-term strategy here.
I think Russia too, but Russians are very proud of their language and they tend to speak mostly Russian. So that language barrier is hard to communicate to see where they stand at. We don't have enough people teaching Russian.
Flat Earth is blowing up in so many countries, right? Like, that you just would never even know. Like, in Poland, Flat Earth is blowing up like crazy, but no one would even know that. But when my wife knows, I mean, because I live in Poland, my wife's Polish, she tells me, like, it's blowing up here. Like, if you see, like, an influencer, like, just say you've got, like, a truther influencer that's, like, exposing other things that need to be exposed, and then they make a video or a post that's teasing flat earthers, they get hammered by the Polish people. And she said it never used to be like that, right? Now it's like the comments are filled with flat earthers, right? Calling out the so-called, like, the truth seeker for teasing flat earth. They're like, hey, Earth's flat, idiot. Like, so it's blowing up here. It's blowing up in a ton of places.
Well, that's interesting. I thought she lived in Australia.
What's that?
So I didn't know that's where you lived in the world. I don't want to dive too much on it. It's interesting that you live where you live. Nice to meet people from different locations, you know, like conspiracy guru, conspiracy music guru. He's in Spain.
Yeah, bro. Yep. Good place to be. Spain's cool.
Yeah.
I'm hoping there are other pockets of flat earthers like us out there. You know, not like David Weiss tier flat earthers. I mean, like 24/7 plus.
Oh, I'm sure there is. I'm sure there's a lot more David Weiss earthers, because he's the one getting out there, going on all the podcasts, CNN, and yeah, man.
No, I don't agree with everything that he says and does and everything, but I appreciate the work that he puts into it. And I mean, he's done some great, like, home scaled down experiments that are just unforgettable. Like,
you know, there's big, like, platforms that don't censor flat Earth. Like, there's no reason that this conversation right now couldn't be streaming on TikTok if someone set it up.
Well, you have to have so many followers in order to be able to.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I just hypothetically, right? Say you had 1,000 followers, and someone was running the account, and then every time we go live, which is all the time, you know, or if someone comes in with a good conversation, you just click go live on TikTok and then broadcast that conversation, and it's going to bring so many people in, like to our Discord server and to this English Hub server, and also it's going to grow the TikTok channel like crazy really quickly. You know, there's other avenues. So, you know, streaming on YouTube, it's good that we're doing that because we got a record, but it's completely shadow banned, right? That's why it doesn't get many viewers. But TikTok, right? Flat Earthers blow up like crazy on TikTok. You got retard flat earthers that have 500,000 followers.
That sucks, man. We need to be on there. Like, who the hell in our community can give up their 1,000+ follower account to help out? Come on, guys, cough it up. We need to be there like yesterday.
Follower, but I don't know if I want to give it up.
Yeah, see, that's it. Like, no one wants to give up their 1,000 follower account.
I mean, we could utilize it. I'm just saying, I don't want to dedicate it solely to one thing. You know what I mean?
No, yeah. The thing is, it's very easy to get if you got a hot topic like flat Earth, right? I'm just talking hypothetically. I'm not saying anyone here should do it, right? I could do it myself, right? Just go on and just start uploading clips, and just uploading clips of even, you know, like all sorts of different flat Earth videos that we've got clips of, and just put out, you know, upload 2 or 3 a day, and then within a week or two, you'll easily have 1,000 followers, and then you can start going live and, you know, increasing it. But yeah, I'm not saying anyone else should do it. I should do it, and I will do it once I get time.
Yeah, don't you have to set up a stream on a phone for that?
I don't know. I'd have to look into it. I read that you can do it through OBS. You know, you can go to just twitter.com on your Google. I'm sure you can stream just through your computer. I don't think you have to do it through a phone, because I know I was Googling, and you can set up OBS and that kind of thing. I think OBS is just PC based, isn't it? I don't know. I'll look into it.
Give up your 1,000 follower account to allow streaming of this. Let it build up to 500,000 followers, and it just works. Oh, I'm funny. I cracked myself up. What's up, Vibes?
I mean, seriously, I know most of the guys on TikTok that are streaming on behalf of the flat earthers. Like, not, I'm just saying most of the guys you'd want to talk to, like Angels of Light, and Dave Weiss is on there all the time. Aloha from Florida, Globe Crusher. There's a bunch. I've been inviting them all to the home server. So, yeah, I mean, if we did start a TikTok, like let's say DJ started one and called it 24/7 Flat Earth Discord or whatever. Yeah, there would be no problem getting him connected with all the people that could put him on the live streams with them to get their followers kind of following. You know what I mean? Just to build up to 1,000 followers is what I was getting at.
But it is growing. I think it's close to 20%. But I don't think it's quite there. I think once it hits 20%, it's pretty.
Do you think it's out of control? In the sense that it can't be controlled anymore? It's too many people?
I don't think they can stop it from growing.
There's too many people, right?
Too many heads. When I say heads, it means there's like everybody's a head. Were you here the other day when I was talking about that? Like it's almost like Anonymous. How Anonymous used to be.
No, I didn't hear that. Hey, Helio just popped a link in the side chat. He's got a TikTok. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on TikTok. Welcome to anyone new. Vibes, welcome. Armed.
Hey, fellas, what's up?
What's up, man? What's going on?
I don't know, man. I just got in here.
Cool. Have you been in here before?
Yeah, all the time, man.
In the Flat Earth channel?
Not specifically.
Oh,
in other channels.
Cool. First time in the 24/7 Flat Earth channel?
I think so, yeah.
Cool. All right.
What you're supposed to talk about?
Yeah, man, we just talk about like the if the Earth's a globe or if the Earth's not a globe. We share evidence and a whole bunch of things related to the room topic. So yeah, if you have any questions, just let us know.
I don't think so. I'm just chit chat,
Cool. That's all good as well, man. Yeah, you're more than welcome. Just hang out and sometimes there's debates happening. Sometimes we're just chatting amongst each other about random things. But I'm about to start an event, so there'll be some more people joining in to talk about the topic.
Let's talk about something, man. Anything. Hey, man. Do you hear me?
What's your favorite part of the globe? What's your favorite thing about it?
What do you mean by your question?
Yeah, like the globe is a cool thing, right? How they teach us, right? Space and like black holes, galaxies, gravity. Like, do you have a favorite part of heliocentrism?
I think it would be the black hole.
How come?
Have you watched the movie Interstellar? I think you heard about it.
I've heard about it. Yeah, I never watched it, but you thought it was a cool movie, and you like the black holes.
Yeah, it's talk about the black holes, the gravity, the change in times, all over the planets, on the Earth, on Mars, on the black holes. They went into another galaxy. Pretty cool, man.
Really?
Pretty
wow,
cool.
I was gonna say Star Wars or Star Trek, but I didn't know Interstellar was such a sci-fi type of movie. Dang, cool story, bro.
Thanks, bro. But it's highly recommended. Everyone have watched that movie. I think they like it. It's highly rated.
Yeah, I think didn't the little girl, she lost her father and then she was able to reunite with him.
Yeah,
after traveling through a black hole or something.
Yeah. When her father came back, she were very old. She were older than him.
Yeah, there had to have been a love story attached to that. It couldn't just be black holes and stuff.
No, it's just a theory. It's a pretty interesting theory. It's not real, but it's just theory. Just like Einstein's theory.
Yeah, it's science fiction.
About, science fiction, yeah. It's science fiction, but no one have ever proven that.
Correct. You know what else no one's ever proven, right? Curving water, right? If you have a large body of water over distance, right? Say 20, like 30 kilometers or something like that, right? If it's a globe, it should curve by hundreds and hundreds of feet, right? So no one's ever been able to prove that water curves over distance, right? When we go out and test, it's completely flat. Like if we go to
Earth?
Yeah, on the Earth, if we go to like a lake, it's like a 30-kilometer lake, and then we set up a camera just above the surface of the water, and we zoom in across the lake, we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. But if the Earth was a globe, there would have to be hundreds of feet of curvature over that distance. You should not be able to see the other side of the lake. What do you think about that?
I don't know, man. I don't think I didn't get deep into this.
No, it's all good. Basically, if the Earth's a globe, yeah, go ahead.
I don't think Earth is a flat. I don't think so.
Yeah, I know. I didn't used to think it either, right? But once you look into it, it's most definitely not a globe. It's definitely flat.
It looks like a flat land, but it's not.
Yeah. But things in the distance should be hidden behind the curvature if it was a globe. And
So
things
it's like a plate.
Well, no, it's like a plane, right? Like a flat plane. Plane, right? Plane, flat plane.
I know. I got you.
Yeah. So, not like a plate, right? Plate's an object with a specific, it's like a round object. Yeah, we don't claim to know the shape of the Earth, right? That's not what flat means, right? Flat's just the description of a surface. And if it's a globe, right, they tell us the size of the globe, right? The radius is 6,371 kilometers or something like that. 3,959 miles. That means we can calculate how much curvature there should be over distance. So you should have the horizon at a certain distance away from you. I remember at school, they used to teach me, right? If you're 6 foot tall and you go to the beach, the horizon's 3 miles away. Anything that goes past 3 miles starts to go behind the curvature of the Earth. But when we go out and test for that in reality, right, we can see islands 50 kilometers away and that kind of thing, right? So we don't see the horizon at 3 miles if we go to the beach. But it has to be at 3 miles if the Earth were a globe, right? The island in the distance, you shouldn't be able to see it because it should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But when we go out in reality, we don't see any curvature. We don't find any obstruction of things in the distance. And we don't find that horizon where it should be. So it can't be a globe the size they tell us. It's not possible. And I'll prove it. I'll prove what I'm saying. So here's an observation in the side chat. Right? This is the Great Salt Lake in Utah. So he's just set his camera up 5 foot above the surface of the water, and he's zooming across 21 miles, right? That's 33 kilometers. And he can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. There's no obstruction. Over that distance, on a globe, there has to be nearly 300 feet of curvature. That means that, like, that's like a skyscraper, right? Like, a skyscraper is about 300 feet. Right? 30 stories. 30-story building. So if the Earth were a globe and you had a 30-story skyscraper on the other side of the lake, on the shoreline, you should only just be able to see the very top of it poking out over the horizon, but we can see the actual shoreline, right? When we zoom across, we just see flat water, right? There's no horizon. The distance to the horizon should be 2.7 miles. It's not there. So I could present observation after observation showing that the globe metric, like the globe geometry, doesn't line up with reality. Yeah, and that's why we're all here, right? There's no curvature. Anyone that goes and checks or looks into it can validate that. Most people just believe the globe, right? Like blindly, just believe it because that's what you're taught from a young age. But test the globe, you work out it's not a globe. Welcome, Witchcraft. Good to see you, bro. Long time no see.
Hello, Jimmy. GG. GG, easy. Hello.
Yeah, you can't fool me with no accents.
Hello, hello, hello.
I can do accents too. I'm from
You
India.
like the accents, buddy?
I can do it.
Buddy, you can do it. Make you an official Nike sponsorship. You can do it. Just do it.
Do it.
Do it, buddy. Hey, who's joining? Don't listen.
Me.
Gen Z, yay! I love Gen Z. He's a good guy. Man, this guy here, very good.
Are you stoned or something?
Hey, what's up, bro? How you been, bro? Everything okay?
Yeah. Hey, my nipples are tender as ever, man. You should see them. Oh. I don't want to start a conspiracy.
You want to start a conspiracy about India faking the moon landing?
What do you mean? Nintendo 64 type graphics? Yeah, maybe we can start that.
It was more like Super Nintendo.
Yeah, it was totally a little bit like that. Yeah, but who could say otherwise? Why would we even try to say no? They didn't do it because Buddy is very fucked up. You cannot tell me. Andrew Tate, yay! I love Andrew Tate. That's a good guy right there.
I see the event is going in the server, so you're gonna have people probably joining and asking questions. So just it's the English server, so people wanna kind of practice their English, maybe touching and brush over the topic. So
Good.
Glad to be here, and thank you.
Thank you, Jimsy. You are the one who brought me here. So anybody who wants to mess with me, they're also messing with you.
Sure.
Let's see. I remember. So okay, I got flat Earth proofs here. Something to disprove gravity, and would you know that they look like Doritos because you can't have a triangular shaped star having gravity. Ooh, booyah, booyah! Oh, I love it. I'm not a liar, but NASA is. Woo, woo.
I mean, gravity for whatever that is, right? If they're saying there's a vector down, there is a vector down. There's also a vector upwards, sideways. I mean, not many vectors. So down works in reality. So gravity down. We have that in reality, but it's not the only thing. We have many other things, don't we? We have up, sideways.
Jawohl. Das ist die guten Scheiße.
Omi, welcome, Omi.
Omi's here? Oh my god.
Omi's here, yeah.
We've been waiting for you, Omi. Welcome.
Your English is so good.
Perfect. Pronunciation 10 out of 10, Omi. Well done. You can open your mic now.
Omi, open. Hi. Good to have you here.
It's Omi's being shy. It's okay. If you have any questions, Omi, you can open your mic and ask anybody in the panel. You can post your questions in the text about the topic.
Hey, the more knowledgeable you are, the probably more likely we are to meet you because you're probably going to be a dick, and more you're going to be more pompous about it. Yeah.
Actually, the more knowledge, the more you know, the more you find out you don't know.
I want to challenge all these big-headed idiots who think they know everything.
Come on, we have in the English channel. You have people that want to kind of ask questions and have a conversation, and they're not idiots. They're just people in here and learning English.
We're humans.
People.
Yeah, people don't really join the English Hub. Like, they're not like debate bros, or they're not, against flat Earth. Most people that join this channel just want to learn English, and then they'll see the flat Earth topic, and they'll just jump in here and ask the same old questions that people ask. So it's a good server, really. It's not like the politics server where you get a whole bunch of arrogant like atheist furries.
Oh, can I? I want to pretend to be an atheist furry and ask their kind of questions.
Yeah. I want to practice my banning skills as well. So go ahead.
Yeah. Is Earth is flat like a disc? A dish of like a dish.
You don't sound soy enough.
Oh. Ooh. Do you have flat Earth? Earth flat like disc? Ooh.
Ooh. Oh my gosh, which?
Oh, Wolf?
Earth like a disc? Come on, bro.
Is it true that you don't believe in gravity? How do you live day to day without gravity?
We have specific gravity. We have sort of something like that, right? Density, buoyancy, and that brings things up, down, sideways. We have that.
What happened with the moon landing? You don't believe in the moon landing? It just sounds so plausible every time I ask a question. It doesn't
the Indian
sound
moon
serious,
landing? You mean the Indian moon landing?
Yeah, the Allah Akbar moon landing. What about that one?
Bro. Someone decided to make some graphics and they posted online. They posted for the world to see, and people looked at it. That's what happened.
How could you not
are you
believe
saying
in
India did not land on the moon? Are you saying they did not do it?
Could they have not done it, buddy?
What are you talking about? Which?
This obviously we can do this, buddy.
All right, I'm going to start an event so we can get some actual globe earthers in here. Yeah.
Hey, which just want to tell you, just keep your guns in place. Don't just keep it chill. Most people in this channel are chill. So just chill and just have a conversation if they want to have it. If they're trying to mess around, then you bring out the guns, okay? But just chill with the people.
I keep my Belinda 0.069 in my pocket.
Yeah. Just keep the big guns. Just save them for later, unless they ask for it.
I see Sheepdog is almost left. I thought they almost left. Ultimate Flat Earth final boss.
Don't try and steamroll us, and we won't get hostile. You know what I mean?
Of course. I don't even want to interrupt myself. I'm so kind.
I was listening to Indio's recording at Indio, talking to some chick. It was so good. He wasn't playing no games. That was awesome. It's like, you ain't steamrolling me, motherfucker. I was like, holy cow. That was awesome. But yeah, good day to you all. Hope everyone's having a great day.
Hello,
and we did.
Friend.
I was, and I listened to that whole conversation that we had with that one guy. Yeah, he was kind of in here all day, wasn't he, DJ? He showed up early. I think I talked to him first. I forget who jumped in. I think it was Ultimate Flat Earth Final Boss jumped in after I spoke to him. Who else was here? I forgot who picked up the conversation for me as soon as I was finished. Either way, it worked out.
Yeah, it was T.
What was his name? I can't remember.
He had a very, I think it was tactical. Was it? No, it wasn't tactical. It was, what was his name, DJ? Do you remember? Like a one-word name.
I don't remember. You talking about the Indian guy we spoke to or someone else?
Yeah, the Indian guy. He came in early. Like, I spoke to him first.
Oh, yeah, he was super cool. We had a super long conversation with him. Yeah, he's like, head's all messed up now after talking to us.
Yeah, he was pretty cordial when he first came in. So
yeah, he's super cool, man. Yep. Yeah, he's being verified in the home server and everything now.
Yeah, I listened to your whole conversation. I was putting up cabinets, so I had like no free hands. I couldn't jump in even for a split second.
True.
But I listened to it.
I got two events lined up. I didn't realize I had one set. So we've got two options. Heliocentrism is like a religion? ? Or India faked the moon landings. Which one are we going to go with?
Yeah, I feel like you'll get more views by the second one.
The India one. All right, let's do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the India one is
yeah, that sounds like more fun. All right, done.
Yeah, the India one it seems more controversial.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
More rage baity.
And very easy.
I like I don't think heliocentrism is an easy enough term to be widely understood on this server.
That's a good point. Most people probably have no idea what that even means.
I got a rage bait one. So. Only idiots believe in the globe.
How about you're all idiots if you believe in the globe? It is. I think the moon landing one's good. Moon landing one's good.
Only dumb people think they live on a globe. There we go.
Come on, guys. You're just inciting for a fight. That might be an arrestable offense.
Rage bait.
I think I live on a globe. Tell me otherwise.
See, we already got one. Perfect title.
Hello? I don't believe in God and
What's the witchcraft that you
real?
Hey witch, what's the witchcraft that you need to do to be able to be on the side of a spinning sphere? Have you ever tried that, being under a sphere on the side of it while it's spinning? Have you ever accomplished something like that in your life?
Yeah, I think that magic is real. Of course, would be perfect for this magic mission.
Some new people join. You're welcome to open your mic and ask any questions to the panel. We'll go right ahead. Me and Witchcraft, we just practicing English at the moment.
Oh. I can go on the International Space Station and fight you.
Vortex.
You can't do that.
Welcome to the VC Vortex.
I'll take off my seatbelt. Take off my seatbelt and unhurdle my big tender nipples, and we can fight on the International Space Station together.
If we can continue the brain rot, then we could maybe stop.
Just want to welcome Vortex and Pretty. How do you say that? Pretty?
Pretty. Welcome.
Pretty. We got Miguel. We got Lioness.
Vortex says hello in the side chat. Welcome.
Kim Purinja.
So if anyone has any questions, you can open your mic up, ask the panel about the flat Earth. Right? If you don't want to mic up, you can always ask your questions in the side chat. If there's not a conversation happening, we'll happily answer them.
Oh, we got ABC joining. ABC.
ABC.
Are you able to say the ABCs without the song? Are you able to? A lot of people can't.
Easiest 1, 2, 3. ABC.
Can you do it, Witchcraft? Right? Can you do ABCs? Right? Go from A to Z without singing it. Just say it. Just say it. I bet you can't do it.
Yeah, I can do it. I'm very robotic. I'm very not fun. I could
Do it.
this, my friend. I can do this.
Go ahead.
If itch. Did I skip anything?
All right, you paused.
What happened?
All right. We'll just leave it at that. All right, good job.
It's gonna make the new people aware that Earth is not a globe, and the Indian moon landing was like it looked a cartoon, fake.
Yeah, does anyone here believe that the Indian moon landing was real?
Or the Chinese one?
Yeah, or that.
Well, I think it's pretty embarrassing that I think India could even handle, and they had completely managed to. They what did they do? Somebody left the top hatch open when they decided to take a peek, and then I don't know, shit outside. Then they left the hatch open and they sunk it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure almost the whole crew died. Let me look that up. That's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, so Vibes, we are running the event right now. You're not even in the VC, I see.
Hey,
Or
I'm
are
in
you?
VC.
Oh, you're in the VC. Sorry.
Yeah, I can't see the event anymore. It's no longer there. It's been replaced by some other one.
Really? Let me check that. Have we been cancelled?
Yeah, it says heliocentrism. It says heliocentrism is like a religion is starting soon.
Okay, maybe it's a glitch because I accidentally had 2 events set up. So let's just go with this heliocentrism one, and then I'll just change the name of it. So I'll just hit start.
No. This Christianity just started one.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. We're allowed to have events when other channels have events. We just can't have events when there's a stage event.
Oh, beautiful. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Garbage. How are they gonna go to the moon?
Yeah, I'm gonna change the event name. You roboted, Neil.
Tunnel.
Always going through a tunnel, man. Bad time to talk.
Oh.
Yeah, so I joined Helio Skeptic TikTok, by the way.
Hey,
I'm gonna just change it to nobody has been to the moon.
There you go. That's a good one.
Do you want to hear? Okay, so in 2017, India's brand new nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarine it was when they left the hatch open by mistake, and they flood the submarine got flooded. It happened to people in Britain too.
Right, nobody has been to the moon.
Hello, comrades.
Gotta get some clicks.
I've been to this.
Since I updated my Discord, when I leave the app and I open another app, it's been kicking me out, and then I have to come back to Discord, and it will reopen. It will just log back in. I mean, not log in, but join the VC channel.
There's times when I go to open my microphone and it kicks me out and then tries to bring me back into the room, but I have to accept the join.
Discord has been pretty
Yeah,
good.
you gotta like leave the room first before you go and join another room and try and start talking. That usually helps.
Yeah, Discord has been like pretty glitchy lately.
I've noticed that there no longer any of the RTC errors that we used to experience back in the day, but now it's something totally entirely different.
Yeah, as I was saying, I have the same problem as well. Yeah, it keeps on disconnecting me and then connecting me again. It's very annoying.
Same.
Yeah, I'm just here in the VC listening or whatever, and then let me go to another app, do something, and I go to that other app, and it just disconnects from the call.
Yo, I'm having the same issue. I was gonna ask you guys. Okay, good. It's not just me. Yeah, I tried to turn on like priority, because sometimes it'll be like Discord will be in like low priority setting. So I set it to high, and it ended up working a bit better, but it still disconnected me. So I haven't found a fix.
I did the same thing. I kind of like put in high performance and lock the app or whatever. Just try to keep it open.
Yeah, I was gonna re-download it, but I mean, if you guys have already done that, then I don't know.
I guess they probably hired someone that doesn't know what the heck he's doing.
Darn.
Issue, but I mean, I guess not. It could be so people. It's like a Discord thing where they want people to have that their app open the whole time, and if you put it on a different app, it automatically disconnects like after a certain time period. But I haven't really found that correlation yet.
Hey, Vibes, do you have any questions about the topic?
Yeah, no, not really. I've been on and off listening to you guys the last few days.
Yeah.
I'm all updated.
Yeah, awesome. Just checking. Well, I mean, if you still think the Earth's a globe, maybe you could tell us like something like what doesn't make sense about the flat Earth. Is there something that you can think of?
Oh no, I have a very open mind. I don't think the Earth is a globe at all. Just following along, filling in the pieces, stitching together the puzzle.
Awesome. Oh, that's good to hear anyway. Puzzles are definitely flat. All right. Priti, welcome.
I mean, how can you believe in stuff coming from a magical outer space type? Like, outer space really just doesn't seem like actual place that could fucking exist.
Hey, Witchcraft, just be careful with the F word. It's just server rule. They try to keep it clean.
Yeah,
Just and I do it myself. I do it myself sometimes, and people do it, but just try your best.
Yeah. I apologize for my vulgarity. Didn't mean to do it. I'm not
It's
a
all good,
smart
man.
boy.
We can move forward.
I was gonna say that how did the gas and water ball came to be in the first place if it was in a vacuum? You know, like how you gonna get these gases in a vacuum not expanding, right? And forming a ball. Like to your point, Witchcraft.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If you think, I mean, like for things like Jupiter, like how does something that's mostly gas even form into a sphere? Complete nonsense, in my opinion.
Yeah, we agree. Complete nonsense.
I've seen stars that are that that's one that actually I'm starting to actually get triggered just thinking about it. How people think that I'm looking at the stars with unfocused. I'm not focused on the stars good enough. But yet when I'm not focused, I can see more color, I can see more shapes, and I can see movement. But I have to focus it so it's so dead and the same as all of the rest of them. Doesn't make any sense. I've seen stars that look like a man on fire walking across the cosmos. I've seen triangular stars. I've seen a star that looks like Mickey Mouse. I've seen beautiful, amazing colors and shapes and movements. All well, apparently I was unfocused. And they're all unique. All of them completely unique. Yeah, I'm the one who's wrong. But I'm not going to say that I'm right and they're wrong. But what sounds more reasonable? Obviously, I was focused.
My biggest thing is like, so if Jupiter is a gas giant, which gas molecule decided that it was going to be the center of mass and pull things towards it?
The one that could create diamonds above it.
It's just wild.
Welcome, Bralga, 2210. Do you have a microphone, my friend?
In 2025, is there such a thing as not having a microphone? I don't know. Can you find that in nature?
Yeah. Chris, of course. We still have chat rooms. We still have vaccines for non-existent disease. Oh, I'll stop.
You naughty boy.
Naughty. No, I think that with our weird backward society, there could be any possibility that it's under the sun. Oh, well, nothing is under the sun unless you believe in a flat Earth.
Every direction is up on a globe.
Yeah, there's up, west, east, north, south, but it's all it doesn't, none of it, I guess. Well, I don't even know. I can't even talk about such silly things.
Did you know that flat Earth isn't even a belief?
I know that in the Bible, I had caught a biblical scholar substantiating flat Earth on one of their bullet points. I guess you could say, you know, there's some Bibles with notes, and they had a list. They had a list of the scholars, the biblical scholars, and so obviously one of them, they
What does that have to do with flat Earth?
Well, in the Bible, said they said it was flat in one of their things, their verses.
Did you know you could prove flat Earth without the Bible?
Yeah. Oh well, I hope so.
Yeah, I feel like we should get together as a community and really spread the word out there.
As if it hasn't already been done. I get it.
Who here has been to a flat Earth meetup in person? I have.
I'm too busy for that shit.
You can
Yeah,
we can all make the flat Earth pose together and meet up the hottie mommies.
My wife. Get your own.
This guy, man.
I'm serious. I've actually been to one, and yeah, of course they definitely serve alcohol, but I mean, is that such a bad thing?
What did you learn there at your invisible flat Earth meeting? I mean, flat Earth meeting.
I don't know. I guess I probably shouldn't have been smoking as much weed, so I don't remember a damn thing after that. Weed, yay.
So what
Everybody
decided?
here is pretty cool.
What made you come back to the channels? I remember you being in like Flat Earth Lounge and Reality.
Oh, I invested a lot of my time in women. I want to start a flat Earth family. So, I guess, well, I have a little bit of extra time like I do right now. I bring it back, and because I do like a lot of the people, wonderful people and personalities that we have in this community, and sometimes I like to spread a little bit of knowledge. Like I said, it's
what knowledge?
An enlightening topic. Well, I have a background in meteorology and geology. I am a scientific mind of sorts, so I love when scientific minds can clash. That's just a beautiful thing to me. And gosh, I'm so ripped and muscular and sexy, so like yeah. I just get, this is how I get down, baby. This is fun to me.
Some strange Strange.
What's the meat on the bones here, right? Because you're saying a lot of I like to do science and with minds, and we like to clap hands together. But like, what are you doing exactly? And can you teach me something potentially new?
Potentially, yes. Because for one thing, I have seen a moon bow, which I've never even actually heard. Yeah, exactly. It sounds funny, doesn't it? It's a real thing. I've seen it in life, and that's the reason why. Oh gosh, there are so many reasons why I should have never ever had my camera away from me. My P900. Does this ring any bells? Anybody know what a P900 is? Yeah,
Never heard
that's
of it. Never. No one here knows what that is.
Oh, well, let me enlighten you. It's a DSLR. Wonderful.
LMAO.
Piece of equipment. You can get it right now for a good half grip, is what they call it in the streets. You get yourself that beautiful camera. You can take
I missed the
pictures.
first. What did you see exactly?
A moon bow.
A
Is that like
moon.
a rainbow made by
A
the
moon
moon?
bow.
A moon bow. Oh, now I get what you're talking about. Okay. Go a bit further. Explain.
So a moon bow is basically a rainbow that you see at night caused by the moon, and it's so exceptionally very rare that
I've seen it.
I know
I've seen it. I can confirm. Go ahead. Keep explaining.
it's so rare and so miraculous that AI images predominate the actual ones. That is how rare it is. And
I think I have the same experience. I think I pulled out a phone and I couldn't get it with the phone. I was only able to see it with my eye.
yeah, you're going to need what I think is like a P900 or a very nice phone of similar what do you call it? Goodness? Let's just say goodness. Quality.
Yeah, it's basically a rainbow, but it's by the moon. Yeah.
What I had experienced I called it a black rainbow because, of course, it being with black in the background and being at night and being a witch, of course, I have to say something that's super dark and ominous.
I usually see it when there's a cloud above my head between me and the moon.
If it was a black rainbow, you'd probably hear it. But I mean.
Oh, it was a black rainbow. They'd be rhyming, and they.
Actually, light when to your eye polarize, it will look like an inverted color, and white light can look black. Yes, so I don't know. There might be something to that. There might be some type of inversion of the light that when you look at, I don't know, the moon bow, it looks kind of like that, like some type of inversion that you're looking at.
Is it too early in the morning for me to ask if there's any black flat earthers over here? I know.
Oh, I didn't know you were a racist.
I didn't know this guy was racist either, man. That's pretty amazing.
What do you mean? There's no such a thing as black flat earthers. What's that?
I know.
Black or white. Because if there was
wait.
Listen, wait. If there was black or white flat earthers, there will be gray flat earthers. Have you ever met a gray flat earther?
No.
Yeah, that's the whole.
No.
I
want not meeting a gray flat earther, that debunks the black and white flat earthers. There you go.
No. I know. Creation Bear. actually very, very attractive. Ladies, look at this guy. He's a very sweet ass, cool specimen.
Chill.
Don't tell him that. He'll believe it. Don't say that. He's gonna start thinking that's true.
No, absolute, like real man. But yeah, there are guys out there. There are guys out there. I think, like us, that might be of the different shade of skin, and that there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I like variety.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. You are welcome to interrupt this conversation. You are very welcome. Go right ahead. If you have any questions, you can direct them to Wishcraft. Go ahead.
Yeah, please talk to me, my friend.
Nando, welcome.
I am gay.
Excellent. What's your question?
Oh, really? I am very gay.
Nando, can I welcome? Can I give him the? Can I give him the?
You say Earth is flat, right? You believe the Earth is flat.
Oh, here we go. Awesome.
Right?
Yep, you're Witchcraft, Nando.
Hey,
Oh,
Nando.
give me a single reason.
Hey, Nando. Today, I'd like to welcome you to the Flat Earth community. We have a wonderful abundance of proof that the Earth is flat. What is
Bro, give
your
me a proof.
interest?
I wanna prove.
Can you shut up? Let me say this word, please. I am gay.
Okay, that's totally fine. And
I want to win right now because I am have جف عاطفي يعني.
Give me my.
جف عاطفي يعني. جف عاطفي. والله قدامي. I have جف عاطفي.
Damn, Nando's here with his crew.
Yeah, he didn't come alone for sure, and that's totally fine. The more the merrier.
Is that like 4 people sharing the same mic or something?
La just two.
Hey, Nando.
Hey, I'm Nando with you. So, as I told you, give me a reason why you believe Earth is flat.
Because it's obviously the standard. Where if you think
what?
If you think that there's some type of spinning stuff and rotation going on where you don't feel it, you know there would be your trucks bringing you your curry would be flying off the earth. If there was all of that.
Let's move it on to another Microsoft. Let's keep it simple.
Hey, calm down.
Go ahead, guys.
Calm down. Bro, calm down. I am sucking you now. So calm down. Bro.
That's a frame of Fernando.
Now listen, guys. It's based on a measurement and an observation. Measurements of the Earth and the waters across. There is no curvature across the Earth. So it's not a ball. It's not a spinning ball because there is no curved measured. By example, with laser tests.
Bro.
Goodness. It's like I don't know if someone is trying to speak while I'm speaking. Go ahead, my bad.
He's gone now, which is fine. It's a big letdown. He was a big letdown. Nando was a letdown.
Should have went to Chipotle.
We've got Oleg here. TL Oleg has finally arrived. We've been waiting all this time. Welcome. You're up, TL Oleg. We have been waiting for you, my friend. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Which, by the way, your microphone.
I'll be back.
Muted. Big shout out, big up to all the people here. Love and much respect. Good job for making it to having a free mind. That's
thank you, bro.
Something that is just so wonderful to actually like even if I don't know you, you're here because you give enough of a shit. Even if you, I mean, apologize for my language, but you give a gosh darn heck. You are here because you care, and that means everything to society. A good society will have differing opinions.
Just don't make fun of their curry anymore, because you're gonna trigger them, bro. Come on, don't say that their curry is gonna be flying off if it was a spinning ball.
You gotta wait.
That was kind of funny, but that made them think about curry, and they left. They got hungry or something.
They wanted. They said, "Bro, hold my garam masala, buddy." Well, they. I'm sure they're wonderful people. At the end of the day, everybody has an extremely great part, a wonderful future about them, and you all, even Flat Earth Batman, he's even pretty cool. I think so. He's a character I've seen many times, but I haven't spoken with him too much. But he keeps it 100.
If you ever speak to Flutter Batman, that will be kind of like once in a blue moon. So you'll be lucky if you speak to him.
Yeah, I heard him speak once, but I was really blown away.
How hey DJ, is Lil Witch okay? Like I haven't ever heard from her, and I respect her a lot.
Yeah, she's really cool. But yeah, she's not in a good situation, unfortunately. She's
Who?
Yeah,
Who's that?
you know, Lil Witch. Yeah, her name's Jen. She's a silver member from the home server. She's been diagnosed with like a brain tumor, and yeah, she's pretty stressed and not in a good place. So yeah, if anyone wants to send her a DM wishing her blessings or anything like that, anyone, people should do that. She's had to go back to hospital again recently because it's gotten
You
worse
said
for her.
Little Witch?
Little Witch, Lil Witch, yeah. Yeah, very, 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 very nice person. One of my best friends from the home server.
A very wonderful, a very outspoken flat earther who is very intelligent and extremely, extremely nice and kind. And if I can finally get my girlfriend to ever visit me, I will be showing her off to her, especially. She is very, very good people.
All right, man. Welcome, Reductio. We always get some conversation out of Reductio. What's up, man? Oh, he ran. No, he's.
I'm
what's
really
up, man?
tired today.
Yeah, you just listening in.
Yeah, for now.
Okay, that's fine.
But I was wondering, is it possible, in theory or in practice, to, I guess, pick 2 points on the Earth, and you can calculate the distance, with like accounting for like hills and mountains and whatever, but like you can calculate the distance on a plane or like a level plane, or you could calculate it using like some like globe, like curve, and then you could just figure out which distance is the actual one. That would tell you.
math is independent of shape. I'm sure you can make any calculations that you want.
Can I are you new to this server, or you've been here before? Clearly, right?
A little bit.
So I know vegan people, they shy away from subjects like this. They very extremely intelligent. I can assure you, you're totally fine. I don't think you're an idiot. But I wonder why, if somebody is so intellectual and they can argue like all day and night, then why do they shy away from this subject?
He doesn't.
I don't. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, you know how most people think about. I mean, as a vegan, I can say this as well. Like, most people just don't give a fuck. So it's the same thing, right? Like, with the flat earth thing, they just think, yeah, those flat earthers are dumb. Why would I even go there and listen to some nonsense? And some of them are actually intimidated, maybe, because they're like, okay, well, there's a bunch of jargon that I'm going to have to pick up to even navigate a conversation. And they just don't want to put in the effort for something they feel like doesn't change their life in any way, one way or the other.
No, because I've definitely been in those servers, being one myself. I've seen that they have the wherewithal to stand up to the plate, but obviously, like you said, they probably don't know the jargon of it all, and might be a little intimidated. And I think that they would be a wonderful addition to our family, and if not, like, just they would make a wonderful clip if they really could just step up to the plate and bear in, just hold on for the ride. This wild bucking crazy ride that we have here.
So they feel like, also, by the way, Christians feel this way too. Like, Christians want to spread the word of the Lord and, send people to heaven. Like, they feel like they're really helping people. So vegans are kind of similar. Like, they have their mission that they just want to help animals, and in their lifetime, they're just going to like try to leave a better world for other creatures. So they're on that mission. I don't know if they want to. They might come in here, like, I've seen some of them in here, by the way, like, just
Yeah,
periodic.
they come in here now and then and listen.
They're
They used
also
to
the
come in
ones
here and
creating
spiral, but
those
they don't do
vegans
that anymore.
created the bot on this server, the one that allows you to like text silence, or like it's just room-based silencing. So they come here, they get muted, but it's not a global mute across the server. The vegans are the admins or the developers.
Cool.
Because they're the first ones here to create a group room. They're the first ones to come here and be like, hey, there's people here, let's talk to them. And then they talk to the English Hub guys can we have a room? So they had a lot of initiative and made it so that you guys could be here too, and everyone else.
Hey, can we get back on topic?
Yeah, so if you have two points on the Earth, right, and you want to try to validate the distance, right, let's say you can estimate the distance via different methods. There's no, you don't need to calculate it, right? You want to measure it directly. Then you need to work out if the actual, like, the Earth is actually curving over that distance, right?
Yeah, because a curve is going to change the length, right, versus a flat plane. So you just use two different formulas, and you could calculate which one actually exists. Like, how long is the drive?
Well,
how
how
long is
are you
the
going to
flight?
calculate? How are you going to calculate one in the first place?
Cosine math, whatever. Like, I don't know, trigonometry.
Well, just
there's a
give me a
formula I can find
specific
it.
example, right? Like a direct example, right? Let's just say it's just 10 miles.
I have to be right back. Just feeding my cat really quick.
Okay, I'm sure he's very hungry. He couldn't wait.
You know how cats are.
Yeah, true, actually. Yeah.
They want their cats they love sweet potato. So
No, my cat would just be pissed at you if you presented it with sweet potato.
Oh no, I guarantee you with 100% no doubt in my mind that that cat would be at least interested.
Nah. Dude, I tried to give my cat beef the other day and it was like turned its nose up at beef.
It's eating potato chips. It's funny, I dropped like a really spicy one, and I'm like, don't eat that. And the cat fucking ate it, and oh man, running.
He started going crazy.
Hello, I am from Pakistan.
Welcome, Shiraz. Welcome.
Do you think that anybody has been to the moon? Honestly.
What do you think, Shiraz? Did India go to the moon? Did the Americans go to the moon? Oh no, they're
Yes.
lying. Yes.
Question mark.
Stop the cap.
Stop the cap, Shiraz.
I'm not fluent too in English. I'm practicing.
I see.
Oh, on the moon thing, I'm aware of this experiment where they proved. Here's the graph.
Hello guys, what's up? How have you been recently?
Can I please say, Shiraz, very very happy to see you here. We welcome you to the server. Shiraz, thank you for showing your beautiful face. You are a wonderful motherfucker. Oh. Thank you.
Bro, don't use abusive words.
Thank you. I apologize for my.
Yeah, go and put soap in your mouth. Which? Now.
Okay. Yes, sir.
All right. We've
Okay,
got
so
you. What's your argument here?
So there's this famous video. I could actually link the video of him driving around, but this is the one everyone says is fake. So here it is. Just if you want to take a look at some of the clips of him like doing drifts and stuff. Now, the screenshot grab I got there is you can kind of see the dust behind his wheel is curling up behind it at a certain. It's a weird curve, right? Now, what people say is, what the like moon believers believe is, okay, well that can only happen on the moon, and it's like it's in a vacuum, and so the dust actually has a different trajectory in a vacuum, and then the counter to that from people who deny this is just, well, like they could have. Like, this was Hollywood, and if this was Hollywood, they could have just created a vacuum room and had this guy go around in a fake astronaut suit in a vacuum, like in a giant fucking set, right? That's kind of like...
just slowed down the footage.
Yeah, and like made the angles of the shadows perfect. They could have thought of like, what are the things...
Just done in a studio and then slowed down.
Exactly, like... Okay, so what are the things people will look for to see if this is real or fake? Now, there's a critical flaw with that, which is in the graph. This was an independent experiment, but it shows that you can only get this dust trajectory not only within a vacuum, but also it's not even possible using Earth's gravity. Like only on the moon can you get that dust trajectory.
Only under 10 to minus 17 tour you get that. Is that correct?
Because like you know how on the moon you can like jump really high. It's different.
Only
I didn't see anyone jump really high on the moon. Did anyone jump really high on the moon?
Well, when you like When you're on the moon, it's like less
What
gravity.
trajectory are you talking about, though? I mean, what if it's just slowed down footage?
No, because it's plotting the total trajectory, not it's in meters, right? So it's not in time in this graph.
Well, before I go, I think a black guy probably could jump higher than a white guy. Just out of
That's hot. Okay, so anyway, like this is the trajectory in meters per meters. So it's not like slowing it down won't change where the dust actually traveled.
How are you going to prove dust?
I have a question. Who made the graph?
Hold on a second. Tactical Droid was talking.
How are you going to say that dust being tossed into the air is going to conclude what location it was done at?
He's a little bit roboting. I couldn't quite make that out. Did anyone catch that?
He said, "How are you going to conclude that the dust flying into the air could only be possible on the moon?" I did miss the last bit as well.
Because
Tactical, try to say that again, man.
It requires both the vacuum of space and the exact moon's gravity based on its mass.
And that graph showing.
It actually cannot.
And can you tell me who made the graph? The machine or the human?
Humans did trials. They did different experiments.
Hold on a second. We want Tactical Droid to get his point out, right? So you're roboting a bit, Tactical, but try say it again.
How do you replicate it to prove it?
Yeah. How do you replicate it to prove it?
Well, they attempted to replicate it on Earth. And the thing is, this experiment, you could see like the green dashes. Those green dashes on the graph are their attempts at simulations. And unfortunately,
simulations. Who did it practically?
Who did this? Do you want me to grab the study? I could pull it up.
Well, grab the practical demonstration. That's what we're going to need to see. I mean, we can all write out, data on paper, right, or on a digital paper like this, but we want to see that that's actually what happens.
Because I can draw you a line and show you, look, this is a line, Earth is flat, Because that's a graphic of the line. I can show you a straight line and I can say, look at this graphic, Earth is flat. That's your example.
I mean, but you appreciate the argument at least. Like in theory, if
you will appreciate if I draw a flat horizon line that will prove the Earth is flat. You'll appreciate that.
No.
So what you're saying is that on Earth, right? If you had moon dust on the Earth and you had a rover driving at X speed, the dust would only kick up to a certain height with Earth gravity, but on the moon, it would kick up even higher because of moon gravity. Is that the argument?
Yeah, higher and farther.
Okay, so where did someone test this out on the Earth with moon dust and a Jeep chassis?
Here's the full PDF. So it's called Tracking Lunar Dust Analysis of Apollo Footage. And it breaks down the ballistic motion of dust particles in the dust trails of the lunar roving vehicle footage.
Is it using reality or is it a computer program?
They're doing actual experiments.
Yeah, they have a
In
machine.
reality,
It's
or on a
digging.
computer program?
Yes, actual experiments.
Oh wow.
In reality.
Well, let me pull up this. Let me pull up the paper to show the.
You will pull out the paper how they are digging and experimenting with the surface. So in this case, dust. But you don't know how that dust is the same dust like air dust, or that dust has maybe different material because it's on the moon. It's in the space. I mean, because you cannot, you don't know which kind of dust is that.
Good point. Yeah. And I don't see anything in this paper about a practical demonstration. I just see computer models.
Yeah.
Is it that sand dust? Is it that which material is that?
Yeah, did they get like moon dust and drive a Jeep chassis over the moon dust here on the Earth?
Yeah.
I think you could get some pretty high arches on some sand or dust if you had an RC car with wire basket for wheels. I don't need a computer program to prove that shit.
Anyway, that ends the whole like moon reflect. What they put like mirrors on the moon or something way back when. I don't know if it was Russia or the States that did it, but
That actually, can I ask you a question?
Someone went there. Yeah, what's up?
For example, we are now describing what is going on the moon, and it's very complicated work. I can say because there is so many graphics, everything. Can we measure to 10 miles?
Can we measure to 10 miles?
Yeah, on the Earth.
Well, just quickly, Sasha. Just before we get into that, I just want to address what Sporadic said in the side chat because I did miss his tag.
Okay.
Right. So in the diagram that you sent, right, it says that in the Earth case, right, it was just a simulation.
Yeah, it looks like they're just using like math to calculate it.
Right, so they don't have moon regolith, is what Sporadic has said in the side chat.
Well, like, I guess I'm reading the paper now, but
so we need moon regolith samples.
I'm guessing for the analysis, there's just an analysis. Like they don't have a moon rover to like perfectly try to replicate it, but like they just did the math.
I get you. Surely you can see the flaws as well in this. Like if they actually like did a practical demonstration here on the Earth with the exact same scenario that you would have on the moon, allegedly, right? Like then that would be cool. But I don't think that's even possible. But yeah, I appreciate your effort to try to
actually
find something.
the pushback that I would do if I were you, I'm on reading this, it looks like on a closer look, so they modeled a lunar vacuum and Earth with air drag, but there's no separate Earth in vacuum curve, so like in theory.
Well, this is about the dust, right? So what's the dust?
Well, the like
made of
Earth. If they did Earth in vacuum, there wouldn't be air drag. And so, like the dust would
but the whole thing's that the dust would go higher or lower, right? So obviously, dust can have different densities and that kind of thing.
Yeah, and I want to see that curve.
Yeah, but do we have moon dust here on the Earth so we can actually, check what would actually happen, or it's just like hypothetical, and we just have to trust that the moon dust is exactly what they tell us it's comprised of.
I think we know the density, and I think we have moon samples of it.
So do we really though? I mean, look, this comes back to faith. At the end of the day, it's like they're telling us that this dust is moon dust, and we just have to have faith in their word, right? We can't validate any of this. It's just trust people that I would say are known liars, and you would say aren't known liars, but
Well,
so So hey, hold on. So Sporadic also asked, what if the torque of the wireframe mesh picked up sand way high, like Tactical Droid suggested? Do you remember what I said?
Well, you were roboting before. I didn't hear you. So you're saying the drag or the tire picked up.
I suggested that it was an RC car with a wire basket for wheels, and the high torque was tossing the dust up.
Interesting point.
I thought that could be true, but if you look at the frame of it, I mean, maybe if it's slowing down, you could argue that okay, like it looks like the shocks are working really well. Like there's actually a good amount of weight to it, but it
really
could.
good RC car. Okay, I can make the RC car look like whatever I want it to. All I'm really doing is making a motor, get some wheels and a chassis, and making that shit run around. Okay.
Right, because I think the thought is that the person is just holding the handlebars in the footage and not really moving their arms, so you can't really see if that's just like a toy.
Well, even if they had toys that you could move the arms around, and if it was an RC car and they did happen to, actually tie the steering wheel to the steering column and glue the hands of the toy to the hands on the steering wheel, then whenever they turn left and right, then the hands would move left and right. Okay? I could come up with that. Right? But the point being, you're saying it only exists if it's on the moon. You can't replicate the scenario. You can't have a real demonstration. You can't manipulate gravity to make it allegedly like it is on the moon, and you don't know the quality of the dust that they were riding around on. So you're just relying on a computer model, a reification fallacy, to say, yes, this is the case.
Well, I think if I'm being intellectually honest, I would say, okay, this paper that shows the curves of the Earth with air drag, that's not a good model. Because in theory, like let's just say this was life-sized or whatever, or even an RC car, like whatever it is, if it's on Earth, and even an RC car is going to have kind of like a similar whatever, like structured model or whatever. And if they did do like the hypothesis from like the moon side would just be, okay, well, yeah, you could take away the Earth's like air, you could do it in a vacuum, and it would go further than the dashed line in this graph, but it wouldn't go as far as if it was actually on the moon. And then there would be a quiffle there, and people would start arguing, and then it would just be an agree to disagree at the end of it. That's where I think it would bottom out. But this paper doesn't have that, so I guess we just have to, like, they did it with air drag on Earth, so
Nice.
I don't
I'm
think
sure
that's a
you
good
could do it yourself with an RC car and try and get similar things. And then saying that, well, the trajectory actually had to go, what is that?
Yeah, so they should have actually
1.5 meters. Is that what it reads? 1.5 meters.
Yeah.
Then you could have an RC car toss it up a handful of inches and then have a zoomed in of that RC car and be like, look, it's 1.5 meters. It's actually taller than the astronaut on his little Jeep. Low torque value, unnecessary because you're not trying to make a life-size actual vehicle height comparison. You're just having a miniature and you're blowing it up in size.
Yeah, that's okay. So if I were to be the author of this paper, what I would have done then, to account for what you're saying, is, okay, we can do the life-size like math model or whatever. We can't actually build the full life-size thing, and like we don't have the budget for that. If we did, that would be cool. But we're gonna calculate it with air drag. We're gonna calculate it in a vacuum on Earth, and then like if that doesn't match up perfectly, we're also gonna do a simulation or even a real RC car experiment where we can like measure how high we can get it to go, And if it's in par with this, can we line this up at all in a vacuum or
Can you
without
use
a vacuum?
moon
Because
dust?
an RC car, you can put that in a vacuum, and it's like, I don't know if you could put a whole person and a whole thing like this life size in a vacuum, but you could definitely do that with an RC car probably. Like, what are the biggest vacuums you can buy? Industrial size. Just fill it with some like little sand or something. Dye the sand or whatever.
Hey, Reductio, can you keep an eye on the side chat at what Sporadic Echo's posting as well? Like, he's a smart guy, right? Check out what he's saying.
I don't know if the red arrow would actually go down there. Again, that's just like the measurements that they did take, and then there's an aggregate of them. So I don't know if their lines are the aggregate of all of the particles. Like, you could point to the one that you have there on the edge, but most of the particles aren't there. So I don't know if they calculate the parabola differently.
Yeah, I don't think this one's gonna bring any flat earthers back to the globe, to be honest.
But do you believe that anyone has been on the moon? Because there's the mirrors on them, right? Like, we can...
No, I have no.
Do you believe in love after life? I said the space is so easy to explain everything, but if you need to show, measure 10 miles, my God, you need to break the atom. Then you need to make so many experiment nuclear things. Then fusion, eruption, stuff, and then you can measure 10 miles.
So the claim is that there's 6 reflectors left on the moon by the Apollo program.
Do you know what is the claim? The claim is this: Earth is a sphere. If it's Earth's sphere, then it's curving. If it's not curving, then it's not a sphere. It's so simple.
I get it. I think we're talking about the moon right now.
Hey, Reductio. If there were things left on the moon, right, you've got all of these different countries, right? Like America, China, Japan, Israel, South Korea, like all of these different countries, like with these probes apparently like monitoring and orbiting the moon and doing research. What nobody's ever been able to take a snapshot of anything that's been left on the moon once out of all of these different orbits. Like, come on, man, right? And what you like... It's just kind of like a joke at this point, right? Like, do you actually think that the moon landing footage is viable? Honestly?
Yeah, I mean, I think that...
Like, I'm going to post a video right now, right? And this isn't proof, right? This isn't proof. This is just kind of like using your common sense and just be honest, right? So I'm going to post this, right? Do you think that this video looks remotely realistic? Like, are you going to defend that? And then this? Like, obviously the speed's been adjusted on both of them, but... Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, I don't know how anyone can buy into it. Just based on how ridiculous it looks alone.
Yeah. Especially in those days, they had the camera sitting on the moon, and then the camera adjusts to watch it go into the sky. So it increases its angle to watch it perfectly from 240,000 miles away with precision, and we still have the video footage. Somehow the video footage left the moon and came to us back in the late 60s.
Yeah, like you can still have the globe and call bullshit on this.
Is he going to Cogdis?
I think though that, like, let's say, I mean, I don't think it answers how retroreflectors got on the moon, though.
How do you know that there's retroreflectors on the moon?
I think. Wait, how do you? You just need like a radar or a laser or something to like.
You're going to shoot at 250,000 miles and hit this tiny little retroreflector on the moon.
And then have it bounce back to you as all of the objects are moving and cycling.
What about you ducting?
Actually where they are, and they're not actually where they appear to be in the sky. They're actually in a different location because it takes time for light to move. And you have the air refracting, causing the object to be at a different location based on the amount of substance in the air causing the refraction to change. Good luck.
And don't forget about the Coriolis effect. You forgot to account for that.
By the way, with the colored speckles, I know that looks like really comical, but I think that's just artifacts in the footage of.
Yeah, right.
It's like chroma noise.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think you realize, like, back in the 1970s, like when you watched TV, they did like live downlinks and then re-recordings and stuff. It's like there was a lot of that in normal TV. Like, people were just used to that, and you look at someone's face and there might be like weird colors like that.
What's causing those colors to all shoot out from where it's blasting, and from right inside where it's actually blasting?
That would be anywhere for like anything that would be on that screen. Like if somebody ran through the frame, they would look like that too.
It's all blasting out from a central point, which is right where it's like blasting off from.
You're literally just making shit up on the fly, brother. Like, it can't be more obvious.
They gave you just enough information to help your imagination fill in the gaps.
I think, okay, is there anywhere that people can go to? Because obviously you need observatory class gear to test the retroreflectors yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm wondering, is there anywhere that like civilians can go to like just observe it happening?
Hello there.
Would that prove it though? Wouldn't that, if you could go to an actual observatory, they're like, hey, we're doing this right now. Like anyone can drop by and see it.
And
Do you remember when cameras came out and they were like, look, you can zoom in on the moon and it's really clear. And then somebody zoomed in on a drawer knob and it gave them the moon in their video. Why is that not the possible case when you go to this location to go and see the thing that you can't see anywhere else?
Yeah. Also, my point was, how come with all of these probes, right, no one's ever been able to take a snapshot of anything left on the moon? Right? By the Soviets, by the Americans, by the Chinese, like the Indians, all of this shit on the moon, and nobody, right, none of these probes has been able to, like, take a snapshot of it? Come on, man. I'd like to have a chat with you sometime. You know, I feel like you're still misunderstanding the long distance observations and how it's impossible on a globe to explain with refraction.
I think the allegation against me and other people who just scream refraction all the time is that we're gerrymandering a K value that would explain the.
Yeah, but
like
an extreme K value requires a particular differential in the temperature, right? Which is going to change the refractive index a huge amount over a short distance, right? Which isn't possible when you have readings of the water temperature and the air temperature at the observation site. It's not possible, right? That drastic change in the like the optical index, right, or the refractive index gradient, it requires certain conditions, and it would have miraging effects and crazy things going on, right? Crazy distortions that we don't see in this footage. But the main thing is, right, having say you have 16-degree water temperature and 17-degree air temperature, it's impossible for you to have these crazy effects when you have absolutely no signs of any miraging effects, right? And you have uniform water and air temperatures. There's no way over a few feet, right, or a few meters that you can have this drastic change required to have this extremely rare ducting effect or close to ducting effect taking place. It's impossible, right? Even AI or anything like that will all tell you it's impossible. People, experts in the field, will tell you it's impossible that don't have an agenda against flat Earth, right? Intellectually honest third parties that are subject matter experts in this field will tell you that that's impossible. You can go on any AI and say, look, I have an observation, I can see the horizon 15 miles away, right, from a 3-foot observation height, and I don't see any signs of any miraging. Okay, it's very clear, everything's clear in the view, right? And I have 16-degree water and 70-degree air temperature, right? Is this possible to explain on a globe? It will tell you absolutely not. That's not possible, right? There's no refractive conditions or whatever you want to call them that's possible for that to take place. And then it's not like we just have one, right? We can show you observation after observation after observation. To say that this extremely rare situation is taking place in all of these different observations is impossible. Completely different weather conditions, different locations, different distances, right? That it's flattening it out perfectly in all of these locations. It's just not possible.
So
like it's literally like it's impossible. Like, I'm serious.
What's going to be compelling is because what affects refraction is like how high you are. So if you're very close to the surface, there's much more air between you and what you're looking at, and so there's a lot more variability in refraction. So if you're higher up, there's going to be less. So you could try to mitigate it, but if you have that, like the observer height, if you have good calibration that you're showing in the field, like in the moment you're showing, okay, this is how we're calculating the pressure, the temperature, the humidity, we're calculating all of that. And so this is our K value that we're recording, and so if we plug that in, we should see this far, but we actually see this much further. So there you go. Your like refraction thing doesn't work. That would be compelling. But none of the stuff you guys are showing like factor any of that in, right?
No. We don't need to. Okay, so the standard K factor is 0.13 to 0.17. That's going to allow you to see 8 to 10% further than you should be able to see beyond the globe horizon. It's going to essentially it's going to increase the size of the globe by 8 to 10%. That's standard refraction.
That's true.
Okay,
but
once you
some of the
start getting
places you post from, like, you know, like even off the coast, there's a lot of places that commonly get super refraction, and is common in some of the places that you guys.
Well, we don't see any signs of super refraction, and we don't have. Look, let me show you it. This is a perfect example, right? This is done by a PhD, right? Dr. John Dee, who's got a PhD, right? In the like, it's related to optics. His PhD. So here we have beautiful, crystal clear. Calm conditions, right? We don't have wind, we don't have any waves, right? We've got still water. Okay, so we've got a wind farm. Okay, we can see everything perfectly clear. We can see every single tower of each windmill perfectly clear, right? So the windmill on the left is 8 miles away, and the windmill on the right is 11.2 miles away, right? We can see the windmills touching the water, right, going into the water, obviously, and we can see a boat beyond the windmills. Okay, this is taken from 3.5 foot observation height. Clearly, we don't have any crazy miraging effects or anything like that taking place. On top of that, we have the weather report showing that the water is 16.2, I think, degrees Celsius, and the air temperature is 17.2 degrees, something like that. It's pretty much what I just said. So even if you feed this into AI or anything like that, it's going to tell you, no, it's not possible under these conditions to have that effect that would be needed to be able to see something like this in the distance. It's literally, it's impossible. It's physically impossible. Right? You would have to have a crazy K factor for this to happen.
Fine. You can have a crazy K factor.
Yeah, to get that K factor, you can even ask this to any AI engine, right? Which is just dragging mainstream information off the internet. You could use any AI, ChatGPT, Perplexity, DeepSeek, right? It's all going to tell you that to have a condition, to have a K factor, like you would have to be able to make this observation, you're going to need extreme conditions, right? And it's going to tell you that you're going to see like crazy miraging effects and things like that, right? It's going to go over a list in detail of things that would have to be present if you had that, right? And it's going to tell you that over that short distance vertically, you would have to have a huge temperature differential. And then when you tell it, look, there's only 1 degree difference between the water and the air temperature, it's going to say, well, that's not possible, right? It's not possible to have that, right? Because once you get a huge difference in temperature vertically, right, that's when you start getting into things beyond things. Well, let me finish quickly, right? So once you have a big difference, right? Say you have hot concrete, and then you have like cold air above it, right? Because it's a cool day, but the sun's heating up the concrete. You get down really low, okay, and you're looking through that refractive index gradient, right? The concrete that's hot is going to make a layer of warm air above the surface, uniform, right? It's going to be uniform. And it's going to uniformly cool down as you go up, right? And it's going to cause an inferior mirage, right? And the objects in the distance are going to become displaced downward, right? It's going to look like people and cars and things like that are going to be cut off from the legs, right? Or half sinking. Every single time that you do it, right? It's something that's testable. It's because you have a drastic change in temperature. Because
what's the difference here? Also, over the sea, there is drastic change in temperature, to be clear.
Not when you have uniform temperatures of the water and the sky and the air.
What's the distance he's zooming into here?
11.2 miles from 3.5 foot. Yeah, I'll post some more details.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, no, that's perfectly expected.
No, it's not perfectly expected at all, right? You would have to have crazy conditions that are impossible when you have essentially the same water temperature and air temperature. It's impossible, right? You can go in and plug this into AI right now if you want to and ask it if this is possible. Right, so we got a 2.29 mile horizon that's not there, right? And you're claiming that there's such extreme conditions with the refractive index that it's flattening everything out, completely flat, completely hiding the geometric horizon that has to be there, right? So you're saying there is a geometric horizon at 2.29 miles, right? But it's somehow the light's bending and just flattening everything out, right? Somehow without any miraging effects at all taking place, and you've got uniform temperatures between the water and the air. It's impossible.
I don't know if you have.
You need to look into it.
Because when you're zooming over water like that, like the ocean, it's always going to be very. There's going to be a temperature difference.
Yeah. So we have water temperatures 15.8 degrees, and air temperature is 17.2 degrees.
Okay, so this was 3.5 observer height, and that's how many miles out?
11.2. Well, we've got a boat we can see that's 14 miles away on the tracking radar. And the horizon's beyond the boat, right? So let's say the horizon's a minimum distance of 14 miles away.
Okay. I mean, from the math that I've been calculating, I mean, there is such a K value, which we do commonly observe super refraction at that amount, where you can see that far. But I would need to see, like,
what would the meteorological conditions have to be vertically for that to take place? That's what you need to look into, right? And what would be the consequences optically if that were taking place, right? What would you be seeing? Would you be seeing a perfectly clear video, right? No, the answer is no. According to the experts and according to any AI engine, it's going to say no. You're going to see like inverted mirages. You're going to see crazy stuff in the distance, right? Because you're going to have extreme refraction, right?
It's fine to have that a hypothesis. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. When there's just some guy like going out into the field and like zooming in, though, it's like he should have the instruments to gather all the data to do the calculations himself. Like, this is something that
we have the data, though. We have the water temperature and we have the air temperature, right? So you need extreme difference.
What's the pressure?
Right? The pressure. The pressure is approximately 14.7 psi. That doesn't. We're talking about the optical density, right? And that's going to be primarily affected by the temperature differential.
Anyway, so according to the formula,
well, not anyway.
This is the formula that I use in SideChat, and that factors in the K value, which is the refraction, so that you can get the K value if you like by converting
the K value okay, so to have that K value, right, you would need to have a difference in refractive index, a drastic difference in the refractive index. And what would cause the difference in the refractive index? That's temperature,
which commonly happens over the water.
So you need to look at what meteorological conditions would have to be present to have that K factor. And every time this guy goes there, we see this, right? He doesn't just go out there one day and do this test, right? He goes back day after day. He's got tons of different tests, right? And he goes over all of this in detail, right? This guy's a PhD as well, right? He knows what he's talking about.
Common. I mean, he's on land.
It's not common. You know what's not common? Ever seeing the geometric horizon anywhere close to where it should be on a globe. Ever. Right? Not even close. Not even with 300%, right? You're not even going to find something that's within 300%. And what's this standard atmospheric refraction? What's this standard K factor? Right? 0.13 to 0.17. There's not one single observation, right, that anyone has ever provided that matches this standard refraction condition. Not one.
Well, I have citations that get it to like 0.99, right? But this one is 0.97, and you can achieve his observation of the boat behind it with a K factor of 0.97. Now, when you're on land, it's warm. There is a difference over land and then that transition into open water like that. There is, as someone who lives on the coast, this is very common. Like, there's constantly changing weather conditions here, like pressure differentials. It's very common. This is not.
It's not common.
That is
right?
like
it's
out
not
of the
common.
blue.
Ducting is extremely rare. It's absolutely not common at all. It's extremely rare, right? And it's very short-lived as well. Okay, I have observations where I can show you that during the day, we see 21 miles shoreline to shoreline, and then we see the exact same thing at nighttime again as well. Right? That's also impossible. You don't have ducting that lasts. Ducting's more common in the morning, right? It's very rare to have ducting late in the afternoon. It's extremely rare to have ducting at all, let alone late in the afternoon, and then also at nighttime as well. when you have crystal clear conditions and you don't see any signs of any miraging. And it's not just these observations. We have like tons and tons and tons of these. Like every single time that we go out and do observations, ducting's like always there. It's ridiculous. Like bending light always is just flattening out everything perfectly. Like, so it's lifting up, right? It's lifting up the shoreline 21 miles away. It's just lifting it up 223 feet. And then 10 miles away, it's lifting it up 66 feet perfectly, and everything in between. Just somehow perfectly lifting it up to the exact height. So it's flat, completely flat, and completely hiding the geometric horizon all the time. It's crazy.
I get that. Like, you're saying it's unlikely, and so you have a very strong hypothesis, but you should be trying to prove yourself wrong constantly with science. You should go out there with the instruments to get the pressure differentials, the temperature differentials, calculate the K value on your own, calibrate the instrument, show it, document it. That's what, the stuff that I've sent you. That is what they've done.
You haven't sent any empirical evidence that matches up with the globe mathematics. You've never sent a single observation that takes those things into account that matches up with the globe. All we ever see is what everyone experiences every day of their life, which is flat water. Okay, so when we go and test for it, okay, we see flat water, right? You see the flat water, I see the flat water. But we're so small, right? We live on this big globe, so we should go test it. Okay? When we go test it, it still measures flat, completely flat, right? But you're saying that no, there's these crazy rare conditions every time we go to test it. So therefore it's a globe, but you don't have a single test that shows Earth right curvature. Here. Okay, go ahead.
I have this very strong K values you could derive from this meteorological data. This is like,
do we have a practical demonstration?
DJ.
Not only do we see the extreme super refraction and have measured it before, but that's why we have to, like, this is a terrestrial.
How do you measure super refraction off a curvature?
Off a curvature. I mean, I'm talking about
this is the problem. You can't listen. If I give you an image, you are supposing, you're telling the whole audience right now that if I give you an image of Earth, that you can back into the K factor from looking at a long distance observation. Is that true?
No. I'm saying.
Yeah, that's bullshit, right?
I'm not reverse engineering it. I'm not doing that.
Oh, that's exactly what you're saying you're doing here. You can't do it.
Here's the Canary.
Oh, okay. So
here's
I also want to see your claim that you measured 97% refraction conditions. Your K factor 97.
No. I'm just saying what I'm saying.
You said that earlier. Okay, you said that earlier. I want you to post it. Please post it. I want to see the method that was used to measure it in the meteorological conditions.
No, there's no. He posted his observation, and I said, okay, well, if ducting would have to be, the K factor would have to be 0.973 in order to see that far. Now, whether it was, we don't know what it actually was, right? And that's the empirical question, and that's what I'm saying.
Well, why would you think it would be? Why would you think it'd be so extreme, right?
Because you could look at this.
You presuppose Earth curvature. That's why.
You could look at this. I've just linked two. Like, look at the Canary Islands one. We observe ducting effects happening. This is a terrestrial.
So how are you supposed to measure the curvature of the Earth if you never see the geometric horizon anywhere?
Because, well, I mean, your approach is kind of like setting a really tall bar, because you're saying, well, the Earth is so big,
really?
And which factor in light. Yeah. Now, I've just said,
I'm not the one setting a tall bar, dude. The globe is the one that set a tall bar. Because listen, the audience is hearing that you don't have any measurement to any geometric curvature of the horizon.
Well, I mean, there's other ways.
The horizon keeps moving further away and closer in.
Yeah, because you don't just need a big ruler. It would be nice to have a big 6 mile long ruler, and then we could just figure it out. But I don't know, like it would bend
Well, we
or
got
like
lasers.
break. Yeah,
We
but
got
the
infrared.
laser,
We got
and even
radar.
infrared is affected by a refraction too, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. How much? Huh?
Because it's going through the air, so it's affected by
Yeah,
it
how much?
in the same way as
I have no
everything
idea.
else.
No, it's
Yeah.
not the same way at all.
Traveling
No,
through
infrared
light.
is not refracted the same as light is. Nope.
It's still
Not in the
affected
least
less.
bit.
Okay, fine, less, but yeah, it's still affected by
Very
it. So
little, minimal.
given
It's why the military uses night vision, why they use heat seeking and IR, because they know that they can get a straighter line of propagation to the target.
yeah, but that's not solving the problem, right?
It's solving a huge problem. Night vision solves big problems, dude.
Yeah, it's solving a military's problem. It's not solving the globe or the flat Earth problem.
Well, listen. So I've got a couple of papers I can share with you. The NATO Sapphire trials. Military surveyors. That's right. Military civil engineers call them. Military engineers are using infrared theodolites to measure refraction conditions over the Chesapeake Bay. And they purposefully stuck an emitter on the opposite side of the Chesapeake Bay behind where Earth curvature should have been. And they could fucking see it. They couldn't explain it. They called the situation cursed.
Refraction.
They
What
called
do you
it
mean?
cursed.
They can explain it with refraction. What do you mean?
No, they couldn't. No, they purposefully put it behind there to be a control.
Reduction, how do you distinguish a refracted surface with the real not refracted surface?
I think that your eyes are imperfect and that you have to understand how, like, what the phenomena you're observing actually is. So,
okay, if you see the water,
this is why I'm saying a very simple point.
Can I repeat the question? If you see the water in a distance with your eyes and you see the water, can you say this water is physical and it's there?
Your eyes could deceive you.
I don't know what you're getting to,
It's
dude.
called a
My
mirage.
eyes can
It's
deceive
called a
me.
mirage, Sasha.
All right. Sorry, Sasha, you're like barreling into a conversation here, but non sequiturs.
So in any case, I mean, I asked DJ a very clear standard, which is if you're going to go and make these observations with a video camera, just get the temperature, pressure, like get all the instrumentation you need to actually calculate a K value on your own in the field. And then you could say, hey, look, our calculation shows that this is less K value than what you would need to be able to see this, and therefore that actually is serving as evidence of a lack of curve, right?
Sure. I mean, well, this observation comes from like a 45-minute video where Dr. John D goes into exquisite detail. I mean, it's like 45 minutes.
Yeah,
and he's
hour
explaining
15.
every hour 15. He's taking readings. He's very rigorous. You see, he's a PhD in physics of photospectrometry.
Okay, and does he have the meteorological data or not?
Refraction to you, sir. If anybody knows what refraction is, it's a PhD in photospectrometry who designs like fiber optic systems for a living.
Well, what are his measurements then of the meteorological data?
Well, I don't have that on me right now. I'm freaking
I don't
driving.
think he has them. Does he have them?
I know I've seen it posted. I know I've seen it in the video. He's taken measurements with thermometers, barometric sensors. He's got all kinds of stuff going on.
Yeah, well, based of true.
DJ, I think you posted from his chat once what the conditions were. And like like a degree difference in temperature between the water and the air? Something very minuscule. And he actually chose that day, knowing full well what the meteorological conditions can do on the behavior of light. I mean,
Right.
this nonsense that refraction can make you see farther and clearer, the further to the surface you get, is just absolutely absurd. You know, the more refraction you get results in the loss of image fidelity every single time. But you guys come in here and claim the opposite happens. And, you know, there's not just going to be one K value, mister, okay? Every ray of light, all trillions and trillions of rays, if you could actually ray trace them back to their source, are going to be experiencing different K factors. if Earth is a curve, they have to be traveling at different arcing paths at different rates of curvature. And all of them are somehow magically conspiring to produce a stable, without scintillation, without turbulence, a stable image for tens of miles. You got about 100 square miles of image right there in that video. All those different ray arcs are taking different paths, different times of arrival, bending at different rates, not just one K factor, to produce a flat and stable image. I mean, to me, that's a huge conspiracy theory. Talk, the more ridiculous it sounds. That's why I had to jump in here. I was in the middle of an appointment. I'm glad it's over.
Se o nosso sofá estava pedindo socorro de tanta sujeira e manchas que ele tinha. Usamos diversos tipos de produtos como bicarbonato de sódio, mas nada resolveu a questão das manchas.
What is this guy on about?
Raul. Yeah, he's gone.
I had to boot him.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, man, like the more you talk, the more bullshit kept coming out. I want to see that you said that you had a K factor measurement of 97%, something like that in the 90s, comparable to what would be required here. And you said it's therefore, possible. I want to see that. Or, or you just like BSing.
Well, so what I did was what I showed was if what you would require in that video to see that far would be a K value of 0.973. Now, if the K value is less, if the K value is less than, and by the way, we observe K values higher than that. So if the actual K value on that day was less than that, then that would serve as evidence of either a flat plane or like maybe like a far bigger radius, and then everyone's lying and the globe is the size of fucking Saturn or something like that.
Prove it that you've got K values of in the 90s.
I think both serve as reductios too, by the way, for like against globe earthers, if that's true.
Why don't you go get the evidence and show me your measured K values? Temperature, pressure,
I'm
all
not
that.
The PhD guy. I'm not the PhD guy. Like I'm saying,
well,
if you wanted,
you're the one claiming this is like a popular condition that that we've got these measured K values of the 90s. Prove it.
Okay, I'm not going to do that, but I have a good reason.
Okay, then why don't you withdraw that you said, because you said this condition is just like all the other conditions where the K values are in the 90s.
Yes, what I'm saying is the K value could actually very well, for all we know, be in that range. That's something that does happen on Earth. And so
yeah,
if you want to argue,
does happen on Earth, prove it. Prove that it does happen on Earth.
I think the PhD guy, that's the guy with the burden of proof. Okay, I don't have that. He has to show that.
He's not assuming curvature. Okay, your K values are an outgrowth of the required bending that is necessary over curvature.
No, you guys are saying you see further than you should.
There are multiple K values for atmospheric refraction. There's so many different models, and they all conflict with each other.
Yeah, but that's okay. I'm just saying that's the burden of proof, right? It's like if you're saying you see further than you should, that's the burden of proof.
Well, yeah, we don't have any evidence of curvature of the Earth in anything that we can see. There's no geometric horizon that anybody can measure a distance to at any point in history. Never been demonstrated. The day that's shown to us, we shut down and issue public apologies for wasting your time. Another great one besides the NATO Sapphire trials was the combat laser test.
Hi, guys.
And the resulting studies that were done after that. So they took 2 infrared lasers as controls, one in mid-infrared, one in near-infrared, and one green laser in the visual spectrum, and they shot them from the Big Island over to Maui with 149-kilometer propagation distance. And they expected these things to exhibit evidence of chromatic dispersion, which would be evident if the refractive index of the atmosphere was such that there's any terrestrial refraction. There was no chromatic dispersion. All 3 of these actually had a similar time of arrival and arrived into the subapertures of the receiving telescope within a very, very tight grouping on order of the diffraction beam limited footprint itself, which should not be possible. Terrestrial refraction is bullshit. K factor values and factoring terrestrial refraction is bullshit. It's only there so that people can cope with the idea of seeing too far. And yet the meteorological conditions are never present in anything to produce these K-factor values. And it's why K-factors can
shared
be done so
citations
many
showing they
different ways.
do. I've literally
Uh-huh.
like shown.
Sure
I've
you
shown
do.
multiple citations.
I can show you so many different versions of K-factor derivations, and they're all freaking wrong.
Okay, but I mean, like you like to say that globe earthers are begging the question, but what is this?
Yeah,
what are you
curvature.
doing? It seems like you're doing that.
Yeah, begging the question of curvature. Because all this stuff is supposed to be bending over curvature. It's supposed to be there in the first instance, and it's never there in order to measure distance to it. In infrared and microwave, visual spectrum, day, night, doesn't matter. Frozen conditions over lakes. You know what we find, though, is that the radar horizon, like the horizon distance, optically, actually is a product of wavelength. The longer the wavelength, the further you can see. So as you go down the EM spectrum from like blue all the way to red and infrared, and then down into microwave, and then down into like VLF, you got a longer range, all things being equal. It's why like Marconi was able at like 1 megahertz, able to send a 10,000 mile transmission from UK to Australia before they even knew about the ionosphere. And the time that he did it would have been absolutely terrible for propagation over either long or short paths due to ionospheric conditions. Yet he was able to do it anyway. So he wasn't bouncing anything off the ionosphere and off the curvature of the Earth. So, you know, to me, there's a lot more to this than just reifying the globe through K-factor fudge factors. Many other considerations have to go in. I have to step away.
You guys also hate Aristophanes too, right? But I mean, I think that because his experiments are consistent across multiple locations, that it actually serves as inconsistency with a flat plane.
Hey, reduction. Why are you reducing all of the factors into just some type of conspiracy theory about the sun rays lying to your eyes or something?
There's no conspiracy theory. But I've shown actual measurements.
You're saying that nature and your senses are conspiring to lie to you.
I don't know why you're suggesting that. I haven't suggested that at all.
Well, bro, we observing a horizontal frame of reference, and you're saying that's curvature right there, even though it's not curving.
Mm-hmm. The Earth is really big, yeah, and your eyes, like, you have to process what you're seeing.
A conspiracy. The light and your eyes are conspiring to lie to you. That's what you're saying. You're a conspiracy theorist.
I don't know what this weird rhetoric's not working for you.
There's no the sporadic echoes just debunked all of your claims, your nonsensical assertions that Earth is a globe because of observing the Earth by as not being a globe. It's not a globe, and you're saying it is a globe, but it doesn't look like it because what?
Well, I mean, when I originally came in here today, I said, okay, well, we could pick 2 points, and then we could figure out the true distance between these 2 points. So maybe we drive there, maybe we take a boat, right? We could actually find out what's the actual distance between them, and then we could calculate either a curvature formula using cosine to see how far it is and what it should be if the Earth was a globe. And we could say, okay, well, there's a flat plane formula too, factoring all the mountains and everything in between, which would make it even longer. Factor all of that in. Okay, well, which one of these is the accurate one? And just a hint, right? Every day, everyone worldwide uses the globe formula for that. Like
nobody uses the globe to do anything. Stop lying. You started lying. Everybody uses the globe. That's a lie right there.
We use the formula, yeah, for that.
Nobody uses the globe to do anything. No one uses any globe ideas to do anything in the realist level, practically.
We use it every day. Otherwise, planes would fall out of the sky. We wouldn't put in enough fuel. They would just fall.
Oh my god, that's a horrible claim.
Oh yeah, could you post the formula that they use?
He's saying the planes will fall from the sky if people weren't thinking about the globe. Come on, dude.
Yeah, can he post the formula they use?
sky is gonna fall because people are not thinking about the globe enough. Come on, dude. You're reducting.
This isn't even like a real
You're
fairy tale,
reducing
right?
into absurdity. All your argument is reduction into absurdity. That's your name. Reduction.
Yeah, because I do that a lot. It's part of my personality. I can't help it.
Yeah, you use your name to project your own way of thinking, or maybe you're just LARPing or trolling or something. Because let me tell you this, bro. Light and your senses are not conspiring. It's not a conspiracy theory that makes balls to look flat. That's not happening, bro. Sorry to tell you. Your eyes are not conspiring against you. Light is not conspiring against you. No, it's not happening. Even though you imagine it to be so, but it's not happening.
Yeah, what's my argument again? Can you repeat it?
You're saying that if we don't think about the globe, airplanes will fall from the sky. That's what you said.
Yeah. And why did I say that?
Because from point A to point B, we gotta use the globe to go from point A to point B. That's what you said.
Yeah, I said you could resolve this flat earth thing very quickly, right? In 2 seconds in your head if you actually think about this. So you can go ahead and ask ChatGPT this, or you could do that on your own. You could actually do a drive. You could figure out and do this for yourself. You don't have to like rely on Google Maps or anything that
when did you do it?
A conspiracy baked into the conspiracy. Now, what you would do
when did you do it?
You would calculate the distance between
when did you do it?
I'm just saying you could do this right now at home.
Also, you haven't done it and you're trying to make a claim you haven't done yet. Interesting.
So, right now in your parents' basement, just pull it up. Just pull up both formulas, calculate distance between point A and point B, and just figure out which one's true.
I mean, I still haven't seen you done it yet. I mean, so why are you telling us something you haven't done?
I have. This is a question that I have just been asking today, right? And I came in here and asked, "What do you?"
Yeah, but you're making a claim that you could do this, but you haven't done it.
Yeah, by like tomorrow, I'll come in here and I'll say, "Here it is," right? But I've just been thinking. This is something I've been pondering on. So yeah.
So basically, you're just doing baseless claims that you think you could do something, but you have not tried it yourself. Oh, okay.
I'm saying this is a very easy and logical thing to do. Yeah.
You said both formulas. What?
Yeah. So. So yeah, one is spherical law of cosines. The other is just a flat plane distance, which is a local tangent.
He also said that planes need this formula to fly. Where's that? Where can you pull it up? Should give me a citation with the formula they use.
The formula, yeah, here.
A citation, not just something you just wrote up and then posted. A citation that says this is the formula that planes need to do before if you don't use it, they crash into the earth.
Okay, so here's the spherical law of cosines. What's funny is if you don't use this formula, you just won't arrive at your destination.
Bro, airplanes go from point A to point B, from airport to airport, and are designed to fly across a motionless Earth, not curving. So you're going against the people that build the aircraft. You're saying that the engineers and the operators, the pilots, and the guy on the ground trying to shoot down the plane, all of those people are conspiring, not using the globe, but the globe is there.
So I guess this guy doesn't know what's a citation. Ask her for a citation that says that this is the formula that needs to use so they won't, they won't crash to the earth. Where is that citation?
Well, again, what I'm saying is...
Nah, I don't care what you're saying. I'm asking you for a citation.
What I'm saying is every day, if you ask any pilot, anyone who...
Again, you're telling me to go ask a pilot. I'm asking you for a citation because you said there's a claim that you said that pilot needs to use this formula Otherwise, it'll crash into the earth. So where's that citation? Yeah, where is that citation? Where is listen, Reductio, I'm asking you for something. I'm asking you for that citation.
I don't know. I could pull one up, I guess. Like I can.
Oh, you could pull one up. So you don't have the citation. So you're making this shit up, and you're trying to say that, oh, this is the formula they use because you read some spherical law of cosines. Therefore, they need this citation. They need this formula to be able to fly around the sphere. Where is that in their pilot manual, please?
Yeah, sure. I'll pull up. I'll grab a citation. Hang on.
Reductio is the master of baseless assertions. We should just start counting them.
Change his name to baseless assertion.
Why do we bother having a conversation with you, right? Honestly, if you're just going to make baseless assertions and continue on the conversation into other topics, right? Like you have a gotcha or something, when you didn't listen to what Sporadic Echo had to say, go look it up on ChatGPT, you can test it. But no, you never wanted to do that. You just want to go ahead and make more baseless assertions. So why should we even talk to you?
I'm pulling it up. Hang on.
We'll talk to him, but he's a master on reducing reality into absurdity. He's a master on that.
Well, yeah, to imagine
his name to baseless assertions.
Well, like when he was blatantly trying to say that, oh, well, you see the sparkles coming off the moon, landing thing? Oh, that's just from TV, right? Another baseless assertion, not backed up by anything, just imagination, right? So it's like you can listen to you talk all day about nothing. It's boring, bro.
I don't know why that guy's so butthurt. The fact is that we use this formula every single day.
You can't say the fact is because you have no facts.
More than 3 seconds.
Well, in order for it to be facts, there has to be facts behind it, and you have no fact. Is you want to say it like you have something, but you don't. You say my assertion is, my basis assertion is.
Yeah, I mean, I came in here asking a question about it, and I said, yeah, I mean, it seems like.
I heard you make a lot of basis
I don't have a citation on hand, but I'll grab one. Don't worry about that.
So you're making basis assertion without any knowledge of it. Interesting.
He's a conspiracy theorist. Aren't you, Reductio? You're a conspiracy theorist.
What's the conspiracy?
The light and your eyes are conspiring and lying to you. Your senses are lying to you. Nature is lying to you. That's you.
Yeah, I give this a look behind the curtain with Reductio. So the definition of Reductio ad absurdum is a logical argument where you assume a claim is true and then show that it leads to a ridiculously contradictory or logically impossible conclusion, thereby disproving the original claim. I think that's pretty much what Reductio is doing here.
That's what I'm saying.
Reduction to absurdity.
He's assuming that the globe is true, right? You're assuming that the globe is true, and then all the evidence that you present actually
you're just
contradicts everything that you believe to be true. So you don't assume that the Earth is a globe.
But you're also begging.
So you don't.
Absurdity.
I'm asking you. Then no worries. I'm asking you. Do you believe the Earth is a globe?
I do. I know the Earth is a globe.
Okay. Okay, so can you give me where your knowledge comes from? The measurements probably of the Earth would be the best thing, right? The curvature?
Yeah, we have calculations of that.
Oh, I said measurement. Notice I said measurement, and you said calculations. What are those calculations based on?
I don't have a ruler that's 12 miles long or one that can go to like the entire center.
Apparently, nobody does, because nobody has a ruler to measure drop over distance, or any device to measure drop over distance.
Mm-hmm.
So you do assume.
That's why your black swan thing is also assuming, right? You don't.
What does it assume? That the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles? No, we're using your assumption. Are you saying now the assumption that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles is no good?
Okay, I have that citation, by the way. By the way, if you just scroll down to the explanation of navigation tables, they explain the laws of cosine there. This is the American Practical Navigator. And if you notice, what is this?
Where's the citation? Excuse me, Reductio, where's the citation, please?
Bruh. I just cited it, but yeah, I said if you scroll down to explanation of navigation tables, explain the mathematical tables.
Where's the citation?
Down to that section. Do you want me to just screenshot the page or highlight?
Give us a paragraph. Maybe even give us the quote.
It's in the side chat.
Then it would be a citation.
Notice how I didn't just drop the whole thing. I actually said, okay, there's this particular section that I'm talking about, right? But you cut me off and said, where is it?
Give us,
while I'm doing that.
Give us the page, give us the paragraph to back up your claim. Then it would be a citation. You did actually elephant hurl the entire document in here and said, it's down there towards the bottom. Just be helpful and get us what we're asking for.
Hang on, there's over 30 references to cosine here. So the cosine of angles, the spherical law of cosine. So I'm just trying to figure out what's the best one, because essentially it's really all they talk about actually. So I'm just figuring out what the best one would be to ship to you, but we're just gonna post that and highlight all of that for you. There's also piloting tables. Oh, that looks important. That's how we must navigate too, right? Anyway, this is stuff that I think is very common, but you have to leave your parents' basement to learn about the real world around you to get this. So but in any case, what you can use with these, so you can actually apply this in your in like an observation for yourself. So what you would do is figure out the distance between two cities and then actually go out and see if the spherical law of cosines aligns with that or not. Because there's a
Walk us through that.
You'd use the flat
Walk us through that.
Well, this is something I have to read through anyway. This is something I just inquired about this morning, and I came in here actually right afterwards, so I'm not prepared for that.
Who did you inquire that from?
I was thinking back to university calculus when I took that, and I started thinking about. Well, I was originally thinking about how ships navigate the ocean and how because what happens often is if a globe earther says, "Oh, a plane can fly all the way around the equator," the flat earther will say, "They just went in that's a nice circle you did there. The plane was tilting the whole time." And of course, the glober is going to be like, "Well, the instruments didn't say that, but I mean, sure, I guess maybe they're like off or not calibrated right." but
Does a flat earther say the aircraft
you
is
could actually
tilted?
prove this using this approach here. So I was just trying to find a way that would determine one way or the other.
When does a flat earther say when flying around the equator the aircraft is tilted the whole time?
Right. Exactly, because that's not what I'd say.
Because you can fly around the equator and end up at the same location, and so the only way that's possible on a flat plane is if you went in a big circle.
Prove it.
Prove what?
Aircrafts don't fly like that. They have bearings. They fly from one location to another, and then at that location they change their course. They fly straight until they reach another bearing location, and then they change their course again.
Reductio. More like Pruvio. Next.
Was that Jedi that just said that about the planes? You're absolutely right. They take a direct course and they will just simply change direction, change angle, of course. And it's not impossible to
Unless you've got an
come back to where you started.
Well, he might have as an example. Does he have an example? That's why I said prove it.
As far as I know, there's not been any like north to south pole circumnavigation that doesn't turn around. They've done it where they like turn around, but there hasn't been like a reason. They weren't doing it to prove a globe or anything like that. But they have done it around the equator. That's as far as I know that we actually have like full around the globe. I don't have the citations here, but I could find them. But I think I thought everyone here like agreed with that. I'm pretty sure that's not controversial in this room.
It said east-west circumnavigation has been.
Yes, that is like.
But
I think
it's not, but not in a perfect circle. And I don't know of any instance where a globe has come in and said, "These guys maintained their heading along the equator the whole time."
Notice how every claim I made, I dropped a citation, by the way, and the guy in chat saying he hasn't backed up any of his claims.
Did not drop a citation.
I dropped a full PDF for literally even.
That is not a citation.
Even the moon dust.
That's a reference, bro. Like, what the fuck?
No, yeah, exactly. Look, what we're dropping is real world practical demonstrations, right? You don't have anything to counter that, right? You have some PDFs. No, you haven't. You haven't provided a single real world demonstration, right? That's been done like what we're showing you. I can show you one after another that shows through a camera, right, looking out over a vast distance that it's completely flat, right? It doesn't match up with the globe math at all, right? You don't have anything similar to that to counter it, right? What you have are claims that are impossible meteorologically, right, which you're in complete denial about, and then you're posting non-analogous PDF documents that don't show any practical demonstration in them, right, that's similar to what we're showing you, right? Well, you're not providing anything. Right, you're providing like excuses.
No, you haven't actually cited.
No, you're. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, for your PhD guy who's zooming in on the ship in the distance and the pillars, you're claiming he has some measurements, right? I don't know what. So you didn't cite them, right? Which is like kind of.
It's not a citation. It's not something. This is something that's this is the primary footage. Right, this is the meat. We don't really need citations when it comes to this. What we have is flat, like a completely impossible observation on a globe.
Well, what you need,
right? And you're saying that what would have to be happening is this extremely rare refractive condition that would make a K factor of 0.97 or something like that, which requires crazy and rare meteorological conditions that aren't possible when you have almost uniform water temperature and air temperature, because we're looking out within 1 meter range vertically, all the way out to the horizon, 14 miles away. Right? So what would cause this drastic drop in temperature as you go downward? in altitude. What would cause the crazy temperature differential that would be required to have this crazy refractive effect over 1 meter when you have the same air temperature and the same water temperature? What could possibly be cooling down the layer of air, right above the surface of the water, and then having it drastically cool down just over 1 meter?
I can tell you that. Yeah.
What would cause that over 14 miles uniformly?
And by the way, some guy with a video camera.
What would cause it? What would cause it? Don't jump over past this.
I'll explain what I
cause that to happen.
Oh yes, it's like land to ocean differential, but you also have
lens. That's got nothing to do with the lens, right? So between point A, right, to point B, right, point A to 14 miles away, right, you have to have something within 1 meter vertically that drastically changes the temperature to create ducting. Okay, when we have
you don't think that over land where he's observing from, and then the ocean 14 miles out has any temperature difference?
There's no land. He's set up right on the edge of the water. There's no land there.
Okay. Same thing, but anyway, so
no, it's not the same thing.
To measure it. Let me explain this.
Okay, think about this. No, let me explain this, right? We can check this.
I'm going to get my part in.
I will let you get your point in, I promise. Look, I want to have a good faith conversation. I don't want to keep talking over you, right? When we have an inferior mirage, right? If you look down a hot road or if you look over the concrete path or something like that, right? When you get down low, right, you're going to get an inferior mirage, because you have a drastic temperature difference, right? The sun heats up the concrete or the pavement, and it creates a very warm layer of air, obviously above, right, directly above, and then it quickly cools down, because the air temperature is much cooler, right? So you have a huge difference in temperature, very short distance, and that's what causes an inferior mirage. Okay, you don't have... Hold on a second. Right, so you don't have... But when we have the inferior mirage, we have the same conditions, right? We have something that's going to create the warm layer of air down low, right? And we have something that's going to cause the inferior mirage, right? If the concrete was the same temperature as the air above it, you cannot possibly have an inferior mirage. It is impossible. Just the same as it's impossible to have ducting when you have the same water temperature as air temperature. You don't have the conditions present or the temperatures present to create that difference in the refractive index between point A and point B. It's impossible. And if you can look it up on AI or anything like that, right, look up anything. You're not going to have anything that supports your claim. It's impossible.
And of course, again, because let's just say the ocean's cold. You have the reverse effect. The hot air over the land blows into the ocean. You have the reverse, right? There's different ways that could work. And the reason why we need to know exactly what's happening in the field, and to be clear, how to measure it isn't just some guy with a video camera. You need to measure at several heights above the surface, like 0.5 meters, 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, and even 10 to 20 meters up, which I highly doubt that he did.
We have that.
Okay, well, if he did that, then I would like to see that. But yeah, you need to measure the pressure and the air temperature, the relative humidity.
No. You completely missed my point. You missed my point.
Note stratifications and versions. There's a lot.
You've missed my point.
That, right? And
wind can't cause right. Wind can't cause a warm layer of air directly above the surface of the water uniformly for 14 miles. It's impossible. It can't do that. Wind doesn't do that. Right, the only thing that could do it is if you have much warmer water or much cooler water, right? Obviously, like you said, you could have the opposite. If you had cool water and then warm air temperature, or if you had warm water and then cool air temperature above it, right? You could have an inverted vertical temperature gradient, right? And have the opposite, right? You could have a superior mirage or an inferior mirage, the opposite of each other, depending if it's hot to cold or cold to hot. It's impossible, right, for you to have this ducting effect when you have uniform water temperature and uniform air temperature, just like it's impossible to have an inferior mirage if you have the concrete the same temperature as the air above it. It doesn't matter. You can look through it. You're never going to get an inferior mirage. When you look through that, it's impossible because you need certain...
hypothesis, but it's not.
It's not a hypothesis. It's a fact. It's testable, repeatable, and it lines up with mainstream. And even you can go on any AI and ask it this, it will back me up. None of them will back you up.
Like I said, I highly doubt that he
Hold on,
got the wind, humidity, temperature, and pressure from
the
10 to
paper
20
you
meters
gave
up.
us. The
Highly
paper
doubt
you gave me. The paper you gave us has nothing to do with planes, dude. This is about freaking sea navigation.
Yeah.
Like you said, I thought you said you had papers, or you were going to look for a paper that says this is the calculations formula used for navigation in airplanes, not sea. Even though that we know you don't use this for sea anyways. But where's that? You said it was for plane navigation. This is not plane. This is all about sea navigation.
Yeah, that's different without a distinction, right? If you actually thought about what you're saying, you're still able to navigate.
Well, I mean, what they're saying and what's demonstrated is different. I'm asking you for the paper that you said that they need a formula for spherical triangles. Yep. Where is that?
Okay, so if you really want me to bark like a dog and go and find some other paper, which won't even be that hard, by the way.
It was your claim, dude.
Ships can navigate the ocean, and they use spherical law of cosines.
They don't.
Planes navigate the skies, and they use the same spherical law of cosines. If you really want this, bark like a dog, right? It's just like ridiculous that it took me like within 2 minutes to get that citation for you. It's extremely common. This is like well taught. This is the first thing people
Sure. Guys, again, you making absurd claims that you can't back up because I still haven't seen it because you brought me what I didn't ask for, where you said you had you claimed.
There it is. All right. Are you satisfied? There you go.
Citation is a citation, or I have to go through the whole thing?
Took me 2 seconds to find that if you want me to just search through this. So the FAA's Instrument Procedures Handbook explains that track to fix leg defines a great circle track over the ground and 2 known database fixes, which is how they connect waypoints. So it's operational confirmations that planes fly in great circle segments. In any case, I don't know why you're asking this. We're having a conversation about something else.
I understand. I was just bringing you back to the thing that you said you had some formula for, or is the formula for cosines and whatnot.
Okay. Well, it's the first thing that you would learn in aviation or maritime navigation. And by the way,
again, I'm waiting for the formula. Where is the formula on here?
Where's the formula? It's cos A equals cos B times cos C plus sine B times sine C times cos big A.
Yeah, but where is it at here in this place?
The elephant hurled again, didn't he?
I feel like you're doing a sea lining thing where you're like questioning and inquiring when you're actually not even gonna. I don't think you're in good faith. But
here's the problem. We're asking for practical demonstrations of any of the things you're making claims about. The citation is great,
by the way,
but we have to get the citation first. So first thing that we do is we get the citation, then we get the practical demonstration of this being applied, right? Also, it would be helpful to have all those distances. I mean, you apparently want lots of evidence. You asked for that from Dr. John Dee's field observations. That's great. That means you want lots of evidence. So you're going to give us lots of evidence like the ones that you require, right?
I'm fine with that. I'm at 100%.
Okay, great.
I'll have that. I'll have that either later. I'll have that later today or tomorrow. I'm going on a trip, but I'll be in the room periodically and I'll be
okay. So just what we're looking for: citations, and then the application of said citations or formulas or whatever in navigation, right?
And
we're going to need all the data too, distances, all that stuff.
Go and read up on what is a citation so you can understand what we're asking you for, because you keep giving us reference to a whole freaking page. We have to go read the whole entire thing.
I don't think it will be too hard. I think because it's really just 2 points in the world and like traveling anywhere, it won't be too hard. But I'll definitely do that.
Give us a practical example with those 2 points and the actual distance between them. That's what I want from you.
Sure.
Actual distance and how it was derived.
I understand. I understand the burden of proof that I have, and I'll fulfill it easily. I'm gonna go have lunch. I might listen in, but maybe if there's another Glober here who wants to mic up.
All right, Reductio. Have a good one, man. Enjoy your lunch.
So yes, DJ is great. Is there anyone else here who believes in the globe? Before I go, I just want to pass the torch.
That's everyone in here. We'll see if anyone else in here. We got Ikeen, we got Joker, we got Suzanne. Maybe believe that the Earth's a globe. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to jump in. Crypto Bear King. Oh no, you got the flat roll. Is it Primal King Bear? I see. Right.
Reduction was questioning the John D test or experiment, and but does he has the same scrutiny for the globe claims? Because it looks like he doesn't put any effort into debunking the globe. He just believes it.
He doesn't have a single observation to present. We got countless amounts of them. He doesn't have one. He's got papers with graphs.
But he hand waves everything that is presented here, and then he makes a claim that he doesn't know about, and then he says, "This has got to be somewhere. I'm gonna post this for you," and he probably means what I'm saying. But I don't know. And then he was talking about aviation, then he posted something for navigation on the sea, on the water. And the first page he posted has a triangle. Oh, they're using triangles to navigate. That doesn't work on a globe.
Yeah, whoever said this earlier, I forgot exactly how you worded it, but he's appealing to his imagination, right? Fill in the blanks with imagination. And that's a perfect example he's doing. It must be a globe, so it has to be this. Oh, let me just think of a different way it could work on a globe. Oh yeah, that's how it works. Citation. Well, something. That's it.
He's living up to his name. Reductio to absurd deduction.
I dropped a link in the chat earlier. Did you guys see that Planet Peterson made a video about the Blitz situation? It dropped 1 day ago. I can grab the link for anyone that doesn't have that. Might be funny for you guys to go over there and ask the chat if they have hands.
Yeah. Post that thing. Is there a game or something that's on?
You were roboting there just a little bit.
Yeah, post a link. Let me see what this is all about.
Yeah,
I will challenge you guys to a boxing match, but since you don't have any hands, that's not gonna happen.
I mean, we could have a cockfight. I mean, pause.
What the fuck? It's the gayest thing I've heard in months.
Now the Peterson video hit my feed. He's like, "These guys, the dumbest flat earthers of all time." The comments are crazy. There he goes. Okay, links in the side chat. It might be funny if you guys head over and ask the comment section if they have hands. I mean, the whole comment section is like, you really debate flat earthers? Why would you do that? I responded to a couple of those. I was like, mentioning the moth to a flame phenomena that takes place. It's a really interesting topic. It's like nobody that I know of spends time trying to debunk Bigfoot or debunk, aliens, stuff like this. Things that people would call ridiculous. They don't spend hours and hours of their time making videos and hovering around and checking up. This flat earth discussion has, I don't know, it just does something different to people than these Bigfoot discussions or Loch Ness Monster. Nobody cares about those things. Nobody spends time trying to debunk them. But we got guys like Peterson and Blitz, Mr. No Hands, spending hours and hours of their time trying to debunk something that they think is ridiculous. It's weird. Links in the side chat there if anyone wants to drop a comment.
I'm checking it out. You notice how with Glovers, it always has to be an ad hominem right before they say anything about flat earthers. Right, it's almost like an addiction to we need to first belittle them and then talk about them, and then belittle them some more and then talk about them. Like, it's just a joke, man.
Isn't that the poisoning the well fallacy?
I mean, that's one of their strongest arguments right there. That's all they can do, pretty much.
Root says this is a poor attempt to make flat earthers look bad. I see one of our boys over there says hands. Wow. Somebody in the comments was like, I debated India when I was 15 and I totally smoked him. Okay, bro.
So his argument, as I remember it, his main point was neutrinos, right? He was affirming the consequent with neutrinos. And I've done a little bit of research on the neutrinos, and so they don't have a charge. Doesn't seem like they have a spin. They say they have a mass, but it's very tiny. Well, then we're going to have to go in what is mass. But so how do you have a neutrino detector? What does it detect then? I'm kind of curious about that.
No clue. But his argument, and Peterson was backing this up, they were saying that they're not trying to prove the Earth is a globe or an oblate spheroid. There was a comment about that too, like, oh, well, you're confusing them when you say oblate spheroid. The flat earthers don't know what that means. They think 8 inches per mile square, whatever. And they were saying that this debunks flat Earth. And that's not something I am willing to accept off rip, because most of the time they don't know what flat Earth is. For example, what's his name? Duffy was doing a video a final goodbye to flat Earth or something a couple days ago. And one of the flat earthers called in, and he was talking about the flat water, flat ocean. And Duffy goes, "Wait, so like it could be a cube, though?" So even guys that spend hours and hours of time or millions of dollars, or if that's even real, they don't even know what the flat Earth position is.
Yep, the final straw man.
So, like, well, when they say we're debunking flat Earth, well, oftentimes it's just a flat Earth that they've created in their head. They don't know what our position is. Even Reductio was like, well, on a flat Earth, it'd be like this. Here's the formula for a flat Earth. Hello, like flat Earthers are referring to the Earth outside, where you can go from point A to point B, where things happen, things work, quote unquote. So they're not debunk. And if he's saying, well, in reality, we shoot these neutrinos and in another place it detects them, well, then that's happening on the Earth, which we're saying is flat. So you're not debunking anything. You're not debunking our position. I think that's one of the biggest complaints I have with Globers. They don't even know what our position is, but they're so, they have a lot of gusto to go against something that they've created. I think even in the Peterson video, he mentioned something about the pizza Earth or whatever. There's another example. They don't know what our position is. They're comfortable creating one in their head of what they think it should be and tell us why we're wrong. Well, we don't think that trash that you came up with. So you're basically debunking a ghost that you created. Good job, I guess. Well, we would agree with you. It's not that thing that you created.
Yeah. They generally just say the opposite of what actually happened in reality. Like, come on, Discord's worst flat earthers. Like, if you actually listen to the conversation, it's not even, if you actually listen, no, like, he tried to prove through neutrinos that the Earth was a globe. And Indio just kept asking him questions, more questions, more questions. And then eventually he switched his position. He said, "Oh, no, I'm actually not trying to prove it's a globe. I'm trying to prove that flat doesn't work." Right? So labeling that worst Discord flat earthers ever, bro, that's the PhD blitz. You failed, buddy. You failed to prove your premise one. The Earth is globe and went to Earth no flat then. Like, but nobody on the globe side wants to see that because they'll just say whatever the rhetoric that their masters push, right? Their PhD blitz, their Planet Peckerwoods, right? Super chat me. Gosh, it's annoying.
Okay, so wait, did somebody change the settings in here? Because all of a sudden I have to use push to talk. Does that happen for anybody else? Yeah, I just got kicked off of the mic. It says you can't talk unless you use push to talk. Did that change for anybody else? Is that just me?
I think it's just for Apple products. Android seems to be doing fine.
Yeah, I've literally never used push to talk before. It literally just like 5 seconds ago, it's like you cannot speak unless you use push to talk. Well,
I mean, that should be a feature for what are they called? Recurring hot micers, or repeat offending hot micers. That would be a cool feature.
yeah, I don't like push to talk. It's trash.
That's not happening for me, but ever since the latest update, I just get kicked. Like it just like disconnects me, and everything will go silent for a moment, and I'll see you guys lighting up, talking. I can't hear anything, and then it'll reconnect me randomly. Like it's just weird.
You know what's funny? Ever since I talked about that like 2 hours ago, it hasn't happened once since.
Well, I'm reading about neutrinos, and what I'm finding is an equivalent to like gravity, right? So somebody believes this thing exists, and so then what they do is they look for a way to detect this thing that they believe it exists, and if it does what they expect it to do, then they call that a neutrino. So it's this really illogical affirming the consequent type of thing. It's kind of like, I believe in gravity, so if I see something go down, then gravity exists. That's the same idea. Because they don't have any electric charge, they don't have any spin, and there's even a debate. They're like, we're not even sure if they really have mass, but we think it's really tiny. Okay, well, what's mass? Then we'll go from there. And they pass through all matter. They say that they'll go through your body and they'll have no effect. Well, what will go through my body? This thing that you think exists, and if it does something, then it does exist, but it doesn't do anything to me. But we have a detector, but what is the detector gathering? And all they really have is this idea of light, some sort of measured light in the non-visible spectrum in these detectors, that if they see this little flash of light, then that's a neutrino. So I'm struggling to see, number one, if anybody could actually prove that a neutrino exists instead of just sort of affirming that it does, affirming the consequent. Well, if I see a flash of light, that's a neutrino. But further to that, I don't know how a detector in Ohio would, I guess, disprove the Earth being flat. I listened to him that day, and I wasn't really quite understanding what it was he was trying to say, I guess. I don't know.
Well, they were just saying the Earth can't be flat. They're not even trying to prove the globe.
I'm just trying to open my mic and these freaking sports cars are going next to me. Anyways, thanks says who for the layman's explanation about neutrinos, because yeah, I couldn't understand Indio when he was Blitz when they were talking, making mumbo jumbo.
Wait a minute. I just noticed some more perms have changed. The soundboard is gone. Or like someone changed a bunch of settings. You know what? I'll have to give it back on the case.
Hello there.
Hello.
Hello there.
Oh, is this AI?
I just watched the start of that Planet Peterson thing. His opening statement is, "Oh, these blah 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 viruses, they got dog walked." And here's a previous conversation with India 007. It was him and Peterson. And the conversation he put wrecking himself. India said, "Why don't you use that in a logical syllogism?" And then immediately he just went into ad homs. He didn't even defend what he said previously. And that's his proof of how he wrecked flat earthers. Like, it can't get any more like hilarious than that.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like a trend that I've noticed. They just say things that feel comfortable for them to say. Like, they don't care about the truth. It's their feelings.
Well, so it's two things. It's number one, the society at large somehow feels that winning a debate is the one who best insults the other, or at least makes the other one look bad. It's never about the information or the facts or the data. And, you know, if you have that stuff in a debate, it's probably going to be about something subjective anyways. The other thing is that you can gaslight your followers by telling them, I just kicked this guy's ass, and here's the video or whatever. And they kind of go through it with this idea that apparently, you know, Planet Peckerwood, you know, schooled Indio because he just insulted him the whole time. But more than that, he told his listeners and his followers, yeah, I really did a number on this guy. See how passive aggressive I was? See how much I insulted him? You know, I mean, the knuckle dragging retards that follow these guys, they have no idea about what logic is or empiricism is or even what data is. They don't know that. They just hear, oh, well, you insulted him pretty well, so, you know, you must have won.
Yeah, exactly. Arrogant retard influencers like Peterson have arrogant retard audiences like Peterson.
Oh yeah, I'm not too concerned with his audience, but you know, even their comment section was like, "Oh, you used a bunch of ad hominems there, Peterson. Like, why would you do that?" You know, and it didn't sound like if it was a flat earther saying it either. So I don't know. appealing to like NPC normies isn't really what I'm after. There's going to be some people that listen to that debate and were able to catch on to like him saying I don't have hands or whatever. Like people will wake up to that. If it's Peterson's audience not doing that, that's fine by me. I don't really care about his audience in particular.
Yeah, it's coming. Just like you posted that other one, when there was actually like almost a 50-50 ratio of like, flat Earth to globe comments. Remember, I don't think you posted it at Frontlines or here, I forget. But yeah, it's crazy. He immediately goes into straw manning the flat Earth. Well, on a flat Earth model, it wouldn't work. Then I guess CB, that's why you were hitting on that earlier. If you want to play that like short, it's like a minute clip. That perfectly goes into what you were saying about how they straw man us at every single point.
Wait, where's the clip?
It's literally like 30. It's like probably the Center for where he's like, here's a clip of me destroys himself.
You're rebutting there just a little bit, but yeah, man, I don't know. They always straw man our position. It's weird because they're so willing to debate us, but they don't know what our position is. And if you start to press them, they'll even admit it. Like, oh well, you guys don't even tell me your position, so I have to make one for you. Okay, well, sounds like a straw man then.
So there's this really subtle thing that occurs when they go on this straw manning campaign, right? And what they will say is this cannot work on a flat Earth. When I hear a flat Earth, what I'm hearing is I have designed a scenario with a flat Earth where this will not work. And so I immediately ask them for the model of that flat Earth because they love models. And if they don't provide one, then that's all it takes. If they provide an AE map, right? Well, okay, so you're debunking a projection of the globe. So they've destroyed their own position in a roundabout way. But if I hear anybody say a flat Earth, I want to see what they're talking about. Because you can make up anything, right? Any straw man that you want and debunk it, quote unquote.
Yes, this happened with Akumu virus many moons ago. I'll see if I can find the screenshots, or they're buried somewhere. But he basically says the same thing. He's like, well, I can debunk a flat Earth. I'm like, well, what flat Earth are you referring to? He says, well, any flat Earth. Well, what does that look like? Well, it could be a square, it could be circle, it could be triangle. I'm like, okay. And so, you just start walking them down that path of what is this thing that you're debunking? And they basically have pulled it out of their rear end or out of thin air. Let me see if I can find the screenshots.
Boo
Earth is a donut, bro. Earth is a donut.
Really? You have any curvature measurements of this donut?
I ate yesterday.
You ate it yesterday? Did you measure it before you ate the Earth? We've got another cat profile pic. Most likely going to be some kind of unstable individual.
Yep. Damn. So common with that's like the new anime profile picture, isn't it?
Yep.
Hey, you watch yourself now.
Omar Recon, you wanna have a serious conversation, or is your life such a joke that all you do is just joke around in Discord VCs, bro?
You want me to believe that the Earth's pizza?
No, I don't want you to believe the Earth is a pizza. Is that what the title of the room says? We want you to believe in a pizza Earth. Is that what you gathered? Is that your own assumption, Omar?
I want you to prove the globe. How's that?
Yeah, that'd be better.
Earth is around because it's round.
Because of what?
Yeah.
Round like
He
a
said because
pizza?
it's round. It's round because it's round. Oh man. Come on. Better than that.
Hey Omar, what shape is a pizza?
Ask yourself.
Yeah,
Oh my
can't
God.
answer it, can you? Because you just said Earth is round. Better luck next time, Omar. Omar.
And he gave up.
Off to troll the next channel.
Sporadic, can you talk? Are you busy?
He said he
I'll
can
take
talk,
that as a
he can't
busy.
chat. Yeah.
Is the polar coordinate system, is that also non-uniform scaling? Are any of them uniform in their scaling? That's fascinating. Because when I think of somebody coming in here and telling us that, you have to apply these sine and cosine and haversine and all that stuff, and I'm wondering, what are they applying that to? Are they applying that to something that is already in a geometry that would require you to almost basically undo that to get your destination? Because at the end of the day, what matters is the plane flying in a route that is, well, number one, taking a circular path in, I guess, the y-axis, and that would give validity to his argument. But if someone's going to be saying something like you have to apply all these formulas to, okay, well, what system? Is it the actual Earth, or is it your reified Earth? Whatever coordinate system that you're using. Then I guess, yeah, you would need to do that to something that is just a reified coordinate system. So what? How do I actually get to where I need to go? What is my route? Yeah, that's what I figured. Exactly. I love having Sporadic around. He is much more disciplined in his research than I am. But I just think about things sometimes. It's like, well, if your coordinate system is spherical, or if it's lat-long, right, which is based on the spherical coordinate system, or I guess essentially the celestial sphere, unless I'm incorrect about that. But then you would have to apply some kind of spherical geometry to unpack what you've created.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I understand, it's just turning that celestial sphere into and sort of like translating it into a terrestrial sphere, and that's kind of what the globe is. And then flattening that out into different projections, and you've got different projections, which they say are globe projections, but they're really just celestial sphere projections. So really, there is no globe. It's just kind of like based off assumptions about the way we view the sky.
Yeah.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Once you find the bottom layer of the nonsense, it becomes a lot easier. It's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, you've got all these formulas and equations, and this is how you would, essentially decode the celestial sphere that you've turned into some kind of projection. And yeah, if you were wanting to plot a course, you'd have to use all this. But then at the end of the day, your routes and the way that you fly the plane and the way the plane flies itself is going to be, a direct route across a horizontal surface. Gee whiz, man. So Tesla was right. He was ragging on the Einsteins and whatever of the day, where they've decided, forget reality, let's enter into the mathematical realm where we can create whatever we want, using math as a language and creating a fiction. And now they have the masses doing the same thing, where they're like, no, I only believe in the calculations and the math, in the fictional geometry. And it's like, bro, go outside. No, it's too deceptive out there. Reality will just lie to me. My eyes will lie to me. Apparently, my vestibular system is lying to me. I'm sure that's not the sun moving across the sky.
They are conspiracy theories. Nature and their senses are conspiring so they can not see the globe.
A 100%.
So you guys are sure that the Earth is flat, or you just believe that we know we knowing that the Earth is a round, a bullshit, you know, planet. Is that false, or I mean, I don't get it.
That would be a man doctrine. It's a thing on paper. When you say round, the Earth is a round planet. That you get it from a drawing on a piece of paper and someone writing words. This circle that I drew on the paper is the Earth. And then you read that, and you read it many times in many papers, and then you believe it. When you see it in the cartoons, you turn on the TV, you see videos, cartoons, and they, show you Earth as a blue ball in a vacuum, and then they feed you that, and your mind gets programmed into believing it. But when you go to reality, when you turn off the TV or close the book, and then you go outside and you look across the earth, across the water, across the world, and you use your senses and you experience reality, then you come to find out that circle on that round thing in the paper or that depiction in the TV, those are misrepresentations of reality, not the real thing. Because the earth doesn't measure to be curved. It's not in motion, rotating like they show you in the TV.
Really? So what is it? Like, the Earth is flat and we're staying at one place, and then the sun.
Can you get closer to your mic so I can hear you better?
So what do you claim? What do you think it's the reality?
Well, I'm acknowledging the reality, right? And then some people claim that the earth is curving, right? So when we put that to the test, that curvature across the surface, we've tested that and come to find out that claim, it's not reality. They claim that the earth is curving. That's not real, not found, not discovered. It was made up, invented, a doctrine of men.
And you don't have to imagine what reality is. You can just experience it. There is no reality from a viewpoint that you don't have. Until you have that viewpoint and that vantage point, just don't worry about it. Just go with what you know and experience, bro. That's reality.
Okay, simple question. I'm in United States, and I'm just gonna keep going east, okay? What am I gonna find? I think I'm gonna find Japan, right? If I continue going east, I'm gonna circle back to USA. So how is that flat?
You mean that you go from your house to the seashore, you go to a port, you get on a boat, and the boat travels across the water, and you make it to another port in Japan, and then what?
And then I go to Japan and to the US. Going east.
Yeah. No, nowhere in there you use any globe to make it from point A to point B.
What do you mean by that? Sorry.
You're asking, what happens if I go from the United States to Japan? You go to the United States you go to Japan from the United States. Nothing to do with a globe. Navigation.
All I'm saying is, where will I be if I just keep going east, starting from the USA? That's my question.
If you keep going east, you will be doing a circle. If you're using a compass and the compass is pointing north, and then you travel east in reference to north, you're gonna do a circle around north. That's a circle.
What the hell? What kind of circle, bro?
So imagine you go around, you go east, and you go around your town. You go around your house, around your street, around your town, around your city. You're doing a circle.
But I mean, why should I do?
Circles are not spheres. When you think circle, a circle is not a sphere, dude.
I agree, but like if I keep going east, how would I be moving in a circle? That doesn't make any sense.
You know when you have you ever held the compass in your hand? You hold it horizontal, right? The compass is to the you. Let's say you put it on a table, right? And you're looking down to it, and the compass is pointing towards magnetic north. It's pointing that way towards the north, and then on the compass you see the E. The E is this way, right? Certain degrees this way, and you follow that E. You follow that east towards east, and then you keep walking east, and the needle's gonna be moving, pointing north, and you're gonna keep adjusting to east, and you're gonna be doing a circle. You're gonna keep adjusting to north towards east, and you're gonna be doing a circle if you follow the east, a circle. And that's a horizontal across a plane, not a sphere. Just think about it. Imagine a table. You imagine a table, and you imagine a table, and put there's the center of the table, and you grab the compass and you put it at the edge of the table, and then you're walking around the table. You're doing a circle around the table, and the center of the table is north.
Okay. So that's what you're saying. Okay.
I mean, that's not exactly what's happening, because the compass is following magnetic north, and that magnetic north is moving, because that's like a phenomena called magnetic north. But I mean, there is geographical north on the map, and then there is magnetic north. But still, when you're going east, you're just doing a circle. Nothing to do with a sphere, nothing to do with the globe. When you look at the map, and you use the map as a reference, depicting whatever land you're at, or the next town that you're gonna be at, the map is a reference for the area that you are trying to go to or going across. But the map is not the terrain. If the map is a sphere, that means that the map is the sphere is not the floor that you're standing on. The map can be flat, it could be a triangle, it could be the depiction of the town that you're in, it could be any shape. But that doesn't mean that the land that you're going across is that shape of the map.
Okay, I get what you mean. But here's the question, bro. What if you keep moving south instead of east? And now the real problem is
So if you keep going south, I mean, think about this, right? So when you navigate, nobody goes on a straight line, right? You go from port to port. You have to go towards this street, and then you go to the next street. So you're not gonna be going straight in a line. But if you go, let's say on the map, let's say you're gonna go to straight dead reckoning. Nobody does this. You can do it, but nobody navigates like this. But you can go dead reckoning in a straight line towards what you call north, whatever the compass is telling you north is, which is a magnetic position that moves.
Yeah.
Once you reach that position, eventually you're just gonna go back home. You're gonna go to a position in the world, and then you're gonna say, okay, I'm going back home. That's what you're gonna do.
Like, I'm using your analogy here. Like, the northern part of the compass will always point to the center of the globe. I mean, by the globe, I mean, the circle. So if you keep going south, which is opposite to the center, you're gonna finally reach the end point of the circle, or the circumference.
Yeah,
That's what I'm thinking.
it's a bigger circle than the outside circle is a bigger circle than the inside circle, right? That's you're saying you're going further the other direction. But what you're gonna reach is you either gonna go across water or you're gonna go across land, and you're gonna go to certain positions that have been mapped in a grid, and either you're gonna go somewhere and then you're gonna go back. If that location that you're going to, it's labeled in the map as south, either it could be geographical south, that is a location like a base. Geographical south is a base in the what is called the South Pole, right? But it's a base that people go there, and they have like a little sphere and a pole, and they call it south in that base. And you go there and you say, look, I'm in the south. And then when you're done with that travel, you go back home.
Oh, okay.
Towards the other direction. But then there is something called magnetic south, which is thousands, and I think it's over 1,500 miles away from the geographical south. And magnetic south moves locations. It's a magnetic phenomena that the compass allegedly can follow, whatever. I don't know exactly how it works, but if you look at the descriptions of south, there's like 5 different souths. The magnetic south, I think the other one is geographical. Then there is I gotta look it up again. Electromagnetic south. There is multiple souths. So when you go south, you go from port to port. You go from one position to the other position. That's where you go. And whatever you label it, electromagnetic south, that's electromagnetic south, even though it moves. If you're gonna go south to the geographical position, that's gonna be a place, a base. A place that people already put bases. They have the helicopter lands there, or the airplane lands near it, and then you call it, this is south right here.
Oh, okay. So
you made it there. You made it over there. It's like you went to Bali, or you went to Las Vegas, California, and you went downtown. I went to downtown. Now I'm going to geographical south. Geographical south is that town that is called geographical south. It's a base that has a spot. It has a ceremonial. It has a ceremonial pole, a bowl, and you take pictures there, and you say, "Look, I'm in the south."
Well, is anything that you're saying have been proven? Like,
what? That there is a base that is called geographical south? Do I need to prove that? Just search it.
No, not that one. Not that one.
What are you asking about proven? Like the Earth is not curving? Yeah, it has been proven. Laser test, long distance observations. So you got to take into account that the claim on the table is that the Earth has a, you know how the ball that they show you in the TV, right? The sphere or the circle. Yeah. They show you this circle, right? And this circle has specific measurements, like a radius, a circumference, right?
Yeah.
It has a specific size. And then you grab those numbers
and you can test. You can grab the numbers that you get on the paper, right? Okay, the paper says that the sphere is this big, has a radius of 3,959 miles, right? And you can then close the paper and put the paper on the paper on the table, and then you can go to a body of water across a lake. You can go to the seashore, and then you can test if that number, if the reality of the world conforms to that claim, those numbers. You can test the numbers, and there should be like a drop. Because if you're on a sphere, right, away from you, it should be dropping. The sphere is curving. It's dropping away from you. And you can test for that. And it has been done.
Sorry, what do you
And
mean
you
by-
come to find
what do you
out
mean?
with many different tests, long distance observations, laser tests, the curvature that is supposed to be there, according to the math or whatever the numbers of the globe on the paper, that curvature is nowhere to be found in reality. There's many
That's a
laser
bit
examples that you probably can look at. Go ahead, speak.
So you're basically saying that all of these we see on the movies, games, claiming that the Earth is round like a ball, it's a lie. You're telling me that's
Yeah,
a lie.
Star Wars, Star Trek, video games, cartoons of the globe. The globe, the only place that you ever seen the globe is either on a paper that is being drawn or in the TV. You never seen that in reality. Nobody has.
Didn't the guys who went to the moon saw it?
The astronauts, those will be like, I mean, when they tell you, they will say that they were just, how do you say, passengers in a flight, right? But what they show you in the TV, right? The sphere that they show you in the TV, that's an impossibility, because when you test the Earth, the Earth is not curving. So if I show you Godzilla in the TV and I say it's real because it's on the TV, either it's false, or either I can show it to you in reality. And the curving thing in the TV is not found in reality. So the guys that you're saying, who you're talking about? You're talking about the people that went to the moon or something? That allegedly went to the moon? Those are the ones you're talking about?
Yeah, the Americans who went to the moon and captured
those are actors. Those are actors. You know, acting. You know, people that act like Bollywood, Hollywood, Disney, Star Wars, Star Trek.
What do you mean by acting, bro?
Acting. You know, when you pretend to be something and doing something, but that's not actually happening. Acting. When people set a stage, and you can set a stage. You know Narnia, the movie Narnia, when the little girl goes through the wardrobe, and then she meets the talking lion and the witch, and they wage war against the witch. Yeah, they're acting. It's not real.
So we never.
Yeah, the talking lion. The talking lion. He's not a real lion. That witch, she's not a real witch.
What about the dudes, Neil Armstrong and his friend who went to the moon? That's a lie too.
Well, ask the question again. What happened with Armstrong?
Yeah, you're telling me that they're acting. By that you mean they never went to the moon? They just set up a little studio. And
Have you ever looked at the moon landings yourself? Have you look at the moon landings, the video, the footage that they gave you?
Yeah, bro, I really looked into it.
And have you ever thought that thing can be made in a Hollywood basement, on a Bollywood basement? It can be a setup, a stage. Have you ever thought about that?
Yes, and it can be 100% made in a studio.
There you go.
It can be.
So listen, listen real quick. You can confirm this. Listen. So there's so much about this. I can't give you everything in a silver platter, right? You could do your own research about the moon landings. But even globe believers, people that believe in the globe, they'll tell you themselves, and there's many documentaries debunking the moon landings because it's obviously a set, a made up thing. It's pretty obvious for people that have a few brain cells.
Okay. I'm gonna say this. Okay, faking the moon landing could be a reasonable thing because U.S. and Russia were competing at each other, right? But now here's the real question for you, Matt. Why the hell would scientists fake the Earth is round? Why would they do that? What are they gonna gain by doing that?
Okay, real quick, right? So scientists, when they're doing science, they're trying to establish the cause of an effect. It's a how is question. So how this causes that? What is the cause of this phenomena? That will be what scientists do. They observe a phenomena in the natural and physical world, and they try to establish what caused that phenomena. You get that?
Yeah.
Okay. So a scientist will not do any experiments that determines the Earth is a sphere. Determine the shape of something will be geometry, measurements. Like when you measure your house, you measure your foot to be able to know the right size of your shoe.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, so that's not science. If a scientist that does science on whatever science he does, right? If a scientist believes that the Earth is a globe spinning water ball in the vacuum of space, is because that scientist believes it, but he never checked. That's why he believes it.
So they never tested it, right?
There are many scientists that don't believe the Earth is a globe.
Can you give me a name, please?
Yeah, Quantum Eraser. He's a character in here. There is Dr. John D. He has done many tests with lasers and long distance observations. There's people out there. Listen. Not everyone believes the Earth is a globe. There's many Brazilians. There's like millions of Brazilians that are field engineers, scientists that don't believe in a globe. Your ancestors, many of your ancestors from all across the world, the old cosmologies of your ancestors, my ancestors, everyone's ancestors, they weren't globers.
Yeah, I can agree. I can agree to that.
Yeah, and many of them were scientists.
But they still could be wrong, right?
Yeah, everybody could be wrong in their beliefs, but there is objective things that we know that doesn't matter my opinion or your opinion. The thing is that there are facts and there are objective things like, if you add heat to water, it will boil, right? You know this? Like if you grab fire, you grab if you heat water enough, it will boil, right?
Yeah.
Does that has to do anything with my opinion or your opinion?
No.
Exactly, had nothing to do with what my subjective thinking or yours. That's how it is. So the Earth not curving is objective. The Earth having water on the surface and water lays horizontal, and it doesn't attach. Physics of water. No man can demonstrate you water on the outside of a spinning sphere in a vacuum. You know what happens with water in a vacuum? It evaporates. Have you ever seen what? Maybe check a YouTube video and check water in a vacuum and see what happens. It
Really?
evaporates.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Yeah, it turns into gas and it evacuates the medium that it's in.
But I mean, the oceans and the lakes on the surface of the earth, they have nothing to do with vacuum because there's air between them, right?
Correct. Yeah, you're correct. Actually, you're correct. That there is no vacuums in nature. You need a container for a vacuum, and we also have water that is under a certain pressure to be in the liquid state, right? So the gas pressure that is above the water, gases, the air, the atmos that you or I are breathing, the air that you and I breathe.
Yeah.
That to be so, the gas pressure requires containment because gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. So gas behavior, the way gas behaves, is expanding and is pushing against other gases molecules and pushing against the walls of its container, causing the pressure. If there was no containment, there will be no gas pressure and there will be no you and I breathing air because the gases will be leaving our lungs violently and there will be no conversation between you and I, no breathing.
So, in your perspective, what is the thing that's keeping this air that we breathe compact under pressure?
Containment.
What?
Containment, contain, like your body is a contain. Your body, your blood, your air, your lungs. You have pressure in your body and you need that stuff to be contained to be able to be pressurized.
Yeah.
You have blood pressure because the blood is contained, right? You have pressure in your lungs. That's a container. So the air, the gas pressure that you breathe in air is also contained. The whole of the world is contained. The waters are contained.
By what though?
The air is contained.
By what?
By the antecedent, cause and effect relationships, containment. You're asking me what is the antecedent made of? You're asking a different question. So let me tell you this, right? As an antecedent, something that must be for the other thing to be, right? You need something you need a mom and a daddy for you to exist, right? Do I need to know how does your mommy looks like? How does your daddy look like to be able to know that you need a mom and a daddy for you? No, I don't need to know the color of your mom's hair, how big or how small she was. I don't need to what age she married your dad. I don't know any of those things. But I know for a fact, nobody can deny that you need a mommy and a daddy. Just like gas pressure needs a container as an antecedent, cause and effect relationship.
Okay, that's interesting.
You know a steak. Have you ever had steak before? A steak, a ribeye, yummy stuff.
I mean, what's a steak? A food?
A steak like a meat. Meat.
Yeah, I eat.
So if I put a steak, a ribeye in your plate, do you need to know the color of the cow, how big the cow was, what did the cow like, what type of song the cow like? You don't need to know anything about it. You know there was a cow because you have meat on your plate, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you have gas pressure, you're breathing air, you're able to expand your lungs, and that volume when it's expanding, the gas pressure around you is rushing towards your lungs, so you're able to breathe. So the antecedent to that gas pressure is containment, a container. You're asking what is it, how big it is, what's the volume of it? Those are good questions. I don't know because I cannot go to the ends of the world, or I cannot touch the sky and go beyond my human limitations and say, this is how high it is, this is how far it goes. I don't know exactly how it works, but I know we have gas pressure. And you cannot demonstrate gas pressure without a container. The only way we can demonstrate gas pressure is with a container. Unless you can demonstrate otherwise, but I wouldn't send you in a foolish adventure because you won't be able to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. You won't be able to.
I got you, bro. I mean, so you really
just
believe
that. Listen, the lack of curvature based on laser tests, long distance observations, the fact that we have water in the liquid states, we have gas pressure, those things debunk the globe. Because remember, the globe is curving, allegedly, right? The globe, the sphere, it has to be curving. We don't have curvature in reality. It has water. Remember, it's a sphere. A sphere. You know a sphere? You know what a sphere is? Have you ever held a sphere in your hand?
Yeah, holding like an orange, right?
Yeah. Can you grab water, right, and pour it on that orange, and spin the orange? What will happen to the water?
It will splash around because the orange is not big enough to attract it because of gravity.
Wait, yeah, stop. The orange is not big. You just added something else. What will happen to the water? The water will go splash to the floor.
Exactly. Yeah.
Then listen, you tried to add something else that you don't know. If the orange is big enough, then what?
Because of gravity, the water molecules will stick to the surface of the orange. I think so.
Is that some lore that you learned somewhere, or that is something that you know and you can demonstrate, show, and experience and verify?
To be honest, just the law that I learned.
A lore, a doctrine, a story, like Star Wars, like the little girl going across the wardrobe and waging war against the witch. Yeah, that's what you just said. If the orange was big in a fantasy setting in Hollywood, Disney, Bollywood, if this was a movie in a fantasy setting, then the orange will be big enough and hold the water in a vacuum. And whatever you ever, that's just story making. That's not reality. You cannot demonstrate it. Nobody can demonstrate it. No one can experience what you was trying to say. The only thing that you can experience is reality. Remember, stick to reality. And the real thing is that the water in the liquid state that requires gas pressure containment, remember? We already set that up.
Yeah.
The water, if you try to have it on the outside of the sphere, it's not going to happen. So the sphere that you hold in the orange or whichever other sphere, and the real sphere and the real water, those things in reality debunk the fantasy claim, the globe that is a sphere in a vacuum holding water. That doesn't happen. Because what happens again to the water in the vacuum? What happens again to the water in the vacuum? What happens?
According to you, it evaporates.
No, I said that, but it's not according to me. This is demonstrable, repeatable. You can verify this. It's not me saying it. It's been the case before me and after me.
Okay, I'll watch the YouTube video on that. Like, I was so amazed about water. So, bro, like, you literally believe that Earth is flat, right?
It's not a belief that I'm holding. It's just me. It's people and myself that I could use the term to describe a surface. It's an orientation of a surface. Like that is not curving, right? A flat surface that is not curving, is horizontal, level. Like when you look across water, have you ever been to a lake? You know, a lake?
No, I've never been.
Oh no, so you know, let's say a pool. Have you ever been to a pool?
Yeah.
Yeah, a pool, right? So that pool on the surface, how would you describe the pool on the surface?
The pool on the surface? Like, what do you mean? Like, just flat and holds the water?
Exactly. That's a description. The pool is not made out of the flatness, right? The pool is it has water, bricks, right? Cement, rocks, maybe a bunch of other things in the pool. Is the flatness is a description of that surface. So the Earth as a whole, how big the Earth is, what of the areas that we know of, right? You can go to any lake across the world, and you're gonna come to find out that doesn't matter how big the lake is, it's not curving, it's flat. The lake.
But bro, how do you know it's not curving?
Remember,
Like,
okay,
how do you know that?
it has been laser tests, long distance observation. I could give you, I'll give you a few examples. In Michigan, you know Michigan, the United States, the big lakes in the United States, Lake Michigan.
I did not know that, but I'll look it up on Google Maps. Keep talking.
Check Chicago City across Lake Michigan. Chicago across Lake Michigan. There's many people that observe across 50 miles of water, across the water, and they see the buildings of the city across the Lake Michigan. And they can that city, those buildings, if the Earth was curving with a radius of 2,159 miles, those buildings will be behind on the side of the ball, not you looking at them vertically, like straight up, 90 degrees straight up, vertical. Those buildings are coming, you're looking at them vertical. But if the globe was a thing, which is an impossibility, anyways, if the globe was the case, those buildings that people are seeing across the water on Lake Michigan will be behind the curvature, not visible.
Oh, yeah. I see what you mean, bro.
Because they will be on the side of the ball.
Yeah.
Another example, that I've came across myself, in Venezuela, there is a lake called Lake Maracaibo. And this lake is, there is the sea, the sea, the ocean, there is sea level.
Yeah.
Sea level. And then there is the Caribbean Sea, water, right? And then you go inland into Venezuela, there is there is the Caribbean Sea. Then there is the coast of Venezuela, which is part of the Caribbean Sea. The coast of Venezuela, the Gulf of Venezuela, it's about 75 miles. And that's at the same sea level as the Caribbean Sea. Then you go inland into Venezuela or across the lake in Venezuela, and the Lake Maracaibo is almost 200 kilometers inland into the land. And at the other side, inland, 200 kilometers from the Gulf of Venezuela to inland in Venezuela, 200 miles, the lake is sea level, 200 miles, the same level of the sea. If the Earth was a sphere, there will be a difference on the water. There will be differences, it will be curving, bulging across the surface, like if you have water on, even though you know yourself that you're gonna have water on the outside of a sphere, but there will be curvature. But there's not. There's no curvature, and balls require curvature. You can go to the salt lakes, many salt lakes across the world, There is one in Peru that is really big salt lake. Check the salt lake in Peru. Are you doing Google searches while you're talking to me? Are you making searches or not? So check the salt lake in Bolivia. Bolivia Salt Lake. The Salt Flats. That's how it's called. The Salt Flats, I think it's called. And there is something called specular reflection that happens. It's a phenomena that happens in that lake. When it rains, sometimes in that lake, there's like a couple inches of water on top of the lake, and when the light shines across the surface of water, that is a horizontal flat, it creates, people call the biggest mirror in the world. It's like a specular reflection, and you can see like a mirror of the whole landscape and the sky reflected on the surface of the lake, like a mirror.
Oh.
Check the Bolivian salt flats. It's many miles long and wide.
It's a lake, right?
It is a lake, yes.
Can you tell me the name?
Bolivia, Bolivia, Bolivia. And then Salt Flats. Salt, 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 salt. And then Flats, FLATS. And Lake, LAKE.
Oh, I've seen this in Instagram. Oh, okay.
To have that perfect mirror, there could be no curvature. Because if there was a curve, it wouldn't be specular reflection. Now search this term, specular reflection. Specular reflection. You want me to post that in the chat? Can you?
No problem. I know it because I play a lot of games.
Wait. Specular reflection will require a horizontal flat to be able to reflect. If it was curving or diffuse, if it wasn't flat, it would be diffuse. You wouldn't have this effect of almost a perfect mirror. And these things that I'm telling you about, this lake, the lake across Michigan, 10,000 miles away from that one, the lake in Venezuela, like 3,000 miles away from that other one, those are all surfaces of the world. And you're going to find that you cannot have flat surfaces on a sphere because the sphere will be curving everywhere. You go to any body of water, any lake, any bathtub, any cup of water, any pool, any seashore, and you're going to find again and again and again and again that there is no curvature that conforms to the claim in the paper. Remember when we spoke about in the paper, it says the Earth is a sphere, and then you see the drawing, the circle, and this sphere is this big. The circle has this radius. Those numbers that we saw on the paper and you learned from about the claim, those numbers don't add up when they're put to the test across the surface of the Earth. So it has been falsified. It's not real. It's false. The lake is real. The water is real. The gas pressure is real, right? The lake is not fake. The lake, you think that lake is fake? No, it's not fake. No, it's not fake.
But Like, why didn't scientists, like the great scientist Neil deGrasse Tyson, why does he still believe that the Earth is, round?
I believe is acceptance without evidence. So he's accepting something that he hasn't checked for himself. It's like I'm saying, I believe that Narnia is real because I never checked that lions don't speak. And when I saw the lion in the TV and it spoke, I said, that's a real lion. And it speaks English and Chinese and Japanese and Spanish, depending on the country that you're watching the movie at.
Yeah.
It's a multi-language lion. And I know it's true. I know it's real because I believe it. You think that makes it real because I believe it? No, it doesn't, right? And I go to Africa and I check and I verify that lions don't speak Spanish.
Okay. I mean,
and they don't speak Hindi. You know, lions don't speak in Hindi, right?
They don't, bro. They don't.
They don't. Exactly. So when you see the globe in the TV and in Star Wars or movie or whatever, Disney, Hollywood, NASA or FASA or JAXA or whatever, or Chinixa or Indiaxa, whatever those people, when they show you a cartoon and they say, look, this cartoon right here is Earth. When you check the Earth and the Earth is not like the cartoon, you know that the cartoon is not real. Just like the talking lion.
You may be right, bro. But let me ask you this: have you ever tried to talk with a real scientist, like putting up the points that you're telling me right now?
Hey, bro,
And,
I appreciate your questions, but try your best to be close to your mic so people can hear you, because I can almost not able to comprehend what you're saying.
Oh, okay. What about now?
That's a little better.
Okay. All I'm asking you is, like, have you ever went and asked real scientists about your, various questions, about all the things that you told me and you explained it to me? Have you pressured them and asked them to answer these questions?
In here, in this VC that you're sitting, okay, so you see the title of this VC is called 24/7 Flutter Discord, right? This let's say group, or how do you say, the management of this, we have a server, right? This is a big server that has been having traffic for almost 10 years. Within this, we are in different servers. We're in the politics server, politics and religion, the English server, and many others. There's many of these channels, right? Within a span of over 10 years, there has been many scientists, many astrophysicists, many people that work in these fields that has been here and had this conversation that you're having right now. And yes, even like a few days ago, there was a big YouTuber in here, claim Blitz. I think he's Blitz or something like that. There has been many YouTubers, bro. There's so many hours of content about this that you will never be able to just. This channel is being streamed 24 hours a day for 10 years.
And
so the amount of people. So when you ask specifically about scientists, yes, there has been scientists in here. And there has been physicists, astrophysicists, and pseudoscientists, because there is a difference between scientists and pseudoscientists. This has been, the people that work with the weather,
meteorologists.
Meteorologists, yeah. There's people in here in this community that work. Today there was one. He is a meteorologist. There's another one that has been here. There's been biologists, every type of engineers, people that work in the military, people, all kinds of people from all. Listen, bro, in this channel, there has been all kinds of people with all the titles and all languages spoken across the world having this conversation, and none of them has been able to demonstrate that the Earth is a globe.
What the
Yeah, no surface curve. Yep, no surface curvature. Exactly.
Are you serious, bro?
I'm serious. Every language spoken, every walk of life, all of them have been here.
Oh my god. Bro, I'm gonna make him my
Yeah, you figure at least one of them would have some surface curvature measurements if it was there. If the Earth was curving, somebody would have to have measured it by now. And out of all these people, no one's presented any evidence for surface curvature anywhere. Insane.
Oh, dang.
Listen, there is something. Many of them believe or believed. Like I myself and John, maybe John, the guy that just spoke next to me, right? I used to believe Earth was a globe, but I didn't check it. Once I checked it, then I knew that it's not a globe. So many of the people that come in here and like yourself, you believe it, right? Because you haven't checked if it is or if it's not. Now you're asking questions, you're making inquiries, you're interested in this topic. Now you have to go hands-on and go check the real world, and you're gonna come to your own conclusions yourself. It's not just you're gonna come to certain conclusions, but it's you about acknowledging reality, because reality is not gonna change based on my opinions, right? What I'm telling you is not, most of it is not my opinion. I'm just telling you, describing the world as is.
Yeah.
So what you're asking about, have the scientists been here? Yes, they've been in here. Yes, they had the conversation. There's many links. If you look in the chat, in the text chat on this VC, there's probably people posting links about different things. If you scroll up, you're going to see people probably posting videos about conversations. I could even send you, if you like, I can send you a link to the original server a lot of the data and information about this specific topic is in there. So you'll be able to find thousands of links and dozens of channels about different topics in relation to this topic. It's like a tree that have many branches and many leaves, branches and arms of the tree or whatever. And you're gonna be able to go back one by one and check this one, check the other one, and you can see the whole tree, the whole picture of the tree, because this tree has many branches. It's not just one little thing. I mean, the globe claim has a few foundations that we can falsify pretty easy, but the realist level, reality has a bunch of different things that work in reality that cannot possibly work on the so-called spinning sphere in the vacuum of space. So there is more stuff that works in reality than the foundations of the globe that are required. That we only one. I'll give you three. The curvature, rotation. When they claim the Earth is rotating, that hasn't been demonstrated. That hasn't been proven, right? And the gas pressure that we spoke about, right? In the water on the surface, those basic things don't work on the globe. Water doesn't work on a globe. Water pressure and gas pressure doesn't work on a globe. There is no curvature, and the globe requires curvature. You see, and there is no container on the globe around the globe. Have you seen pictures with the globe being contained with a container around it? No, right? If you watch the movie Space, have you ever seen the parody movie Spaceballs? Spaceballs.
No.
Search that term, Spaceballs. They have like a Earth. They reach the Earth, and it has like a container around it. It has like and then they put a vacuum and suck all the air out. They start sucking the air with a vacuum cleaner. It's kind of funny.
What?
So for the Earth to have the air pressure that you and I are breathing, it will require a container, and the globe doesn't have that container. So it's an impossibility that there is air pressure according to the globe idea. I'm just saying, you yourself can go to reality, acknowledge reality, check, observe, measure, maybe check the test. You don't even have to. You can. I encourage you. You should do it yourself so you can have hands-on. You can also look at the test, the laser test. There's been more than dozen. There's probably hundreds of laser tests that have been done by this point. You can do observations yourself. Like you can be observing from your point to another location, and you could be seeing things that are not supposed to be in your view if there was curvature between you and that thing. There's stuff that you can see for dozens of miles, more than that.
I'm gonna start looking. I'm gonna start right now, bro.
You want me to send you that link? You want me to send you that link so you can go and check all the information that is available?
Sure. Go ahead.
Done. Let me send you the link. I'm gonna wave at you in the DMs. Oh, I have to send you a friend request because you're not accepting direct messages.
Can you send it right here? I don't know why that is happening.
I'm sending you a direct message, so you have to accept my friend request so I can send you a direct message. The heck?
Oh yeah, I got you.
Share invite to Dune. Hopefully you did it. So that's the other server. If you scroll down, if you want to say hi in the lobby, so I can see you in the lobby, and I will give you perms so you can access the rest of the server.
No problem, bro. I'll join as soon as possible.
And then whenever you're in that server, you want to look into stuff, just scroll down. You're going to see additional information channels. You're going to find many topics that you can look through. And if you have more questions, you're welcome to ask more whenever you want.
Thank you, bro.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh. Go ahead, Dun. What were you saying?
No. I'm just saying thank you for the talk. I'll look into it.
Sounds good. Thank you. And you're welcome. Much appreciated your time.
Okay.
Hello.
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 Hello. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Good to have you here. Welcome.
Thank you. I always wonder what is going on here.
Well, in here, people are, chilling, having a conversation, practicing English, and speaking about the topic, which
The
is...
topic is if Earth is flat. Okay, if not flat, then what is it? I don't know.
Well, you don't know because you haven't checked. But if you checked, you'll come to find that it's not a globe. If you check. If you haven't checked, you might believe that it is a globe.
Huh?
So, You just said you don't know what is it, right?
I
You
don't know.
You don't know because you have not checked. That's
Yeah.
why you don't know.
What
But
what do you think?
if you check, you come to find out that it's not curving.
What do you support? I don't know anything about it, so I want you to tell me something about it.
I'll tell you that the Earth is not curving, it's a horizontal frame of reference. You're standing on top of the surface of the Earth, and you navigate across it, walk across it, and water and gas pressure, the air that you breathe and the water that you drink, demonstrate to you, and you can experience those things with your senses, and you come to realize that you don't live in a spinning ball like they show you in the TV. Because that will be impossible.
So it is a sphere.
No, it's not a sphere. Not. That will be impossible. Because I mean, spheres.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm taking it lightly. But you asking what is it?
Yeah. If yes, what is it? If not flat Earth, if not a sphere, then what is it?
Okay, so sphere is a geometrical claim as a whole. The flat is a description of the surface, not a geometrical claim. It's just a description of the surface that is not curving. Now you're asking what is it? Like you're asking what is it as a whole? What is the shape of the whole of existence? That's what you're asking. How does the whole of reality looks from outside?
Yeah.
No, I don't know. Maybe only God knows. Or unless we can go, unless we can go outside of reality and have like a God's eye view, we might be able to say what it is as a whole. But you and I, as man, woman, we cannot be or have God's eye view at the moment unless God give us revelation and we'll be able to tell the shape of his whole construct, but we don't have that.
Okay, James, see, I was saying every year astronauts go out and they find something interesting. Why they don't go to see what is the shape of the Earth? Is it difficult or what?
Which astronaut you're talking about? The ISS astronauts?
I'm just saying in general, like the space stations, they should come up with this mission to find out what is exactly the shape of the Earth.
The alleged space station is only about 200 kilometers above the surface of the Earth. That's not high enough to see the whole of the Earth. No astronaut from the space station has ever seen the shape of the Earth. They can only see less than 3% of the surface of the Earth. They cannot see the whole of it.
You cannot see that. You have to go too far.
You will have to go far further, but even if you go further, you will not be able to see the whole of it.
All of it, okay. So
and in reality, we are within a contained environment, so no man can go outside and sit on God's throne and look down to the earth and see the whole of it from God's eye view.
Only God knows. Okay. But I think it's not flat because you see, if it is flat, you just keep walk, and one day it will end somewhere, and you will. Mm,
If you try that, you might die before you make it to the end.
Not
So you
walk.
you won't be able to come back and say, "Hey, I made it to the." I mean, if you make it to the end of the worlds and you're able to look and find the ends, and you come back and have some evidence about it, I'll take a look. But do you know anyone that has done that?
Nobody has found any end of the earth.
Maybe because you cannot go to it. Have you ever thought about that?
No, I don't know. I'm asking you.
No, that's what I'm saying. I cannot go to the ends of the world. I don't even know why would I even try.
Maybe because the shape of the earth is in such a way that human cannot do that. But definitely it is not flat.
Oh, okay. That you said something correct, and then you contradicted yourself. Because you're thinking you're thinking it's a sphere, right? You're thinking people like you're thinking that people in Australia are under the ball, and me in America, I'm on top of the ball. That will be impossible. Have you ever seen anyone walking on the side of a sphere, like an elephant, a giraffe, a dog, yourself? On a circus, the circus when they put the dog on top of the ball. Have you ever seen the dog on the side or under the ball on the bottom of it? Have you ever seen that?
No.
No, exactly. It's impossible, right? You know why nobody has seen that? Because it's impossible. So what makes you think that people in Australia are under the ball? That's impossible. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't happen. Nobody can show you that in reality. It's only, or you only turn on the TV or you draw a cartoon, and that's where you see this idea. But that idea is not in reality. It's only in the TV. You turn off the TV, and in the reality, you don't see anyone on the side of the ball. Because it's impossible. And you have water. Remember, we have water. Remember water? You seen the water like a lake, an ocean, a pool? You know water? You know, when you grab a sphere, right? Sphere in your hand. Have you ever held like a basketball or some ball that you play with?
Yeah.
And then you grab water, the water that you drink, and then you pour the water on the sphere. Have you ever tried that?
Yes.
Yeah. And what happens to the water? It goes splash, splash to the floor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But in the cartoon, in the TV, they show you blue on the outside of a sphere. But that doesn't happen in reality.
Oh, true. Yeah.
True. Yeah, true. So that's the issue. So when we measure the surface of the Earth, the TV, right? There's the TV, there's the sphere in the TV is curving. But when we go across the waters of the world and we measure and do observations and we test for the curvature, the Earth or the waters across the Earth is not curving. So not a ball. Because balls curve, and not curving things are not balls. Simple, right? Pretty simple.
No, it's not the
And also,
simple to understand.
it makes sense. It makes sense that it's not a ball. That will make sense.
Yeah, it's not a ball. Yeah.
Yeah, correct. Because the ball, when you grab a real ball and real water, those two things don't do what the cartoon in the TV does, like water on the outside, spinning in a vacuum. Hey, are you in the internet? You are in the internet. You're speaking to me. Can you search water in a vacuum? What happens to water in a vacuum? Have you ever seen that?
No.
So so water evaporates, turns into gas in a
Okay, yeah.
vacuum. Yeah, and they tell you that this water ball is in a vacuum. And the water is in the liquid state, not evaporating. So the TV
Then
thing is a misrepresentation of reality. That's why the ball, they have to paint it with, crayons or color pencil, color
Yeah.
pencil, blue color. That blue color around the sphere, the blue that they use to paint the sphere, that's not real water. That's not water. The real water doesn't do what the cartoon in the TV does. Not the same thing.
How is it in the reality?
The real water behaves a certain way. It lays horizontal. It requires containment. It's pressurized under the gas pressure, right? And that's not happening in the sphere, on the sphere.
James,
Go ahead.
if you, let's say you are a superhuman being or something and you can walk fast. If you just keep on walking, don't you think one day you will reach the end or something? There is no place anymore on the planet. It's not like our planet is infinite. There has to be some end, right? But if you keep on walking, doesn't make it flat, because
So let's think about this practically, right? You live in a country.
Okay.
So you live in a country that probably to get out of your country you require permission, don't you?
Yeah, permission, yes.
Yeah, there's a border, there's people with guns, and they say, "Where are you going, young lady?" And you need permission from your daddy, from your mommy, and then from the state to go somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So even if you are the most beautiful lady, you're gonna need permission, and then you're gonna get, let's say you say walk and walk and walk, even though you cannot walk across the water, but you say you're superhuman in this instance, right? So then in reality, you're gonna reach something called the Antarctic Treaty, which is a circle around many of the nations that is illegal for
What did you
independent
say?
travel. Huh?
What is the name? You said circle what?
The Antarctic Treaty. The Antarctic Treaty. It's a treaty between most of the nations around the world that limits independent travel beyond a certain point.
I will read about it later. Okay.
Yeah, so just like when you leave your town or your city or your state that you require permission to go to certain areas of the world, you have to be permitted and guided to go, and then you are escorted to and from these places, and you're not allowed to go places by yourself. But you said, if I'm a superhuman, right? So you don't need permission. You're a superhuman. You're gonna break through the limitations that people put, right?
Okay.
You might, I mean, if you're superhuman, you might reach God's in place limitations, let's say the walls of the container, right? And there might be like a door that got put there and stairs to go up to heaven or something, or down to the other layers under. I don't know. We're speculating because we're talking superhuman stuff, right? We're talking superhuman. So now you can go to places that you and I, normal people, cannot go to. But then you can go to the walls of the container and go outside of reality. And what is there? I mean, I don't know. I've never been to. I've never been there.
I'm just saying, you just keep walk. There has to be some end, because
yes. So listen. You're breathing air, right? When you inhale, The air, air.
Yeah.
Yeah, pressure, air pressure. So when you expand the lungs, the volume that you make your lungs bigger, the air around you rushes inside of your lungs, right? Correct?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So that pressure, that gas pressure around you that you're able to breathe is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. So we live in a contained environment. So the end that we're speculating here at the moment in the end of the world, because I don't know what that is exactly, how that looks like, but it will have to be some containment that you're gonna reach, and I don't know how, if you're gonna make it alive or you're gonna be dead, but to make it there, you're gonna have to be alive to experience it. So if you make it there alive, you might be touching it and knocking on it, like a wall or some type of containment. And I mean, I don't know exactly, but yeah, there is no infinity in reality. There was a beginning, and there might be an end. There has to be an end. So within a contained environment, sure, there might be an end. There might be the walls of the container somewhere, but how far, if you can reach it, how, I don't know. That will be a speculation. I don't really know if God allows that. Maybe you can. Maybe you can pray to God and He allows you to reach it. But I don't know anybody that has reached it.
So you think even if you go to the end of the earth, there is some kind of container that you cannot cross?
I don't know exactly because I've never been there. What we do know is that there has to be containment because we have air pressure and we have water, and water is contained, and air pressure, gas pressure has to be contained to be able to be pressurized, because pressure is caused by the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. So you have the container, you have the gases pushing against it, and then you have the pressure, the air that you're breathing, the air pressure. You breathing air and be able to have a conversation. You and I breathing air and having a conversation. So for you and I to breathe air, to be alive, mommy and daddy breathe air, had babies, you, me, and breathe air, continue to breathe air. To have that air, containment has to be in place. If there was no containment, the air will be rushing outside of your lungs violently. There will be no you and I having a conversation, no breathing air, no air to be able to say words. Yeah. Sir, you almost said something, but it sounds like you got cut off. But I'm speaking to the young lady. If you have a question, you're welcome to ask. He's gone.
I am thinking about something, but I don't know how to put that thing into words. Wait.
You can text it in the text chat if you like. You can say it or however you like.
Let me translate.
Yes, you are welcome to translate your question, and if you want to post it in the text chat, you're welcome to do that. Hopefully, we can get a good translation and figure it out. So the globe doesn't pass the water test, because remember, the water on the sphere goes splash, splash to the floor. So no water test for the globe. Doesn't pass it. It doesn't pass the curvature test, because there is no curvature across the surface of the Earth. No curvature, no ball. There is no rotation detected on the ground we're standing on, so it doesn't pass the spinning test.
Okay, I
It
am
also.
sending,
Go ahead. You ready?
I send that thing on the side chat. I'm not saying you have to cover one country to different country by walking. I'm just saying, let's say you take the land as a route.
All the countries on the earth, can they all be covered by walking? If yes, then doesn't that makes the earth flat? Since you can walk from one place to another, there is some islands we can use boats and ships. Well, I get what you're saying. You're thinking that you might be thinking in your mind that when you're traveling, you're doing it in some type of map that is a sphere shaped map, and you're thinking that this map in your mind is the earth that you're traveling across in reality. But the map, the depiction of the map in your mind is not the terrain that you're walking across. So when you go from point A to point B, that's you traveling across the earth or traveling across the waters. That has nothing to do with the shape of the thing that you shape the map as. Even though we navigate using the maps and the
But you are just moving forward.
yeah, you're moving forward. Yeah, you're walking across, you're going through this road, and the next road you go up the hill, down the hill, and then you make it to your destination. That nothing to do with a globe. Maybe you want to reformulate your question, but traveling does not prove a globe. And I think when you're asking about flat, and when you're asking about flat, you might be thinking like a 2D. You're asking maybe like a table that is smooth and perfectly smooth. That's not. We have topography. We have mountains. We have valleys, right?
Okay.
But we have the waters across the earth. You know, the percentage of water across the earth is claimed that it's mostly water all across the surface. Yes. So the water, the sea level, the mean sea level is where we get elevations from. So you go from the sea, most of the surface of the world, and then you get to the earth, which has flatlands. It has topography, or it has mountains that go up to
14,000 feet or something like that. I think that some of the highest ones. And then you got valleys that goes under the sea level. That's topography. And you can say that's not flat, but flat is an orientation, horizontal, like the water is, that if you tilt the water, if you have water on a flat table, the water might stay on the table, right? But if you tilt the table, the water will flow off the table, right?
Oh, makes sense. Yeah, right.
So the table is flat, level, horizontal, and you use water to establish that level, that horizontal, that flatness. You use water to do that.
Makes sense. Yeah, correct. I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Okay,
even
if
even
it's
even
not
if you
flat.
listen real quick, so even let's say you are up in the mountains, 10,000 feet up in the mountains. That's probably too high. Let's say you are 3,000 feet up in the mountains and you want to build a house, and you put the first brick. That first brick of the house, you're gonna use a water level to make it flat, horizontal level, and you establish that level with the water level, and then you put the next brick, the third brick, and the last brick level, horizontal. And then at the end of the day, you put a table on the floor, and that table is flat and level, and then you put a cup of water on top of that table, and the surface of that water in the cup is flat, level, horizontal, right? And then you are 3,000 feet up in the mountains, but then me, your neighbor, I'm your neighbor, right? And I'm your closer neighbor. I am 100 miles, 180 kilometers away from you, your closest neighbor. And I'm like 2 feet above sea level. I'm 2,998 feet under your altitude. When I put my first brick to build my house, my first brick goes level, horizontal, flat, and I do the same thing you did. And when I put my cup of water on top of my table and my horizontal level is parallel to yours that is 3,000 feet above my altitude. So I could draw a horizontal line from my position towards your position, and you draw a horizontal line from your position to my position, and those two lines don't touch each other, but they are parallel lines. One above the other one below the other one, parallel, horizontal. And we do that across the world, and every person that is making a building, a structure, we all draw lines, and they're all parallel to each other. And then we go to the sea, and the level of the sea, even though it goes up and down, there's a mean sea level. And the sea level is also parallel to you and me. We are at different altitudes for thousands of feet, but then the whole of the world, when you put the extent of the world, and you go 10,000 miles, 15,000 miles across the surface of the earth, you find out that there is no curvature between any of the points, according to the globe claim. There is difference in altitudes, elevations, valleys, mountains, but no curvature, no ball. So people describe that as, level earth, horizontal, flat, because most of the surface is kind of like, water. you go to many lakes, bodies of water, lakes up in the mountains. Oh, let's say you are up in a mountain and there's a lake next to you. That lake, up in the mountain is horizontal, is lake level, is flat at the surface. You see, it doesn't matter how big the lake is. Anyways, hopefully you got. Did you got what I kind of was trying to tell you?
Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah, a few of the things I understood. I agree actually.
Yeah, it makes sense. I know. You. That makes sense. But the contrary of. Go ahead. My bad.
Okay, we don't have a solid answer yet. No scientist talk about it before, or they did.
All of your ancestors, all of my ancestors, they knew that the earth was like this.
You explained everything, altitude, mountain, but what is the shape?
No, what I'm telling you is not the shape of the earth. The shape is a claim from the globe claim, but that's just a baseless assertion. They don't have any evidence for that. The claim that the earth is a sphere, a shape, that's not verifiable. Nobody can actually show that. Flat, or the lack of curvature, is not a shape. That's a description of a surface, not a shape.
And it doesn't
I'm not
look like...
I don't know the shape of the earth. I will have to pray to God and ask God, please tell me the shape of your construct, the earth and the whole of it. And maybe God will answer me and say, this is how I made it. This is the shape of it. Or if God takes me up to heaven and I can see the whole of the world from his high altitude, I'll probably be able to say this is the shape of it. But I don't really know the shape of the world. I don't know. Because flat is not a shape. Flat is an attribute, a description, like a table. You can have a table that is a pyramid table, or a triangle table, or a cube table, right? Or a round table. You can have a round circular table, but the flatness of the table is not the shape of the table. You got it? You got that? So flat is not a claim of a shape. It's just a description of the surface. If you're saying something, I cannot hear you. I don't know what happened.
Hello?
Yeah, I lost you like a minute, like maybe 1 minute. I was saying something and I couldn't hear you.
My internet.
Oh yeah, that happens. That happens a lot with Discord, so don't worry. It's not your fault. It happens to everyone.
Okay.
So like I was saying, flat is not a shape. Flat is a description of a surface. You can have a table that is flat on the surface, but it could be many shapes. It could be a cube, rectangular. It could be a triangle, right? You can have a table that have many shapes. You can have a circular, round table, right? That could be an oval shape table that is flat on the surface. So me, or whatever people say, whoever is describing the surface as flat, that's just a description. It's not a shape claim. The shape claim is the sphere. The globe people that they say Earth is a sphere, right? That's a shape. The sphere is a shape. But when we go to the world and we test the surface is not curving, therefore not a sphere, because a sphere will have to curve. But the Earth is not curving. So not shaped as a sphere. You got that?
Oh, the flat thing that you said, yeah.
Yeah, the flat is not a shape, not a shape.
Okay, if you look from the space, how would Earth look like? Sphere?
There is no space.
There is no such a place. That will be my bad.
What you're after is a view of the Earth in its totality.
Huh?
Unless you've been to the extremities, you will not know. All we do know is that the surface we're on is planar, flat, as he calls it. That's it. You would like to know if it's a circle, if it's a triangle, if it's a square. We don't know.
Don't know, but I'm asking about the outer look of our planet.
That's what I was telling you. You are wanting to know what it looks like in its totality, what the outside looks like. The answer is
she thinks that she can go. Matrix. She thinks that she can go and have this perspective, but we cannot have this perspective.
Unless you're the high and mighty yourself, you're not going to be doing this.
If you try to look from the outer space,
there is no outer space. Don't worry about trying to look. It's not going to happen. All you can do is measure the surface that you're on. For example, doing laser tests.
I'm saying when astronauts go outside the planet, they can see the planet.
No, they don't.
How they describe the planet? How does that look like from outside the planet, from space?
So, what you're saying, the astronauts, there is a separation between the ones that earlier you mentioned the ISS, didn't you? Right?
ISS, what?
When you say, I think it was the other guy. You saying astronauts? There's the astronauts. They don't go high enough to see the shape of the Earth. They go only 200 miles up, allegedly. They don't see the shape of the Earth from there.
Oh, okay. But
the Earth is way bigger, so big that from that altitude they only see a tiny area of the surface of the Earth. They cannot attribute the shape, and also the outer space that you're asking about. Remember that I told you that we have gas pressure. We are contained. There is no man going outside of this contained environment.
So the way we have been studied in our schools, and we have drawn the shape of the Earth like blue. It looks blue from outside. It doesn't look like that.
Those are, listen, my drawing looks different than your drawing. Your drawing looks different than everybody in here. Everybody in here is gonna make a drawing of the Earth, and all of them look different, and none of those are the Earth.
And from outside, it doesn't look like that.
There is nobody alive that has been outside of the Earth. I mean, that we know of. We're in a contained environment, and even let's say someone tells you, right? They claim, I've been outside of the Earth. And they show you like a drawing. This is what I saw, this drawing. And they draw a sphere or a circle, right? Or a curving surface. Then we test the claim, right? We test it. So we go to the Earth, right? And we check the Earth, and the Earth is not curving. So whatever drawing that they gave you doesn't add up to the checking, the test, the verifiable thing that everybody can do. One guy or 20 guys, 20 astronauts, 200 astronauts, doesn't matter. How many astronauts there has been in history? Maybe like 200 or so, or maybe less. Maybe like less than 20 have claimed to be beyond the ISS, beyond 200 miles. If they show you any drawing, doesn't matter what shape it is, sphere or whatever, you can test that on the Earth. And if the Earth is not curving, then whatever curving thing they showed you in their cartoons, that's not the Earth. Because the Earth is the real thing that you test, that we can check and verify and verify that it's not curving. You see the difference? Like there is people saying one thing, and you can test that thing to check if it's true or not true.
Hmm.
And let's say your teacher tells you the Earth is a sphere, my lady, right? But your teacher didn't check. Your teacher doesn't know that. Your teacher believes that.
Yeah.
So the guy that you're saying, the astronaut, either is the one that went 200 miles up, allegedly. That one didn't saw the shape of the Earth. So whatever he's saying, Earth is a sphere. No, he never saw the Earth as a sphere. Or the other ones that claim that went, let's say, to the moon. Oh my gosh, if we're gonna talk about the moon landings, that's like a whole topic. That's all. Hollywood, Disney, a movie script, something that is not real, fantasy, fictitious.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when they show you from this fantasy setting, when they show you the Earth as a sphere, we know the Earth is not a sphere because spheres curve, and the surface of the Earth is not curving. So the sphere in the movie is not the Earth. Earlier, I think you mentioned other planets and something like that. The things in the sky, the luminaries, right? That you said the planets, the Earth is not a planet.
I didn't say that.
No, you did. You mentioned planets earlier, didn't you? Planets? No? Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, well, it's important to let the listeners understand that the Earth, isn't a planet. And to say we are is what's known as a false equivalence fallacy. One, you don't know what they are up there anyway to say that we're the same. You know, the Earth has the pistachio nut that you enjoy so much. Can you get that on those planets? Clearly, you don't know that. And of course, the answer would be no. And you can't go there. So we are not the same. We have life. And the word planet, when translated from Greek or from Latin, it means wandering star. Now, Earth is not a star and Earth isn't wandering. Earth is a stationary, flat realm that we live on. So we're not those things in the sky. We are the center of creation, and all those planets orbit above our heads. We are not the same as those. Not equivalent what we are to those things up there. Unless you've been up there to know, then you can say they're the same because they have trees, rivers, canyons. It's a flat surface maybe, or it might even be curving. But the thing about it is you haven't been up there to do that. So we're not the same. We never will be. Thank you very much.
So will our next contestant, Eden, please step up.
Actually, if the lady has more questions, I'm still willing to speak to her until someone else, if anybody else want to bring any other topics, but new people come up. Or lady, you are welcome to ask more questions, and you're welcome here anytime. You're being very polite, and this is awesome that
Good
she's
evening,
able to
ladies and
hold up
gentlemen.
the
On the platter.
conversation.
Sorry, I forgot my manners there. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jin CBR1 reporting for duty, and we are here. Well, I'm here to ensure that you don't get misinformed about the flat Earth truth and the heliocentric ball Earth that doesn't exist. Okay, and the young lady that was asking questions, please carry on. Yeah, if you have anything, any question, anything you like, we all learn from your question.
Jin CBR, I said so.
Aisatsu means greeting. Aisatsu.
Yeah,
that's what I just did. Yes. Ohayou
that's what I'm
gozaimasu,
doing.
minasan.
That's what I'm doing in Japanese for you. I said so.
Yeah. Dozo. Aisatsu.
Hello.
Then you would say Ohayou gozaimasu. Jemzi desu. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. That's what you would say if you're doing Aisatsu. So you'd say, good morning, everybody. My name is Jemzi. Thank you very much. And then that'll be it. So Aisatsu desu.
What's happening in flat Earth world these days?
Oh, it's exciting as usual. It's been raining cats and dogs now for like 5 hours. Non-stop.
I hope it stops soon, unless you want the rain, Jim.
Oh yeah, I don't mind the rain myself. It's warm. It's not cold. I've been out in it already jogging. So there you are. Hey, love it.
Well, good day, man. Good to hear your voice again.
Yeah, good day to you as well, Johnny. Great to hear your voice too. And as the question was asked, what's been happening in the flat Earth world, English hub? Anything exciting? Any recaps?
It took me a little bit to find
Jemzi has been very calmly and very concisely, but plainly as well. It's just simply flat smacking the bejeebers out of people.
Wow, he's on form then. Very good.
How long have you been in this English server? It took me a little bit to find where it was happening because I looked in I was on here way like in COVID times, and then I just randomly thought to hop on here. How long have you been in this server?
I myself I've only been in this server probably now 3 months at the most, because I haven't been able to get onto the Discord in the sense of politics, because I seem to have I had the link for 3 years, but I couldn't get in. Couldn't get into politics to join the 24/7. I could only join on the original home base. That's where I was all the time. So I've been on Discord all the time. I just haven't been able to get into this Discord. And then when I actually finally sorted out my account properly on this new device, right, that I got here given to me, I was able to join politics, and then they gave me the link to this immediately. So I've only been in it about 3 months on this particular English hub. But with the politics things, I've had that for 3 years, not been able to get in, but oddly enough.
It's a cool idea. I like.
Yeah, this.
I feel like
this server.
Very good way to learn English.
Yeah, this server. I think there was a 24/7 had a room here. I think it might have been a few years back, maybe 2 years ago, and then we recently just started a little bit before Jin. Got here. So Jin got here maybe like a week or two after we started. This restarted this room. Yeah, we got invited by the owner of the server to come back, and Cyclone got the invite and created the space, and DJ kind of spearheaded it, and it's been going really strong ever since. So it's a really nice space. We have events, there's several events that were launched today, and yeah, just like T-Dub said, Jemzi's been crushing it for the past few hours, so it's been nice.
Yeah. It was great. It was going great guns in the politics as well. And I mean, it was going amicably, but the regular obfuscating was going on. And the slight hit, bringing up the, what was it? The Netflix hit job that they did on us. And I think the National Geographic as well, that raised its ugly head. But 20 Cups sorted that out quite well with a few others. T-Dub was there as well. So, yeah, it was nice.
A power struggle with the politics people?
Not trouble in the sense of, no, we got Globers coming in and they were just trying to allude to that the National Geographics and Geron and that, when they were doing their laser beam test or their flashlight test, proved that the Earth was curving when it wasn't the case, basically.
Yeah, so I've been catching up because, like I said, I haven't been involved in these debates since like COVID times. But I saw that there was all the stuff with Geronism, and how long ago? That was like a few months ago or something.
Well, that was last year. Would say round about May-ish, Geron started to change his position. He started complaining that he was getting more abuse from the flat earthers, more so than the Globers, and he doesn't want to be called a flat earther. That was the beginning of his transition back to the globe. Now, that's what I noticed, okay? Then he started to say that if there is a 24-hour sun, it destroys the FE map, and you can't use the FE map. And if you can't tell the truth, I don't want to be in a community of people who still hang on to the AE map, for example. And then slowly he got the invite to go to Antarctica with what's his name, Will Duffy, right, and a few other Globers, Dave McKeegan, photographer, what's the other, McToon the Loon, I call him, McToon the Loon, who is a Glober himself, right. Whitsit went there, a girl called Elizabeth, and a few other characters went to Antarctica, reckoned that they saw the 24-hour sun, and that's what's been going on so far, you know. And we've all said that the sun doesn't prove the shape of the Earth anyway. We're still on a flat Earth. There is no globe. That's the main foundation there, and that's what's going on at the moment. So there are some of us who haven't accepted the material that they put forward because we're finding anomalies in it, right? And then there are others who are accepting it, but standing their ground that we're firmly on a flat Earth. So that's where we're at the moment.
Jin Sensei.
Yes, sir.
Do you know that Antarctica is one of the largest, flattest regions of the world?
Yes, I know that. And it's the highest, isn't it? It's higher than Everest, apparently.
So they observed the sun from one of the flattest areas in the world.
There you are.
Isn't that ironic?
It's ironic, isn't it? They're on the flattest surface on Earth, right? And that is very, very ironic indeed. And they're not realizing it. It's stupid, yeah. So that's the current state of affairs. You know, what do I call this? The flat Earth state of the union, if you will.
Yes.
Or state of the community. There you are.
I also wanted to ask, did you, so it actually is what made me want to see what's going on, is did you get any Sam Hyde fans recently? Did you see the interview he just did with I forget, one of the big flat Earth people?
Yeah, no, I heard about it. I didn't actually witness it myself. You know, and then and don't get me wrong, we've also had like Indio, and who was the other guy that was they had a recent debate, and India basically just mopped the floor with them. Okay, so someone can fill that in to the young man, because I didn't actually watch that debate. So basically, we've just been doing our regular stuff, totally presenting the flat Earth with the highest level of integrity, honesty, and concise facts.
Yeah,
and it's just really just done very well in the last in the last 3 months that I've been on this particular server, but in the last 10 years, we haven't lost a single debate, have we? It's been a 10-year win every single day of all those 10 years. We haven't lost a
Might
debate.
have something to do with the fact that it's not a debate. You can't
there you are.
Measurements.
Yeah, that's a good point. You're coming in rather low there, Matrix, unless I've got you turned down.
No, don't turn it up. Don't turn it up. I'm sitting well back from my microphone. You all know how loud it gets. You don't need to turn it up.
Oh, it's also it's my side as well. I didn't have the main mic on. That's what it is.
What are the most common topics? Like, have the topics ever changed over the last few years? Like, I think.
Yeah, that's a good question. What we've got, that's a great question you've asked. We've got a new look, which is really available to anyone in the public. The in-flight telemetry data from the black box, which is actually the orange box in the aircraft, and these black boxes usually reside at the back of the aeroplane section. Reason being, whenever there's been a plane crash, the tail section seems to survive well, and that's where they prefer to put the black box. Well, inside that telemetry data, the data that we are most concerned with is the pitch angle of the aircraft during flight. Now, it turns out that aircrafts have been recorded since they've had that instrument, flying horizontal across the Earth. They do not fly in a curved trajectory. That is not recorded in the in-flight telemetry data. Now, if you're living on a globe, supposedly, and you're flying from point A to point B, you would need to be following the curvature of the Earth. Curvature is not a straight line, so therefore there must be a curved trajectory. That's not being recorded on the in-flight telemetry data. Now, we have, what's his name? Quantum Eraser, Brian's Logic, Adam Aitken, and Nathan Oakley from the FED crew. They're the ones that actually did this video called Baltard's Flatline or something, episode 128. It's really Globetard's Flatline, episode 128. Really good video. And it takes you into how the planes fly, the importance of the in-flight telemetry data, and also it alludes to how dangerous a curved trajectory would be for the pilot, the passengers, and the aircraft itself. Okay? So it's a really good one. That one there has totally smashed the Globers into smithereens, because we've always said that flights prove that we're flying level on the horizontal plane, and then the in-flight telemetry data backs that up. So it's backing up your senses, as it were. That's the real hammer.
Have those black boxes not been public before?
Go ahead.
Was this like a change in policy or something?
What do you mean by the change of policy? You've lost me there. Sorry.
You just mentioned like that you just gotten access to it, so I just was wondering if there was like a.
Oh no. What it was is that we didn't realize we could have access. So what happened? I'm glad you asked again. It's another great question. What happened? There was an incident that happened with a Boeing 777 over Honolulu, Hawaii. This aircraft was on its way to its destination. Now, I'm not sure it was in 2015 or 2018. I've forgotten the actual year in particular, but the point is one of the turbine blades from the turbine engine sheared off, wrecking that engine. So the pilot had to make an emergency landing, of course, and that whole incident, nobody died. That whole incident lasted 2 hours. And then when Quantum Eraser got access to that particular telemetry data, it showed that the aircraft was flying horizontally all the way. And ever since then, we've realized that we've actually had access to that kind of information all along, and we never knew. Because I only thought that kind of information would be available only to those who were involved. That would be your solicitor. All right, if you lost somebody or someone got injured, so your legal team and the courts and the airlines. I didn't think it was public information, but it is apparently. So and we got that from Quantum Eraser. Okay,
makes sense.
So I'm not sure if there was a change in policy. I think it was there all along, according to Quantum Eraser, but we just didn't hit upon it. Now we have. And it's proving great dividends in that the Globers don't have nowhere to go, because the in-flight telemetry data that records every characteristics of the flight is telling us that we're flying horizontal. Much the same as your senses, much the same as your bubble app. And you might remember, what's his name? The black guy from Washington State. D Marble, that's it. D Marble took a Spirit Level onto an aircraft whilst he was flying in the United States, and he set it up, and it proved that the aircraft was flying level anyway. That presentation ended up in a British newspaper called The Sun. So, So we've known that planes are flying level anyway. I've known it from my childhood.
Excuse me,
There
can
we
I
are.
jump in a little?
Yes, go ahead. I'll shut up. You go ahead, sir.
No, it's no problem. Thank you. I'm sorry, but you do realize that any airplane flying anytime is going up or down a very minimal level, but that always beats the curve. How to explain this better? Any moment the airplane is flying, even the best autopilot in the world, it's gonna go down a little, it's gonna go up a little. Air currents, that, whatnot. With the world's most precise gyroscope, I believe I saw someone did the math online, but basically, to reach the curvature of the Earth, an airplane had to dip down like 0.01 degree to manage to go around the curve. So even with the world's most precise gyroscope, I don't think it would even be measurable in those conditions. But even then, it's basically something that you can't factor in because an airplane's going up and down at rates that far outpace the actual curvature of the Earth.
Gentlemen, that was a desperate man, desperate bid as he sinks in the quicksand, ladies and gentlemen, because you can disregard everything he said there. That was a complete piece of misinformation. For a 6,000 mile flight on a globe ball, okay, that's 9.5 hours, 10,000 kilometers. When you look at the globe, that's a quarter of the globe. That's 90 degrees. You cannot fly horizontal for 9 hours without encountering the curvature. And the in-flight telemetry data shuts him up. Because what he said, he cannot prove in court. But yet we have the in-flight telemetry data showing the facts that the plane is flying horizontal. That's the basis that they use for solving cases where, was it pilot error? Was it manufacturing pieces that broke off that caused the accident? You see, the in-flight telemetry data is a slam dunk piece of information. The man blurting out that, you're not going to notice curvature, those are words that you throw in the bin. Your senses are telling you you're flying horizontal. You cannot be horizontal on a spherical ball. It's impossible. A straight line and a curved line are not married. They're not related. So whatever you say is a hopeless bid, and you are sinking in the leveled quicksand on flat Earth. That's all that's happening to you, sir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. 9 hours.
But my friend, my ear I cannot detect 0.1% curvature. I don't know if you've seen a video.
Unfortunately, it's not your ear that does the work, actually, ladies and gentlemen. It's the aeroplane, the pilot, and the angle at which you are flying. And 6,000, hang on a minute, 6,000 miles, 6,000 miles distance from London to Japan, okay? That's 3,740.47 miles of curvature that the passengers should and must experience if you're living on a globe and you don't have that. So you've lost it. Sorry, sir.
Very good.
Sorry.
It's the instrumentation that we're appealing to at the moment, which does not detect or display that it has navigated over that curvature.
Right.
Like Jin said, within that very short distance, what you call it, 0.01% or something?
0.237, something stupid like that, yeah.
But it adds up, right, over distance to a lot.
Yes.
A lot.
Tina, just remember that 0.3, that's negative. The plane's pitched up positive. So that means the plane has to then pitch down and go below negative in order to navigate around the curve. I'm not disagreeing with the good sir. He's quite clearly stated it has to be negative numbers, and we've got the data there showing that it's not.
Yeah. And also, when you look at the graph, ladies and gentlemen, you will notice when the plane is taking off, because at the beginning of the graph, it's almost a vertical up. It's a slight angle upwards. That's when the plane is nosing up to get up to altitude. Then when it gets up to altitude, it stops and it's leveling now. And it's a leveled flight. And then when it comes to landing, it's not the opposite, because it doesn't land nose downwards, nose diving, because that would be very uncomfortable for the passengers. You can't do a reverse of what you did at the beginning. You nose down to land, because you don't land on your nose. So you'll notice that it's a gentle sloping down in steps, almost like steps, to bring it down to land. 20 miles out from the airport, starts to drop in altitude in a step fashion, ladies and gentlemen. That is indicative of a textbook landing or a textbook takeoff. Two different actions are going on. All that is being recorded. So if there's any curvature, it would be recorded. If you record the takeoff and you record the landing, you record it. You have to record the curvature. It's not there. Sorry, not there at all.
What are the moment to moment data points that the black box records, and how does it record them?
Well, obviously it's recording these through the sensors that are on the aircraft, okay, and it's recording it by the minute, mate.
Mm. How much change would there be? I guess we'd have to find out how much change would occur like within a minute. Like how much?
Well, they according to Quantum Eraser's maths, and he pushes this one all the time. If an aircraft is traveling at 600 miles an hour, for example, it would need to nose down 1 mile every 2 minutes in order to follow the curvature of the Earth. Okay, that's the basic look at that situation. So you're traveling at 600 miles an hour. You're supposedly following the curvature of the Earth. You would need to be nosing down if you're sustaining that 600 miles. Every 2 minutes, you have to nose down 1 mile. No aircraft flies in that fashion.
Are we deriving it from an altitude calculation, or are we deriving it from?
I do believe it is from an altitude calculation. Yeah.
Right, but I mean the altitude. The altitude would be derived from. I would guess that the altitude would come from a gyroscope, or maybe it would come from air.
Well, it's going to come from the altimeter, which is a gyroscope instrument. Yes, that is calibrated on the ground first and foremost before the plane takes off. So it's a really good rigid piece of kit, and that's what you're going to use. Yeah, of course. You've got to round the curvature. Though remember, when you drive a vehicle, a car, and you turn left or you turn right, okay, you have to turn the steering wheel round to the right to turn right, or round to the left to turn left, and then the car goes round. That's the same with an aircraft. The pilot would have to put increments of forward nosing downwards to follow the curvature and set the flaps to keep going.
The planes will. So in this telemetry data, like when it's defining its altitude, I have to imagine that this is all made relative to like the downward force, right? Like the direction towards the ground is defined in the telemetry in the gyroscope by the downward force. And
I would have to say that the downward force plays nothing in aviation anyway, because the aeroplane is actually flying, riding the wind, as it were, the turbulent winds, the wind flows. That's how it flies. So downward force really has no part in aviation at all. It's once you're in the air, you climb up to your altitude and you remain there as long as you keep the engines running and you keep the thrust going, which is keeping the airflow, which is giving you lift. Doesn't have anything to do with it. The downward vector doesn't have an assistance unless you stop the engine and then you start to fall out of the sky, of course.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd have to.
So we have to remember that, ladies and gentlemen, when people start to talk about gravity or that, then they don't know what they're talking about in a sense, because that's not an assist. When I'm flying in a plane, I'm not worried about going down. What I'm more concerned with is keeping the aeroplane going forward, keeping the altitude correct, keeping the plane level, and then the wind flow, and we have a nice smooth flight. And by the way, the aircraft's nose is, by industry standard, kept at 3 degrees upwards from horizontal. Okay, that's the standard. So, and the pilots still refer to as a leveled flight, their own terminology, not mine. Leveled flight.
I know that the downward force is not going to be. You're fighting that force, but I have to imagine that the gyroscope would use the downward force to like define what is down. Like
not really. No, it's not doing that. You've got your ground position, 0 degrees altitude, and then as soon as you climb up, the gyroscope and the meter begins to work. And that's how that works. That's it.
Gyroscopes they'll need to be like reset over the course of hours and hours of flying. I would assume.
Not really, no, because they're flying horizontally at a specific altitude given to them by the control tower. That's it. And then if they have to climb in altitude, they'll be told to climb up turbulence, get permission, up they go, come back down back to their allotted altitude. We don't want to make this more confusing or complicated for the listener. Okay, so we don't want to
It is-
convolute
it is
a simple
actually
situation
complicated,
here.
and we need to
Let's be
understand that.
careful. Yeah, let's just be very careful with what we're saying because it's easily understood. The altitude meter is there. You can read it. Says you're at 30,000 feet. That's where you are. 30,000 feet. That's it. You're flying at 30,000 feet. That's it. You're flying horizontal. You see that by the artificial horizon. You see that by your wings, the position of your wings on the instruments, right? So you're not banking to the left, to the right, and then you're flying level. That's it. Nothing else to worry about as long as you keep the engines running at the speed you're traveling at. That's it. Don't confuse and complicate a simple matter.
Off. I'll be back at some point. Thank you.
Thank you. I learned about aviation as a child anyway. So, elementary school, St. Mary Magdalene's. That's where I learned about aviation. Myself, no teacher taught me. It was me and the book. So I learned from the book, the Lady Bird book series. I remember the book very well. I learned about the combustion engine from that series and ships and aeroplanes. So, it's been a thing that I've had in my head, and I've improved on that over the years, and I've actually flown simulators. All granted, it's from the Sony PSP range, but it's the same thing. You're flying your aircraft. The one thing I didn't realize was how level everything was until I became a flat earther, of course. That's when I realized that, wow, look at the massive clues. But yeah, okay.
Holy shit. Who was that, Sezu? Who was that?
It was Muskegee or something like that. He's only been there a few days. Muskogee or Muskegee or something like that. You know that guy?
No, I can't remember.
With Mansky? You're talking about that Mansky dude with the
Yeah, Mansky.
Oh, Mansky's a pest.
Yeah. Well, he wants you. He don't want me.
Hey, yo, pause.
Yeah, he's just a clown in there just to cause trouble.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Wait, Metatetrix.
Oh, yeah, that cracked me up.
Yeah, T-Dub was there.
Yeah, what's his name got absolutely freaking roasted. Some dude jumped in, got cooked, and then I think somebody was like, well, you should talk to Fallen. Then he got roasted. Then Mansky's like, well, all you do is mute. Like, well, were you even listening to the last session? Matrix, check your soundboard, bruh.
It's good. What I was doing was knocking them all back to 8 so I could take off my
Oh, dude, hold on.
boost.
Wait, that's not what I'm asking, because like for me, it looks like they changed the perms in here so only hub sounds can be used. You're saying you can use all your sounds in here?
Oh, hold on. Now I know what you mean. Yeah, stand by.
Yeah, we gotta get Vivek in here and fix some stuff. Because also somebody changed the perms where you can only use push to talk. At least for me, maybe I should reset my Discord.
Yeah, I think you should reset it. Yeah, because I'm not doing. I'm okay. It's just that Matrix is coming in a bit low for me. That's
Hold
all.
on, Jin. Don't play with your sound. You know that. No, all mine are available in here.
Really? Can you try one out?
Yeah.
God damn, brother.
No way. Okay, wait a minute. Dude, what the heck? Let me reset my Discord because for me, something's all messed up. I'll be right back.
You've overused it. That's what's happened. You've used it, and it's catching up with you.
No.
Old dude told you this would happen.
No, dude, it's still not fixed. What the heck?
You're on an Apple, aren't you?
Yeah.
There you go, man.
The thing. Let me try my phone.
Apple. That's gay.
Wait, it's not working on the phone either. What's going on? Does anybody else have this issue?
Apple products, man. You got an Apple phone, Apple PC. That's all we can nail it down to now.
I thought only women buy Apple products.
I mean, if you want to get women, you're gonna need an iPhone. Yes.
Oh, so to get a woman, you must start acting like a woman. I get it.
I mean, if you have an Android, she's gonna block you, bro. Just it is what it is.
Yeah, CB, you're just a material girl in a material world.
Living in a material world.
And he's just a material girl.
Does anybody else have access to the soundboard that can check this out? Because this is gonna piss me off.
Let me check.
Nope.
Dude, what? Let me try another server. I'll be right back.
Oh no, soundboard for CB. Oh no.
Yeah, it works. And something happened to my perms in here.
I don't know what you're doing, CB. Just operator error, I'll go with.
Yeah, right.
You just said.
So you're only locked to this channel's sounds.
Yes, and it's saying I have to use push to talk. I've never used push to talk ever. I'm being forced to use it now. And yeah, it took away all the other sounds. I'm like, what the I don't think is it just like only me? That's what I'm confused about. Like, how is it?
It's a Discord glitch. It must be.
Should I like throw my computer on the ground?
Have you done an update recently, or has Discord done an update recently?
It didn't try to do one when I closed the app, but I'm not sure.
I remember a while ago, mine did an update and it reset all my stuff and put me back to push to talk and just weird things like that. And I was like, why? But it was just a matter of going through and putting all my settings back to where they should be.
Yeah, it's saying push to talk is required in here. It's weird. Also, this meow chelada. That's funny. If the earth is flat, where does the earth end? Can you fall off? Bro, it's like we're talking to NPCs. They just say the same thing.
That has been getting asked for the last hour and a half.
Been happening ever since we got in this room. I've been hearing it for a long time as well, just like talking to people like in person, they've asked me that shit. Gets really old really quick, but it's a common question. I hear it a lot.
When it's different people, not a problem. When it's the same person resetting,
Oh, that's just a troll then.
Where is the
And
edge?
CB,
Fall off.
CB, did you get some? Did you piss off Vivek or something?
No, I don't
Or did you
think so.
lose? You had perms, right? Like what happened?
My mod perm is still there, so I don't know if it's a glitch or something. I have no idea. It just happened randomly earlier today. Like it was working all day, and then just like out of out of nowhere, it just changed.
Oh man, maybe you had some complaints on you, man. I don't know.
I
Fishy business there on it.
I wasn't even doing anything. I didn't do anything. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's tied to the mod perm. I still have that, so I'm not sure what that is. We'll have to get Vivek on the case.
That
Vivek,
sounds like somebody who did. That sounds like something that somebody who did do something would say. You know what I mean? I didn't do anything.
wait, so it's working for T-Dub too, huh? That's weird. Yeah, but the push to talk thing, like that, I don't know how somebody could do that, but whatever. We'll figure it out later. It's kind of annoying. We have Gon Pachiro in the VC. Also, Meow Chelada. I got smoke from Meow Chelada as soon as they joined.
Meow was in here earlier, has actually dropped out and was yimmering on about the same thing. But if we go to space, we could see what shape it. There is no space. But if we go to space, we could see what shape it. There is no space. But if we could go to space and see what shape.
Yeah, well, just take him to the universe. Can you go see the universe? Oh no, we're not able to do that. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Problem solved.
I mean, I've been to the edge of the sea and I've fallen a few times and I just stand back up. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I always tell people like, how do you fall off the ground? If you fall, you're going back down to the ground. There's nowhere you can go where you can fall off the ground. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's like they have this mental picture of like a cliff edge, and where they get that, the internet. So all of those memes, I mean, they're doing their jobs. All those memes of a disc floating in the vastness of space. They've
Yeah,
done their job. Dude.
yeah, even ChatGPT thought about it like this too, because I've been using it to make thumbnails or like event headers for the events you guys make in here. And one time I was like, yeah, make me a flat earth thing. And it's like, okay, so I'll like make an edge with water falling off. And I was like, I told it immediately, I was like, no, do not do that. Like, so yeah, that's really prevalent, this idea that there's like an edge, a disc in space or whatever. Really bad that propaganda's touched everybody. Pause.
Well, I mean, if you look up flat Earth images, you're either going to see a disc with a dome over it, or you're going to see a disc with water falling off the edge, or icy water at the very edge. So it's pretty crazy. I mean, as if they can't
Yeah.
just show a picture of high altitude balloon footage and be like, yeah, that's about what it looks like. Black up top and blue underneath, clouds.
Yeah, there's the disc and knocking the dinosaur off the disc in space. Has anyone seen that one?
Only about 50 times
a day.
Yes, this rain is just unceasing at the moment. Wow. We're going on for what, 6 hours now?
Yeah, personally, Jen, I really enjoy that meme there, that gif of the dinosaurs on the plate getting knocked off by the meteor. It's so stupid. I laugh every time. It ceases to be funny, man. It's so dumb.
Yeah.
But what's crazy is like people actually think that that is our position. That's like the worst part about it. They actually think that's what we think.
Well, if you could rewind back to before you knew that the Earth was flat, I mean, because we didn't have so many memes and it wasn't so in our face. I feel like we didn't have so many mental images of it. But I feel like with the way everything's been memeified and there's gifs of everything now, it's like you got to think like the people coming up now, since flat Earth has been kind of a big deal since 2016, 17. The amount of memes people have seen, even subconsciously, not even realizing that they've seen it, just scrolling. So they have this subconscious idea of it, and they might not even have realized that they've seen a lot of images, and that's kind of like buried in their mind somehow. But I mean, if you look back to before you knew that the Earth was flat, and you had a mental image in your mind of flat Earth, it wouldn't really compute. You wouldn't have that automatic image, but because they might have subconsciously stored that information, like that's where their head always goes. And I feel like that's why they have these memes like all the time. But yeah, if you just look up image of a flat Earth on Google, right, that's all you're gonna see.
Meow, you can open your mic if you like.
Yeah,
Meow, meow.
welcome back. Welcome back, Meow. He asked questions the last time he was here, so yeah, go ahead.
Actually, we spoke to her earlier. You came in and you replied to her, and then she was here for, I don't know, 30 minutes.
Yeah, she was here before. So welcome back again. And yeah, she asked some good questions. Hopefully she's realizing now that the Earth isn't a globe, as she hasn't got any personal experience of that. And that would be very important if you're living on the Earth. You'd have to experience it.
Now, if you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. So just join the VC and speak.
Why you guys are texting and you want me to speak? That's so injustice.
Not really.
No, listen. You don't have to speak if you want to stay in the text. That's fine, bro. It's.
But he muted me there for 60 yards.
Yeah,
I didn't say anything offensive. I was just eating my food and I was texting and he muted me.
Good.
I didn't know about that, but it's all good. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Now you're not muted anymore. So let's just talk about that. You're not muted.
I'm muted. I'm still muted.
No,
you're
not.
talking now.
You are talking. You're not muted.
No, text muted. I cannot text.
Yeah, she wants to finish her food and continue to text instead of VC.
I was eating my food. I was eating.
Do you have any questions anyway? Any queries? Anything you don't quite understand?
She asked where the edge of the Earth is, and I asked, what edge is she talking about?
Right. Good question. Exactly. What edge? If you're in a container, you will never get to the edge if you're in a container anyway. How are you going to get to the edge if there is one? You're in a container. 14.7 psi, remember? That's the container. And in order to have air pressure, you have to have a container.
But remember, she told me that even in her country, she have to ask permissions to leave her country. So, and I told her about the Antarctic Treaty. So to be able to go to a supposed edge that we don't know of, it's going to be very difficult. So that's a question that we can speculate about, but we don't really know about it. I mean, you're not permitted to leave your country or certain regions of the world. So it's an unknown. You have limitations of the places you can be at.
No, my question was, this man, he says, sun revolves around the earth, but I studied earth revolves around the sun.
Well, it's a shame. Someone told you the wrong information. Because you notice that the Earth is stationary. You also notice that the sun moves across the sky from east to west every day. I'm surprised you didn't figure this out on your own.
Yeah, the sun doesn't revolve around the earth. It moves above the earth. It moves above the earth, the flat plane.
Moved above the earth.
Okay,
So you
what-
think sun moves
Yeah.
and earth doesn't move?
No, that's what's
Never
observed
moved.
and that's what's measured.
What do you mean by
And how
Everyone measures the sun to move and the Earth to be stationary. There's actually no optical experiment you could conduct to see if the Earth was moving, according to Albert Einstein.
where does the Earth
Okay,
end?
so what
Where
I
does
have
the
studied
Earth end?
is not correct. Earth rotates on its axis and revolves around the sun.
Well, do you experience any of this?
No, because maybe because of gravity, we are not.
Gravity has nothing to do with it, and gravity is basically non-existent, so it doesn't have anything to do with it.
Gravity doesn't exist. What?
No. No.
Why do you think that?
Well, because no one showed me any gravity.
If
That's
you
because it's not
drop
visible.
something, it drops down. It doesn't go up. Isn't it?
That's not true.
That's not.
What if I drop a helium balloon? Yeah, if I drop a helium balloon, what happens to that?
But that
It
doesn't
goes
change the rule.
up.
That's
I
just
know,
an
but it is weight. It's
In
weight.
nature, can you wait while he's having a conversation? We can't have you interjecting. Just one speaker at a time. If you have questions, you could ask questions after Meowchick, or if you have evidence you want to present, you can present after. Thanks, man. Appreciate you being here.
Everyone here, you all think there is no gravity?
Well, let's put it this way. If you're claiming gravity, can you go ahead and tell me what it is, what the scientific experiment was to validate it, and then could you provide me a sample?
But Isaac Newton, he said that.
What about Isaac Newton? Let me get you a quote from Isaac Newton. Maybe it'll help you understand a little bit more. Because somebody lied to you and they didn't tell you what Newton actually thought about gravity. Is that cool?
Okay.
Okay, let me just. Here we go.
But if you tell me you drop something, it always come down. What is it?
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Helium balloon, does that go to the ground?
What
Okay,
do you
can
mean?
I ask
Then
something?
where?
I want to ask a question.
If you go to the moon, there is not. No. Moon has gravity. If you go to the. Not.
Have you been to the moon?
No, but astronauts have been there.
No, they have. The evidence of that.
You think all the astronauts and scientists are lying and you are saying the truth? And why should I trust you?
No, I'm saying that, number one, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that, number one, you're going to. Can you name me one scientist that validates your position? Because right now I have a letter from Isaac Newton saying it is inconceivable that innate, inanimate, brute matter should, without mediation of something else, which is not material, operate upon and affect another matter without mutual contact, as it must be as if gravitation, in the sense of Epicurus, be essential and inherent in it. And if this is one of the reasons why I desire you would not ascribe innate gravity to me. So he didn't even want anything to do with it because he thought it was so absurd. So what did you want to tell me about Newton, since I have his words in quotes?
What did he say? He didn't say the story of Apple. It fell off on his head, and then he discovered gravity.
That's called propaganda. You're a victim of propaganda. Someone told you a story, but I have Newton's words right here for you.
All over the world. It's such a strong propaganda you see going all over the world, and we have been studying since childhood.
I know.
And nobody.
Let me tell you how strong this propaganda is. This propaganda is so strong that you believed it, and everybody you know believes it, and yet none of you can provide for me what gravity is, show it to me being validated in an experiment, or even using it in an experiment, and then giving me a sample of it. You don't have any of those things.
If you haven't seen something, it doesn't exist for you.
No, that's not what I said. I'm saying that if you're going to propose something like gravity, what you're going to need to do is provide any shred of evidence for the thing.
Okay, wait. Okay, says
It
who?
needs to be proven to. No, it needs to be proven to exist, is what he's saying. Does that make sense?
Huh?
If you can't prove that it exists, you can't then go and say that it exists.
You need to
Does
prove.
that make sense? Yeah, somebody would have had to have proven it, or we're just going to believe in something based on faith. We're going to believe in it. That might as well just be a religious belief, then not a scientific one, right?
I'm not able to understand the way to speak slow. I am saying, says who said, he said, you never saw gravity, you can't believe it, isn't it?
No, I didn't say that at all. I said I need you to describe it, what it is. If you would listen instead of waiting just to talk, this would be a lot more productive. What I said was, I need you to describe what it is. Then I need it to be scientifically validated, because you said all the scientists claim gravity and have proven it apparently. So show me the experiment that proves gravity, and then give me excuse me, once again, you are deciding to go ahead and speak. You were waiting for your turn to speak. You didn't listen. I asked for 3 things. If you can't provide them, why don't you just say, I don't have any evidence for gravity, but I believe it exists. You could say that, and we could move forward. Do you want to say that? It's real simple. Says who? I don't have any evidence for gravity, but I believe it exists because somebody told me so. You could do that.
Where do you think Earth ends? How big is Earth?
What is it with this server? Everybody always thinks that we have to have some kind of answer as to where the Earth ends or where the edge is, all this stuff. All these things that we don't claim. We just are giving you a description and a measurement of the surface of the Earth that we live atop of, and you guys want to ask questions about things we don't make any claims about. Why is that?
But I'm just curious.
I'm curious too. I would also like to know where the Earth ends. But first of all, I would have to know where to look. Second of all, I don't think I have the budget to get there. Where do you think I should look for the end of this flat Earth?
But are you claiming that the Earth is flat, or are you just saying that you don't believe
Can
it?
please somebody tell me why you don't agree with Isaac Newton, please?
Yeah. Well, I agree with Isaac Newton that he says that unless there's some kind of force that could be acting upon another force in a physical way, innate gravity should not be ascribed to him. I totally agree. So since you've decided to go into a circular route and tap out, I'm going to speak to the new guy here, unless you have anything else that you'd like to add.
This is for the first time I'm hearing you are saying sun revolves around the Earth and then there is no gravity, it's a propaganda.
Yeah, but we told you this. We told you this before, Meow. We told you this before, and the gravity thing. We had this. It's not the first time, so you're not being honest there. I've spoken to it about you to you.
Yep, she's on reset mode until she comes out of reset mode. We can't talk to her. Who's the new guy? Who was I discussing edges with?
So my
Yeah,
Okay,
question is,
flat Earth.
are you claiming that the Earth is flat? I mean, do you believe the Earth is flat?
No, I'm not claiming that. Hold on a second. I'm not claiming that.
So
I'm not claiming that. I'm just pointing out to you that that's the way the Earth is measured. Everybody measures the Earth to be flat. I'm pointing that out to you. Do you disagree?
So
Can you speak louder? I can't hear this guy.
yeah, but that's not enough. That people just kind of
So
nature,
you don't think it's
ND, by the way.
that it
Nature
seems
ND.
flat,
So it's not enough.
flat to people doesn't mean it's flat. That it seems flat to people.
So if everyone is measuring the Earth flat, but you believe it's a ball, then there must be a reason. What is the reason that you think it's a ball?
Why is everyone mute?
No, look. So I was asking you something. Like,
what were you asking me?
So you
Like everyone
you don't
is
you don't believe
mute.
you don't
Like
believe
everyone
it's
is not talking.
I am talking. Can you hear me?
Why would everyone talk at the same time,
yeah.
silly?
Iyad, you got to wait your turn. If you have any questions, please. Hey, Iyad, wait your turn, okay? We're having a
No, let's
conversation.
let's follow his logic. Let's all talk at the same time. Come on, 1, 2, 3, everybody go. So
Earth
see how
is
it works.
flat.
Yeah, everybody talk at the same
Yay.
time.
Are you happy now, lady?
Think about it, buddy.
Let's go. Let's just talk over each other so nobody can understand.
I love talking to everybody.
Yeah, just think about it, buddy. Why isn't everyone talking at the same time? Because in real conversations, in the real world, people one speak, the other one listen, then one stops speaking, and then the other one start speaking. That's how it works. Don't you know this?
Yeah, it's correct. So you don't believe you don't believe the Earth is round, and
No, it's not a matter of belief. First of all, I don't like you speaking in terms of you this, you that. I don't really like to be, talked about like in this manner. Why don't you just ask me a direct question or make a claim of your own? That'd be way better.
Okay, do you believe it's flat? You believe
No, I don't believe it's flat. It's measured to be flat. It's a knowledge.
It's measured. What do you mean it's measured to be flat?
Everybody that uses the Earth, as far as in practical sense, building on it, bridges, doors, large products, all that stuff. The entire Earth, here it is stationary. All of these are measurements. So if you grasp the idea that flat, you go on from there.
I didn't hear the last part. You were breaking up.
I know, because most of the time you're talking when I'm talking, it'd be better if you would just shut up. So here's the Earth is measured to be flat. It's practically used as flat and navigated as flat and stationary. That is the knowledge that everybody has, and it's the base axiom. It's everyone's experience. You believe it's a ball, even though you haven't experienced or measured it as a ball.
Yeah, what you just said about it being measured and used as flat, that's happening in a small area. That's why when you said we're building
small,
construction buildings.
How small? How small?
Like
is 10 miles small?
When people are building an apartment building, of course it's.
No, I'm talking about bridges, man. I'm not talking about apartment buildings. I'm talking about. No. Is 1,000 miles, is that small?
1,000 miles. How much is that?
Yeah.
Like from France until where? I think it's like France until maybe Poland at best, I think. Yeah, there you should be able to see a curvature there, but it's still like I think it's a small curvature.
Okay. Why isn't there? Why isn't there curvature measured between France and Poland?
Because the Earth is a lot bigger than just France and.
How big is it? How big is it?
A lot bigger than this distance.
How big is it?
No, I need a number. How big is it? I need the number. What's the number? How big is it?
But it's just a lot bigger than what.
Well, why would you say it's so big and you don't even know how big it is?
Well, because we have, like, we know people live in different continents and stuff like that. We can find people here in the server.
Yeah, I understand that there's distance between you and everybody else, but you made a size claim about the Earth itself. I would like to know how big it is and to see how much curvature I should expect between point to point.
Yeah, I don't have the number now. You can look it up on Google, but you probably don't believe in it.
No, I know the number. The circumference of this supposed religion of yours for the ball that you think that you live on is 24,901 miles. The radius of this ball is supposed to be 3,959 miles. I know plenty more about the ball than you do. But this ball has geometric consequences, and those geometric consequences do not show up in reality. That's why it's just a religious belief or a mathematical fiction.
You know what I think you should do? You should phone someone from a different continent. You live in America, I believe. You should phone someone who is living in Germany.
Right
And
now.
at the same time, you should check shadows from trees to see where.
And what would that do?
Pointing at the same direction.
What would that do? What would that do?
Well, check to see how they're supposed to face, how the where the direction of these shadows should face in a.
What would that matter?
A globe Earth compared to a flat Earth.
What would that matter? I'm asking you. So you think that a shadow facing a certain direction is going to tell you whether or not it's a ball? That's not geometrically coherent at all.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. That's what happens. About the rage quit time is when you realized you're way too uninformed or uneducated to have this conversation. Now, you could reset and you could try to be a little less condescending, and we could start all over, and you could say, okay, so what is the evidence for the Earth being flat? And I would show you the measurements. I would also explain to you the geometric consequences of a ball and how those don't show up in reality. We could have a different conversation, but instead you actually just want to talk through me because you don't want to have this conversation. You'd rather just kind of condescendingly and passive-aggressively mumble and mutter with your terrible mic, right? I don't know what I'm talking about. I knew the size of the religious system that you thought you lived on, but you didn't know.
So that doesn't mean anything. How big is Earth? You don't know either. You don't know.
Okay, so that doesn't mean anything, but it doesn't mean, does it mean that it have basically some geometric consequences?
What?
Does it, the size of the Earth has geometric consequences, wouldn't you agree?
I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know. Geometric concept. I don't understand.
If it's a ball, it should have curvature at a certain rate. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, why is there no curvature measured on the Earth anywhere? Where is this consequence of the Earth being a ball?
I don't know about this.
You don't know about this. Okay, so why don't you look into it?
How big flat Earth is?
Let me give you. Go ahead and put an image, and then you can tell me there's no curvature. That's not.
Okay, let's see the picture. By the way, you're breaking up sometimes.
Well, it's going to happen. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,900 miles, and every distance of the horizon can be more than 1.22 times the square root of the Earth's height in feet. This is what's dictated by the size of the ball that you think you live on.
You're roboting, bro.
So,
you're roboting.
Photograph. So, the geometric consequences. In that photograph, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. Can you tell me where the horizon is in reality according to the distance demarcation that we have with the oil rigs.
Okay, there's a lot to read here. What am I supposed to see here? 9 miles.
Yeah, these are distance demarcations. These oil rigs, they're telling you how far away the observer is seeing. But we need to know where the horizon is, because the horizon is supposed to be the curvature, the edge, the leading edge of a sphere. That's the thing that blocks the boats and the buildings in the distance. According to the math, according to the size of the Earth that everybody agrees on, that horizon should be at 1.22 miles. Can you tell me in this photograph where the horizon is in relationship to those two oil rigs? Is it in front of them? Is it in the middle of them? Or is it behind them?
I don't know about this horizon thing. I don't know what...
You don't know anything about it? So you don't think that the edge of the ball Earth is blocking out boats and buildings in the distance? Like if a boat sails away from you and it becomes obstructed or blocked, bottom up, or whatever you want to call it, that's not the Earth curve?
You can zoom in and eventually it like starts disappearing. It's like, it looks like it's going down when it's like...
Yes, I know. And that's supposed to be happening, being blocked out by physical Earth curve, according to this photograph, at 1.22 miles. Is it at 1.22 miles?
At just 1 mile, you think it's going to be blocked by the...
No, I don't think that. That's what the globe geometry says is supposed to happen.
Like 1 mile, it's not enough.
Excuse me? That's what the globe geometry says is supposed to happen. They have Earth curve calculators that say the exact same thing. This is the globe claim. So if you're upset that sounds ridiculous to you, I agree, because that never happens. So why isn't the horizon at 1.22 miles?
It's not just 1 mile. That's ridiculous. It should be...
Well, listen, why don't you do the math for me then? Why don't you do the math, get the globe size, and tell me when the horizon or where the horizon is supposed to be? If you find this so incredulous, right?
If you just zoom in on a ship like that, when it goes far away, eventually it's gonna like start going out. If it's going in the ocean, just keep zooming in, eventually you're gonna see it go down. Like if it goes from...
Yeah, I know. Where is that supposed to happen at? Excuse me, where is that supposed to happen? What distance is that supposed to occur on a globe with a radius at 3,959 miles? Where is that supposed to happen?
I don't know these things, but eventually it's gonna...
You don't know the distance? Oh, I'll tell you. According to the Earth sphere radius, 3,959 miles, that's supposed to happen at the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Well, maybe they're talking about 1 mile with just your eyes, not with a camera or something.
An assisted optic or a magnification is not going to change the geometry of the globe. My goodness, man, you're making silly comments now. This is ridiculous.
Hey, I got to admit, the first time I heard it, I was like, this doesn't make sense at all. Let me go check for myself.
Yeah. That's the number one standard, to go and check. So Nature Nub, who says is giving you a lot of information, Nature Nub, and I know it's coming at you at 10 to the dozen. So you need to slow down and understand two things. One, you don't know because you haven't investigated. You clearly, you don't know the model at all. You don't know the ball you live on and the dimensions, the size, and the numbers. So number two, you cannot say we are wrong because we know the numbers, okay? So if we know the numbers and we've gone out to check to make sure that the Earth is a ball and we find it is not, and we tell you it is flat, what you have to do is learn your model first and then go and check and then come back and tell us we're wrong if it is a globe. You understand? You're just talking, but you don't know your model. That's your problem. You haven't studied enough to know. And when you don't know, you can't say somebody else is wrong. Do you understand?
I didn't say he's wrong. I haven't studied enough. But I was asking him how...
Yeah, well, it's not flat. You're saying it's not flat. Yeah, you're saying it's not flat.
I was asking him how big Earth is.
Yeah, he doesn't know. He never made the claim. He never made the claim that he knew the size of the Earth. Okay, he never made that claim. at all. He's saying to you that the earth is measured flat. He cannot measure the curvature anywhere. Wherever he has been and measured, it's always been flat. And in the industries on earth, all industries measure earth flat. They don't measure the curvature, and they don't use the curvature of the earth or the spin. All industries, that'd be India, Pakistan, Africa, okay, South America, okay, the poorest countries on earth that have no economy, they're using the earth and measuring it flat. Okay? Okay, bear that in mind.
I don't know what you mean by they're measuring it as flat, but they're constructing.
Yeah, okay, let me explain. Let me explain. Now, who said to you that if the earth is a ball, it must have curvature? You said yes. You are yes?
That's
yes?
what it means, yeah.
Okay, so that means we can measure the curvature. Can we measure the curvature?
I don't know about this. I assume yeah.
Sorry?
I don't know about it.
Right. So if you don't know, pay attention then. That's why he showed you the black swan image and the horizon. Okay? So if you have 12 inches, that height, okay, your horizon can only be 1.22 miles. If it's more than 1.22 miles, the earth is not a globe. Okay? The size of the earth determines how far you can see. So if the earth is 24, okay. You want to say something? Go ahead.
You're expecting to see a curvature at just 1 mile? Are you serious?
Well, because this is the size of the earth by the numbers they give us. Okay, the numbers we are given. Listen to me, please. The number that you don't know, the number of the size of the earth they give us is the circumference, 24,901 miles circumference. The radius of that, which is a quarter, the radius is 3,959 miles. With those two numbers now, we can start to measure the curvature of the earth. So at 12 inches, your geometric horizon for that size can only be 1.22 miles. That's the distance to the horizon. That's it. No more than that. If it's more than that, that means the earth is not a ball. Okay?
If you're taking this, not necessarily, if you're taking this information from NASA, I saw someone post something.
I'm taking this information from the educators at elementary school, secondary school, university, NASA, and all space agencies. Yes, they're the numbers that they give us.
Hey, Jen, I put a couple of things in the side chat for him. Looks like Helio. Oh, no, Helio did the live stream. So anyway, I said, there's the,
thank you.
Listen, man. This is the NASA data sheet and all the information specifics about what the Earth is, the shape, the size, everything. This is what NASA says it is, not us.
Yeah.
Above that is how you calculate the distance to the
NASA is not
horizon.
a good source. NASA is not a good source. It's a bad source. It's a government source. It's a bad source. They lied about going to the moon. Space agencies, they lie about going to space. It's impossible to go into space.
Okay.
So these are bad sources.
Okay. But the point is this. The point is this. They give us the size of the Earth, even though we know it's not a true size. This is how we say it's measured flat, because we went to check it, and we're not finding the curvature at all. We're finding the levelness everywhere. Okay?
Okay, but what about this? So it says here, spherical shape was first demonstrated by ancient Greeks, observing the Earth's round shadow on the moon during lunar eclipses.
Yeah. Those do not prove the Earth is a globe at all. The Aristophanes' supposed measurements he assumed that the Earth was a globe first and foremost, and if you're going to measure angles, you need a flat surface. You don't get angles. Aristophanes has been debunked. And then when you're looking at the solar eclipse, whatever that is casting on the moon is not the Earth's shadow. Okay? So that's incorrect. And if you want to measure the curvature of the Earth, you don't look at the moon. You must measure the surface. Isn't that not true? Which is more accurate? Looking at the moon or measuring the ground under your foot? Which one? I asked you a question. Which one? Accurate. Measuring the ground you're standing on or looking at shadows on the moon? Which is going to be more accurate?
I don't know. I haven't looked into this study, but
Oh, you see, Allah is watching you, you know. You're just not being honest at all. Clearly, the ground you're standing on is more precise because you can measure it. You can touch it and measure. Can you go to the moon? Can you? You see?
No, it's impossible.
You're just exposing your dishonesty at the moment. I don't know. But then he can say NASA's hang on a second, Blaine. I'm in the middle of what I'm saying here. Then he says that NASA's data is not reliable. So he knows to say NASA is not reliable. So he knows what reliable is. And what's more reliable, measuring the ground under your foot or looking at the shadow on the moon that you cannot even measure, can't even go to. See? So we know you're not being here in good faith. And like I said, any man who doesn't know his model does not have the right to say somebody else who knows the model is incorrect. That is lunacy and deserving of a slap in the face instantly. Honestly.
I see what you did there.
Thank you. Carry on now.
Lunacy. If I hired a carpenter to build and fit a cabinet in my house, and he came in and started setting up lights and measuring shadows, or trying to block the light and see what, I would kick him out and say, you're fired.
Exactly. He's not doing the job properly. That's the annoying thing. So like I say again, I'll reiterate what I said. If you don't know the model that you think you live on, don't say somebody else is wrong when you don't know it. And then when they give you information that is accurate, not speculation, actual accurate information, look at the information, digest the information, and go and check the information. Don't say it's wrong
I didn't say they're wrong.
Well, you're not acting like you want to learn. That's the point. You're acting very negative, not acting like somebody who wants to know the truth. That's your action is not that. You're dismissing everything. You're not actually acknowledging.
All you're doing is saying, no, you're wrong. That's not true. But then you don't have any information to support the side that you're
said he's
looking for.
That was just in your mind. I never said that.
Yeah. Anyway, you're not the integrity of your story.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, you go ahead, sir.
Nature, at a 1 foot observer height, how far away do you think the horizon is?
I don't know. I think it's more than just 1 mile.
Yeah, but I think it's not the best answer. You must know it. You can't say I think. You must know the number. And how do you know the number? By doing the maths properly. That is possible. It is within a child of 8 can do this maths. This maths can be executed by 8-year-olds. So it's not out of your capability.
What's the rate of curvature for the Earth?
I don't know these things.
Like for every mile, how far do things begin to drop away from the curve?
I don't know.
Why? Okay.
How big is the Earth? How big is the Earth?
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He said it.
You don't know either.
I know it's big enough to not have the curvature. I know that much.
How fast is the Earth spinning?
Yeah.
I don't know.
He doesn't know.
I don't know any of these things.
How fast is the Earth going around the sun?
What is a triangle?
Well, we can go simple. What's a triangle? What's the definition of a triangle?
How tall are you?
We keep it simple. What's the definition of a triangle?
Yeah, I'm not gonna answer that.
What's the square root of 49?
Come on, guys. We're not here to mock you. I'm just trying to help you understand, man. Like there's things that you can know.
See, for you, it's a competition. It's not about truth.
It's not a competition, man.
Just like religious.
No, it's not, man. No, it's not. That is not our position at all. That is not our position. As Allah is my witness, I'm not here making a competition. I want everybody to understand that.
Do you know why we're here, Nature?
For our children's education. That's what I want to stop, actually.
Hey, Jan, hold on. Nature, do you know why we're in this room?
Okay, tell me.
Why us flat earthers have a room where we sit here and we provide an opportunity for you to talk to us? Do you know why we do that? Because we know that if you try to search for this online, you're not going to find it. We make it a point to go out of our way to be as public as we can with people like you, so that way you can understand why we know the earth is flat. Not why we think it's flat, not why we believe it's flat, why we know it's flat, and why whatever mainstream media out there is saying, they're telling us people still think the earth is flat after all these years. I wonder why.
Let me ask you something. So, what do you think about the sun? You think it's like it's smaller than Earth?
I mean, I don't know, man. I don't really know how far away it is. It looks like it would be smaller than the Earth because it's only covering a small portion of the sky. Where it's light in one location, it's dark in another location. Light, when it travels through the air has a thickness to it, which is why you can't look at it when it's directly over your head, but when it's down starting to set in your view, you can look at it because the air is thicker. So eventually light will dissipate if light continues to move away from you in your view.
Okay. So look, on my globe Earth.
I know your globe Earth. I used to be a glober for 39 years.
Okay. When I'm in Europe.
Right. When you're in Europe and the sun is shining, it's dark in Australia, or it's dark in California. But when it's light in California, it's dark in Europe. I know. And that's because the Earth is facing away from the sun. I know.
I try to say something else. When I'm in Europe, I look at the sun, and the sun looks as if it's like on top of Australia, to give you a rough area, you know.
Yeah, it goes like. Down in your field of view.
Okay, so that's on my globe Earth. What about yours? If you're in Europe, it's on top of Australia. That means that people in Australia, they should be able to see the sun like on top of them, or like what? Like,
look,
and it should be like light everywhere on Earth, right?
When I look in the sky and I see the sun, I don't say, "Oh my God, it's 93 million miles away and 250 times the size of the moon." I look at the sun and say, "Look, it's right there in the sky." I don't have a crazy story about what the sun is doing.
Okay, but when you are in Europe and you see the sun and it's sunny in Europe, what about Australia?
Yeah.
How do they see the sun?
No, what you're saying is not true. What you're saying is not true, because I don't think the sun is over at Australia. No, I don't think that. So I don't know where you get that idea from. That's an imaginary situation you've created. When I'm standing in London or in France, Spain, Portugal, and I see the sun above my head, I don't think it's in Australia. Why would I think that? Why?
No, I'm asking something else. I'm asking, what about Australia? Is it light there also? And also, how? Yeah. So first of all, is it sunny there also, or is it night for them?
When it is night in England, it is good morning in Australia. So at 9 o'clock in the evening, when the sun is in the Tropic of Cancer, okay, and it's 9 o'clock in the evening in the UK, it is 6 o'clock in the morning in Sydney. Okay.
Okay. So you see the sun. Let's say it's like 2 p.m. in the UK, and you see the sun. Okay, and it's sunny. And you see it in a certain direction, or let's say 9 a.m. You see the sun rising up. You see it there. What about people who live in Sydney? Do they see the sun at?
Then it's going to be the reverse. It's going to be the reverse. They're not going to see the sun.
Do they see it going?
No, if it's 9 a.m. in the UK, it'll probably be like 3 in the afternoon or not 3 in the afternoon, like 5 in the afternoon in Australia.
How can they not see it if it's a globe, though? Like
it moves over the sky, man, and from your field of view, it appears to go down in your field of view because that's how.
But hold on a second. That's kind of like if I have let's say I have 5 cats in my room, and I have my light bulb up. Like I put my cats, distant at different points of my room, distant from each other as much as possible. Are you telling me it's like saying that they're not gonna see the light bulb? No, all of them are gonna see this light bulb because it's.
What happens if you go outside and you look at your street lamp and then you walk away from it? What happens to it? It goes down in your field of view, right? What happens when
More
you
than
go
one
outside?
street light, right? To light the whole street. You have multiple. You don't just have one street light to light the entire street. It'll be dark at one end and light at the other. But I get what you're saying. You're saying that if it's above the plane of the Earth, then its light should reach everywhere all at once, right? Is that what you're saying?
It's gonna be dark in some place. I agree, but I should still be able to see the sun at least.
Why?
Why?
Because it's shining.
Can you see the?
Yeah,
Can you see the sun
and you're
under the
thinking
water?
it's unimpeded, right? You're thinking its light is unimpeded by anything. It's not blocked by anything. What about air?
So powerful. It's so powerful.
Can light travel through air infinitely?
Wait, if the sun is so powerful to light the Earth so much, I should be able to see it if I have vision of it. And it's dark here.
Listen, light, there's a certain amount of light that's going to be blocked by air. It's not going to attenuate through it. It's going to something called extinction of light, right? If you have enough of a substance, even gas, between you and the light source, that light will be impeded. It'll be absorbed, reflected, and scattered by particles in the air, including gas, right? So it's not purely transparent. It's going to become opaque after an amount of it, right? And we're not claiming to know the size of the sun, the distance to the sun, or anything like that, right? But light cannot attenuate through air if there's enough of it.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Between you and the light source.
Okay, but how come I can see the moon though? And the moon is not lighting us nowhere near as powerful as the sun.
It'd be the same thing, bro.
See the moon.
The moon is a lesser light.
Yeah, but the sun
Hey,
is.
in fact, did you know you can go outside? You can go outside at nighttime, and you can take a thermometer and you can measure the temperature of things that are in the moonlight against things that are in the shade, and the things that are in the moonlight will be colder than the things in the shade.
Well, well,
that works for me.
Listen. I did describe to you the light attenuation thing. You asked, well, what about the moon? And that's why you never see a moonset, because the light is not bright enough to pierce through the air below 20 degrees or whatever it is. Like, you've never seen it. You've never seen it. Just letting you know. Never seen it. And that's why. That's why it just disappears in the sky. Because the light doesn't pierce through the whole sky.
Okay, look, you know what I think? Me personally, I think that this is what makes sense to me. That the Earth.
It's not about what makes sense to you, nature. You got to understand something, dude. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth can only be flat. If the surface of the Earth is flat, whatever is happening in the sky only happens over a flat Earth. There's no, oh, this is only how it makes sense to me. It only makes sense that everything is happening over a flat Earth because there's no measurable curvature.
I was going to ask you something. So I think that the Earth is a globe, and I think this Earth is also expanding. And this is why continents are moving away.
But you have no proof of this. You have no proof of it. You just believe it.
Okay, but
yeah, but you don't have any proof. You don't have any proof that you've checked to know it.
I'm saying this to ask you something.
We don't think the Earth is a globe. We know it's flat. There's a difference.
Yeah.
Okay, so for me, I think the continents. I'm gonna ask you about the continents.
You can think whatever you want, but it's flat.
whatever. I think that the continents are moving away from each other because the Earth is expanding, is going bigger.
Do you have
That's
proof?
why.
How do you know the Earth is
But I'm
expanding?
trying to ask
Have
you
you
something.
measured the numbers? Have you measured that? How
No,
do
I
you
just look
know?
at
Have you measured
I
it?
can I just look at America
No. Did you
and
measure?
South
The
America.
question is, did you measure it? What instruments did you use to measure? You have never measured the curvature of the
I
Earth.
look at the map
You've
and
never.
I can see that I can see clearly that South America has been
Now
split
you're
up
telling
from
me that the
Africa.
Earth is expanding.
Yeah,
Ladies and gentlemen,
and
can you see the ridiculousness
no, let
of
me
what we're
just
listening to here?
let me just ask you
You're
something.
stupid. You're stupid, man.
I'm trying to make a point. All of you keep interrupting me.
You're not making a point at all. It's flawed. Your
I
point
think you
is
are
flawed because
interrupting because
you
it's
are
true.
telling me the Earth is expanding. How do you know the Earth is expanding? Did you measure that? You never measured the curvature, but you're now measuring
It
the
looks
Earth
like
is
that. It looks
expanding.
like that.
Hold
It
on
looks
just
like
a
that
second, Jen.
because South
Let's let him.
America has been
Let's let him
split up
talk real
from
quick.
Africa.
Let's let him talk. Nature, I'm going to let you talk for a minute, but then we get to ask some questions, okay?
Right. So thank you. So I think the Earth is growing. This is why America can visibly see it's split up from Europe. South America is split up from Africa because the Earth is growing. And I want to ask you, what about your model? How can you explain that these things have split up? Why they?
I told you I was going to let you talk, but we're going to ask you questions now.
All right.
All right. So how do you know the Earth is growing? You think it is, but how do you know it is?
I saw some documentary. They were like explaining, in the like in the oceans, there's like crust, like a crust from the North Pole to the South Pole.
I got a documentary for you to watch.
Okay, I watched this flat Earth documentary. Let me just finish my point, please. And
No. What was the name of the documentary?
You asked me something, and now you don't want to. Okay.
I said I have a documentary for you to watch.
You're not listening properly.
The name of the
the name. The Earth is growing. I started to answer, and now he doesn't want to hear. Now he just wants to.
Yeah, well, you think it, you don't know it. I'm asking, how do you know it? Because this is what you think, you believe, you just don't have any knowledge of it, right? We're telling you we have knowledge that the Earth is flat because there's no measurable curvature. Do you understand the difference?
Okay, fine. Don't worry.
Yeah. Do you understand the difference? Come and answer the question.
Yeah, I understand the difference. I just don't believe it's true.
We're not asking you to believe anything here.
Yeah.
We're asking you to actually know something.
Go out and make an observation yourself, a measurement for yourself. I've got a documentary for you to go watch. Go watch Level With Me.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a good one.
I think there's
but anyway.
another one called On the Level, but Level With Me was pretty good.
Yeah, and then the other one, Flatten the Curve. That's another good one. But that deals with the curvature and the instruments, especially from the military point of view. But anyway, you really need to understand, right, that there is a video out there that's only 5 minutes long. Okay, it was done by an American called D. Marble. He was in Washington State, 12 o'clock afternoon. The sun is above his head. Okay, in the UK it's 9 o'clock and the sun is just disappearing. Okay, and in Australia it's 6 o'clock in the morning, and all three of them can see the sun at the same time. Okay, when you extrapolate that onto the globe, Washington and UK can see the sun. Australia is in the dark on the globe. But yet on the flat earth, all three people are seeing the sun. He did this via Skype. So he called his two friends via Skype, and we see the sun and the moon up in the sky. But on the globe, Australia is in the shadow. You cannot see the sun from Australia. On the globe, that is. But on the flat earth, you see it for real. Okay? Easy debunk the globe. 5 minutes.
Okay, so then when is it supposed to be dark then? They can see
it. It to be dark when the sun moves away from your country. Simple as that.
But he moved away from Australia and they can see it in UK and it's still sunny in Australia.
Yeah, that's the flat earth. Look. In 3 hours, the UK will not see the sun anymore. Okay, so in 3 hours, it will be firmly in Australia and it'll be dark in England, midnight. It's gone dark now, so they don't see the sun. So the rest of the day is going towards Australia, New Zealand, South Africa. thereabouts. Japan, we get the sun because it's nighttime in UK and in America.
Okay, it's not.
Well, in America, it's still sorry. In America, it's afternoon, so it would be 3 o'clock in the afternoon, West Coast. 5. What's that? 3. So that would be 6 o'clock, East Coast in the evening.
Okay, but look, let me tell you this. You were saying, some of you were saying earlier that when the sun is moving away, you don't see it because it like fades away from the air and stuff like that, right? But that's not actually what we're seeing. We don't see the sun fading away in the sky. No, we see it going above the curvature. That's what all of us see.
No, that's not what we see. Remember, you haven't measured the curvature to know that. So you don't know that because you haven't measured it yet.
You see that every day.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not going to accept what you say because you haven't measured it to know that. You don't know that. I am going to carry on speaking because I'm trying to get my point out to what you've said. So shut up and pay attention. When you see the sun moving away from you, it's moving away from you from your locale. Okay, it may to be going down, but it's not going down. It's still in the sky, moving away from you. It's moving towards your vanishing point. Okay, it's not going behind any curvature. It's going to another part of the country, then moving around the world. That's what's going on. Okay, it's not going behind any curve because you haven't measured the curve to know it exists. That's just a wish.
Okay, so then why is someone here saying that they were able to see the sun at the same time from Australia, New York, and UK?
Well, yeah, because the Earth is flat. That's why. Oh, that's what I mean. When you go and measure the Earth and find out that it's not curving, that's when you're. We have. Everybody in here knows it's flat because they've gone out to measure it to make sure. And they're carrying that data in there.
Okay, so
I posted for you 2 videos where sun is fading.
Post a map, please, of flat Earth so we can see exactly where Australia and New York are.
I posted for you 2 videos where is sun fading, not going over the horizon.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sasha.
And
So
that's
look at those
from
videos.
free
They're very
video,
short.
and that's from the free videos from the amateur or I don't know people who are putting their videos. You know, it's not from flat earthers.
No, just ordinary people. Ordinary people enjoy.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Now, can we have a map of flat Earth, please?
Yes, Google Map.
Yeah. I'll put one. I'll put one in the side chat. Okay.
All right. Let's go, everyone. Look.
Thank you.
All right. Here we go.
Thank you.
There's a map of flat Earth. I just loaded it right now.
Thank you. There it is. Well done. Thank you, sheep content.
No, I don't get the joke. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, all measurements of the flat Earth are elevation angles taken to the stars. So when you when you map out the flat Earth, you're putting the stars in the sky over places of the Earth.
All right. What about a map of the Earth?
Yeah, it's done using the stars of the sky.
Okay, great.
So basically, when you mention the curvature, you don't know that curvature because you haven't measured it yet. So you're just speaking out of no experience. Speaking from the word is ignorance. You haven't actually gone to check anything. So you have no case at the moment. You don't have. You have beliefs only and what somebody else said. That's all you have. Nothing else. Nothing of your own personal knowledge. You don't have it. You don't know the model. You don't know the sizes. You don't know the numbers. You haven't checked it. You're firing questions, scattergunning all over the place. And we're saying to you, go and measure. That's all you've got to go and do. Once you've done that, all your questions will be answered. As soon as you measure it, that's when all your questions are answered instantly. Bang. Then he'll be saying, that means this. That means blah, blah, blah. That means et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Wow. How did I miss all this? That's going to be his position. At the moment, how do you do this? What about this? What about that? He's asking those kind of questions because he hasn't gone and checked, because he doesn't know. This is why we keep saying to you, don't believe us, because you've got to go and check it for yourself so you know. We don't want you to believe us. Believing is not knowing.
Brother, look at this video, this GIF I posted now. My link. This is what I bought.
What about the gift? What is the importance of the gift?
Yeah, well, it doesn't
Tell
look
me.
like they were able to see the sun from Australia and New York and UK at the same time. It looks like if it's in Australia.
Unfortunately, what you put there is rubbish because it happened live. That's the thing. I can give you the video and
okay, let's see.
You will see D Marble, you will see the young man in England, and you will see the other young man in Australia, and you will see the sun there. Okay? So this what you put for this gift is nothing. It's toilet paper. That's all it is. It's nothing else. It's not real.
Okay, let's
Sorry.
see this video. Can you pause
Okay. Okay, now you're talking. Let me get the video for you. Give me a couple of minutes to get the video now. Thank you. You know what I mean? This is when you ask a good question. Now you want to know. All right, hang on a second. I'm in my library now.
Why not?
Well, I don't know.
Maybe it's
you were not acting like it before. Everything is no. You see.
Hey, Jen, let me
Okay, I'm now looking.
Let me ask this question, Jen. Nature, do we have to, as a flat earther, do I have to know how every single thing in the universe works?
No, I was just checking to see if you know some answers. If you have some answers to.
Let me ask you something, man. If I don't know how a lot of things work, if I don't know how anything works other than I can't find any measurable curvature, does that mean that the Earth is not flat?
I don't think so. But that's the same for my position. I have the same attitude regards to my position when you guys are asking me questions. You know.
What if I can demonstrate a sun setting on a flat surface and having bottom up disappearance?
Bottom
does
of
that prove flat?
I don't know what that means. Bottom of disappearance. I don't know what this means.
Well, when you see the sunset, right, the sun gets blocked by the Earth curve bottom up. The sun sinks down.
Blocked by the Earth curve bottom up. Okay,
right.
I see what you mean. Okay.
Right. So if I can demonstrate this on a flat surface, does that mean the Earth is flat?
You already demonstrated this. You show me these videos where you're saying it moves location or somebody else.
Bro, why aren't you tracking with the question?
No, I already understand what he's trying to prove.
But he asked you a question following that. If he can present to you an example where on a flat surface you can't see the bottom of an object, it appears to be obstructed from the bottom up, does that mean the Earth is flat?
No, because it looks the same on Earth.
There you go. Thank you. That's all you had to do was answer that question.
It looks the same on the globe.
So what would I have to do?
No, it doesn't actually, because we don't. Yeah.
What would I have to do in order to give you enough evidence to prove the Earth is flat?
I don't know. There was something about shadows, though. Like if people were calling together from different continents, they're like measuring the shadows, but I don't exactly remember.
Do you think the sun should light up the entire Earth all at the same time?
No, you explained this to me, that you're saying that the sun is like moving location and stuff, but it's like I feel like, you know, like these videos you showed me here where the sun is moving away. I feel like if it's so above, if it's so high, I should be able to see it when it's going on different continents. I still should.
Hey, bro, I'm just wondering for a second. Okay. But can I just ask you, as a glober, you're a glober, right? Right. Yeah. What do you observe as far as brightness is concerned while the sun is still in the sky but just above the horizon? Do you experience the same brightness at that time as when it was directly over your head at midday? Or is it a little bit darker?
It's darker, yeah.
Yeah. Why? shouldn't it be lighting it just as much as it was when it was right above you, if you can still see the sun?
Well, it's I think it's like starting to wait. Is it starting to not light up so much when it's already being covered by curvature, or does it start to do that when it's already visible, the entire sun?
The curvature that you haven't measured yet, that curvature that you measured yet, to know that it exists. Anyway, I posted the video for you. Okay, if you scroll back, did you see it? The video? Yeah, I posted it. It's there. Just scroll back a little bit. Jin CBR1.
Okay, let's see.
Debunking the globe in 5 minutes. Can you see it? Okay, you watch it. And that's done live. It was done live and direct. No cheating. And then when you put it onto the globe, Australia's in the dark. So that's proof that the Earth is indeed flat, because you cannot see the sun in 3 places at the same time, especially with the distances involved.
I wish I could stream it so you can watch it, but don't have access.
It's only 6 minutes long, so it's a short video. So just watch it all the way to the end, because they show you the globe and how it's impossible to see the sun because Australia is in the dark. Watch it all, because it's a very powerful debunk from 2017, I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. D Marble did a great job there.
You can also search flat horizon on Getty Images, and there's thousands of images of people taking pictures of flat horizons.
Flat horizon?
Yeah, Getty Images. Yeah, I know that place. I use that to prove the point that children on Earth all know that the horizon is level, okay? Because when I gave them an experiment to draw the horizon and the ships and the people swimming and the sun and the seagull, I drew my horizon curved here in Japan, okay, on the board. And all the kids and the teacher were laughing at my curved horizon. And they said I was wrong because the horizon is not curved. And then I pointed to the globe on the desk. I said, but we're living on a globe, aren't we? Are we not living on a globe? And then the whole class went silent like that. Bang. It was like I slapped them with the face with some reality. Okay? So I did use that Getty Images. I used it to check what children actually do know. And they know that the horizon is level. So that's a good source you put there. There you go. There's the man. Yeah, man. And then the kids were looking and they were quiet for about a minute. And that's a long time in a classroom of silence. So then I rubbed my one. I said, yes, guys, you're right. That Jin Sensei is wrong. So I rubbed my picture out. But they knew it was level. They never drew a curved horizon. None of them. There you go. The best pictures won a prize that I gave, and it was pens from Hawaii, because I'd gone to Hawaii on a holiday and I bought some souvenirs, and part of the souvenirs were going to be prizes for the best pictures of the horizon. There you go.
Yeah, this video is interesting, the one that you sent me. I have to
Thank you.
save it and all.
Thank you very much. There's another interesting video I have, and that's the one where the Quran mentions flat Earth. I can give you that one as well, okay? It's mentioned in the Quran.
I'm not passionate about religion and stuff like that.
Okay, so you're not religion. That's okay. Then I thought you was. That's okay. No problem. That's enough said there.
I believe there's a creator, but I don't believe in religion.
Oh yeah, you're like me then. Yeah, I know there's a creator. I was born under the Islamic religion. I thought maybe you were also, and that's why. But that's no problem.
Yeah, people think I am from Middle East. I'm not.
Yeah. Okay. No problem.
Yeah, this video is interesting. I'm gonna have to save it and all.
Yeah, you have to save the material, man. That's it. This is what you're going to do. And then what you have to do is go out into nature to confirm and validate. Once you do that, all your questions will make sense. And you will say, yeah, how did I miss it? How did I miss it? That's what you're going to ask yourself. Still raining here, by the way, in Japan, ladies and gentlemen. Eight coming up for 8 hours now. Non-stop rain. It's going to rain for another 3 hours, according to the weather forecast.
Live in Japan.
Currently 26 degrees Celsius.
Was that a heavy rain?
Ladies and gentlemen.
What sort of rain? Oh, hey, Cyclone.
Hello, Cyclone. Welcome.
Hello.
Wolfganger.
How's it going, brothers?
Oh, it's going very well. Thank you very much. Yeah, we've got a young man here named Nature. He's asked all the relevant questions as to why it's flat, and he seems to think it's a globe, even though he hasn't measured it yet. But he's coming round now to understanding that he has to do his own personal investigation. He's saving the material we're giving him, so that's
good.
Yeah, that's what's going on now.
Right, is that the case, Nature? You're trying to figure out if the Earth's a ball or not.
So look. This thing, so this thing you're saying with these 3 people live streaming. Yeah, I mean, I'm just seeing now that actually the sun is like lighting up a huge part of Earth. Like this image I'm looking at, and this is a globe,
That must be a cartoon then.
They're saying like it shows the sunlight going from Australia to New York, like this is like the maximum. Where was this guy from Australia?
The guy was Washington State, Washington. So that would be on the West Coast at 12 o'clock noon. Then in the UK, it's 9 o'clock in the evening, summertime in the evening. And then in Australia, Sydney, it's 6 o'clock in the morning.
He's not from Sydney. He's from Central Queensland. I have to see where this is. Give me a second.
Oh, okay, I thought it was either Sydney. It would be anyway. Well, Sydney would. If he's from Queensland, then Sydney would be a light anyway. Sydney would be. You would see the sun from Sydney. So don't worry.
On the east side, yeah. It's on the east side, yeah.
So he would definitely be seeing it in Sydney. So there you are. I'm not incorrect at all. The point is when you extrapolate that, D-Marble.
Is this why doesn't everyone see the sun at the same time argument?
Yeah,
but I explained that the recent, during summer, I don't know if this video, it seems like this video is filmed in the summer because the guy was wearing sunglasses.
It's in the summer. It's in the summer.
Okay. In the summer, we can see, more people can see the sun at the same time. Like in the middle of the summer, I remember one news, it was the middle of July, I think. Like the sun
that's
is
right.
covering
That's
a
right.
bigger
That only happens on a flat Earth. Yeah, not on a globe.
Yeah, which day is it they're saying that 99% of people on Earth can see some form of sunlight?
Yeah, we did that. Yeah, we did that with Radwin. 2 months
July.
Yeah, 2 months back, July. Thank you.
Yeah, so how's 99% of people seeing the sun or sunlight on a globe?
Yeah, it's not possible on a globe. Impossible.
No, not everyone, but it is a larger area.
99%.
99% of people seeing sunlight. How's that possible on a globe?
Yeah, prove it, please. How can 99% of the people see the sun at the same time?
That's not necessarily directly seeing the sun, but seeing some form of light.
Light, yeah.
We should clarify.
Light.
The point is, it's during the middle of the summer. The sun is covering a large area of Earth, basically. And
the larger point is, the sun's only supposed to hit up like 50% of the Earth if it's a globe. So that doesn't work.
15%? No, come on.
50.
No, 50.
50. Yeah, but it's not about the Earth. It's about the population.
It's about the shape of the Earth.
That's fair. That's fair. But in that case, if it's not about the Earth, it's not about the sun, then you shouldn't even be talking about it.
There you are.
What? I don't understand.
Why did you bring it up?
Well, as in, if you're looking for something that's going to tell you it's a globe, and you're saying, well, that doesn't matter because that's just talking about population rather than
Well,
actual light coverage.
Population. Somebody bring up population, not me. I was talking about the area of Earth in the sunlight.
Well, you don't know the area of Earth, and the area of Earth, the area would be a flat area. So.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the only way it's possible. Not on a curving ball, because the curvature will be in the way. It will block the light. That's the problem. As in the D Marble observation, Washington State versus UK versus Australia, Sydney. Right? They can all see the sun at the same time. When you extrapolate that to the globe, Australia is in the dark. And you see, he's seen a video and he's seen it live and he's still not accepting. Can you see what I mean? There you are.
Let me ask you, Nature, do you believe in the moon landings?
Like 1 second, look at this picture. Oh yeah, it's the picture you just posted. I was gonna post the same thing.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he knows the moon landings were a hoax, apparently.
Yeah,
he doesn't trust NASA.
Yeah.
You don't.
There you are.
Very obvious. I mean,
so you don't trust NASA?
I don't try. I'm an anarchist. I don't believe in government. They make lies. It's a centralized power.
Okay.
Oh well, this will be easy for you then. This will be easy for you then, because the only evidence for Earth being a ball comes from the cartoons and claims of the governments.
No. There's like studies. Like one I just wrote from ancient Greeks or measuring.
Nah, but none of that shows a globe. That's all on the assumption of a globe.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's right.
I don't know about this. I have to. I wanted to.
Exactly, you don't know.
Ask you some
That's
questions.
the problem. You don't
That's all
know.
right. You don't have to know.
I don't know.
We don't expect you to come in knowing everything. Yeah, you just look into it.
Yeah. But he just keeps saying no all the time when he doesn't know, but he knows to say no. That's the annoying thing.
I didn't say no.
Here you are.
Hey, well, listen, saying I don't know. Well, saying I don't know, that's a good answer. It's an honest answer. If you don't know, you say you don't know.
I feel like
but then he cannot then say we're wrong though. He can then not imply that we're wrong when he doesn't know. That's my point.
I'm not.
Oh, that's the annoying thing.
But I'm not implying. I'm implying that. I'm asking.
You are. You actually are implying that. You've been implying that all along. That we're.
Okay. Well, I believe it's a globe, so that's why.
That is the nuance of your
For me,
position.
it makes sense that it's a globe.
That's fine.
Okay,
I mean,
there
you can believe it's a globe, but what we're doing here is we're going with evidence, empirical evidence, observation and measurement.
I don't have enough.
Well, there's none of that. There is none of that for the globe. So
I'm not. This is not my debate. I don't have.
I know,
It's not a debate. It's not a debate. Ladies and gentlemen, you have a man called Nature. He knows nothing of the model, nothing at all. But yet he knows it's a globe, ladies and gentlemen. He hasn't investigated it. He hasn't gone out to measure the curvature, doesn't even know how to do that, has no numbers that he can remember, has no personal experience, has no photographic evidence, has no knowledge, but yet it's a globe and we're wrong.
No,
we know the model.
I did have some argument. I did have some good arguments and good questions.
You have no arguments, sir. Everything you put forward has been crushed under my foot. Sorry. You've had no...
I disagree.
That's what's frustrating, ladies and gentlemen, that an individual has no knowledge, but is so sure he's on a globe and he hasn't done any investigation. We have done the investigation 10 years in. We're wrong, ladies and gentlemen. We're wrong.
That's standard, though.
We eat, sleep, drink, eat this stuff, right? And we're incorrect. Yes.
They're taught to think they know it. So it doesn't surprise me that a bunch of these people come in claiming that they know it when in fact they don't have any evidence at all. That's just how the education system works now.
Yeah. When you open the evidence briefcase, only dust falls out. No actual evidence, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I'm glad to hear him. He said it could be flat. Now there's one hope there, a glimmer, a spark of reality has just happened. And from a spark, you can get a big fire. Okay, so here we go. So at least he said that it could be flat.
It doesn't
there you go.
make sense because then all I want to know is how big it is and also.
Well, then you'll have to travel it to know it. You're going to have to travel it. And as my colleague who actually stated that it would be a lot of money and time.
And you
Okay, a lot of money, a lot.
You know what you're actually saying? You're not saying it's flat because you don't know how big it is. What you're saying, what everyone
I'm
is saying.
sorry. I didn't make any claims as to I know how big it is. I said that the surface is not curving. That is my claim. That is my position. I never claimed to know the size of the Earth, ladies and gentlemen, or the shape. I never made that claim. I never said I did. I don't know the size of the Earth. I don't know the size of the Earth, ladies and gentlemen. I haven't measured the whole Earth to know, but I know it's not curving. I've measured that. I have measured. It's not curving. So it is indeed flat. That I do know.
What you're saying is that you think that this area that we know about with this.
No, it's not. I'm not saying that at all.
Hold on, Jen. Hold on. Let him get it out.
Crazy.
You're saying only this area doesn't have curvature. That's what you're saying.
We're saying the known.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jen. Just let me clarify for the guy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, when we're talking about flat Earth, we're not making a claim as to the entirety of the shape of the Earth or the size. We're saying the known world, the surface that we live on, is measured and observed to be flat and motionless.
The one being covered by sunlight.
Yeah, the one you live on.
Okay, yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah, I see. But
so we know it's not a ball, but that's not us saying it's a square, it's a triangle, it's a circle, it's this big, it's this shape. We're not saying that.
Yeah, for me, it's basically kind of irrelevant. I mean, it just becomes like the same as if it was a globe. Like it's basically.
Reality is not irrelevant.
Like if it's
unfortunately
the way that you describe it, or it's a globe, it's basically like the same for me.
You haven't measured it. You don't even know it's a globe.
It's only the same in the sense that you already observe it to be flat and motionless, so nothing would change for you. But when you consider the bigger questions and the cosmology and the stories that we're told about how Earth got here, it completely refutes those things. So yeah, it has massive implications. This goes to the very heart of the human condition. Why are we here? How did we get here? What is this place? What is this reality? This changes everything that we've been told about that. So, yeah.
That's the thing, I don't think it changes.
Well, it does, because the modern cosmology claims that there was a Big Bang.
Yeah, and
that everything formed into balls. That's all untrue.
Okay, but if it was a Big Bang or not, or it was made by God or not, and it created this ball or this flat Earth or not, it still basically doesn't really matter.
Well, no, it does. You maybe don't understand why, but of course it does. Like the difference between an accidental universe and reality versus a created one is a big difference. But that's all right. Maybe you're so new to it, you haven't taken the time to really think about it. And when you do, maybe you'll realize.
No, like if it was from the Big Bang, it created this Earth or whatever, then it could have just been the same with the flat Earth model. Like,
nah, Big Bangs don't make flat, motionless topographical planes. Big Bangs just make random balls flying around, apparently. The random flying ball religion.
I don't believe in this Big Bang also. It sounds so ridiculous.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. But that's what they're teaching the kids in school. That's what they're taking billions of dollars for every year.
Me personally, I think...
Along with the globe.
Me personally, I think that life comes from water. And I think that at some point, water came on this Earth. And that's why we see on top of mountains, we see like... I think there were skeletons of whales. We see... What are these small things that we see at the beach? What are they called? I forgot what they're called, but we see those on top of mountains, stuff like that. We see them.
Shells.
That's evidence of floods. That's what that's an evidence of.
It's a high water level.
Oh, there were floods.
Well, yeah, and that's not what the people that want you to think the Earth is a ball are trying to teach you.
Yeah, because I don't listen to these people.
You do
Hey, let
listen
me
to
ask
them,
you,
though.
Nature.
You do.
Nature. If you fill up a glass of water, is the surface of that water flat or curved?
Yeah, I don't
Hello?
want to discuss these things anymore. It's like so childish. This is not funny.
No, it's childish because I'm trying to make sure that you understand what the nature of water is when it's at rest, right?
Yeah, the physical
So-
properties of nature of water isn't childish. That's reality.
It's the very standard, the gold standard. It's the nature. It's the gold standard of how we measure level all over the world. We use water at the surface level, and it measures flat and even all the way across when it's at rest. So the surface of water in a cup when it's at rest is flat. The surface of water in a bathtub at rest is flat. A swimming pool, flat. A lake, flat. The ocean, flat. Water is flat everywhere you go. If 70% of the known world that we live in is water, it's very easy to say that the world that we live on is flat.
Yeah, man, it could be flat though.
I mean, think about it.
My thing is, I don't think it
He said it was silly to say that water in a cup is silly, but like water in the cup, surface level. Water in a puddle, surface level. Water in a large pool, surface level. Water in a lake that you can see to the other side to, level. The ocean, can't see the whole thing, but guess what the horizon looks like? Level. Belief system in mind, globe. See how that, now that's silly. That's childish.
Yeah, water debunks the globe. It's nice. It's very easy to understand. So we got anyone else who's new, who's got questions, or wants to present some evidence for a globe Earth?
Yeah, it was a nice discussion, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Have a good night.
Oh, I'm still here.
Yeah, that's fine. You can chill. Do what you like.
But it's interesting. It could be flat, could be Earth. I think it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, it is flat.
Say
How it
doesn't
measures.
matter, but it's like it doesn't really.
There's only one way to find out.
It's as if it's like the same thing. I don't know. It's
No, it definitely matters. That's why they're trying very hard to convince everyone that they live on a ball.
okay. Yeah, I guess this like subject is over. Yeah, there's a lot of people here.
Yeah. I have another statement to make of fact, and that is this: that an SR-71 pilot flying at 6 miles off the Earth's surface, just over 16 miles, that's 89,000 feet, okay, traveling at Mach 3, could see the west coast of America. That would be from South America, New Mexico, to Canada, okay? That's 1,150 miles traveling at Mach 3. He shouldn't have been able to see that amount, because there should have been 77 miles of curvature blocking his view. But he could see the whole west coast whilst traveling at Mach 3, 3 times the speed of sound. Okay?
The west coast, and where is he?
From New Mexico right away up to Canada. 1,100 and something odd miles, and there should have been 77 miles of curvature blocking his line of sight. And remember, Mach 3.
From New Mexico to California, I think he should be able to.
No, Canada. 1,000 miles up. 1,000.
He's seeing Seattle or something.
Seeing the whole coastline. The whole.
Yeah, I think he should be able to see it. It's not. I think he should. Honestly.
Well, it doesn't really matter what you think. It matters what the globe
Traveling
model
at
would
Mach
claim.
23. Sorry, traveling at Mach 3. And as you know, Mach 3 is not a slow speed, is it? 3 times the speed of sound. And those aircrafts do not like to take a curved trajectory due to the stresses that would be applied to the aircraft. The aircraft would probably break up in flight. There we are. More proof of flat Earth.
Yeah, guys, it's good that these discussions are happening, but at some point it's gonna... People are gonna make their minds up, and yeah.
No, of course. We're not in here telling people not to make their own minds up. That's exactly what we're telling people to do. But to make their mind up, they must first think about it. And what 90% of people aren't doing is thinking about it.
But you know, humanity is like a sheep. And you know, for example, at some point humans were debating chattel slavery, for example, in America. You know, like these debates are not pointless, and then that ended, stuff like that. Like the whole planet changes their mind at some point, and this is the reason why these debates are taking place about transgenderism, about flat Earth. This is why they're taking place right now.
Well, we're not in here just to have debates. We're here because we care about the truth.
Yeah.
And the truth is what can be proven in reality.
Yeah, eventually it's gonna lead somewhere. These debates are gonna lead somewhere eventually, and humans are very smart. You know, the human brain, one human can remember 3 million hours of television, you know, worth of information, like compared to how much information.
God, I'd hope not. That'll rot your brain. But yeah, I mean, it's measured, so
yeah,
that's what it is.
Yeah, guys. All right, that's enough for me. Thank you, guys. If anybody else, like, if there's like a global here who has like strong arguments and stuff.
Yeah, is there any globe believer in here who's got some arguments? This guy's looking for some. No, they're not. They're pretty thin on the ground when it comes to arguments for the globe. Mostly just logical fallacies and beliefs and images from the government that they believe in.
Meager pickings is the word I use. Meager pickings.
Yeah. We had a PhD in here a couple of weeks ago for a debate. And it went on for 3 hours, and he couldn't make one argument for the globe. He didn't even know if he had hands.
Hey, can I play a sound clip from that? I just made one.
Please.
Okay, I think someone might have to play it, but we'll sit in the side.
Okay, who can play the bot?
I'll play it. Just let me know when you get it in there.
I just posted it. This is a Neil trademark, by the way. Just kidding, anyone can use it.
I'm going to save the video just in case, but I'm going to copy the media link.
All rights reserved to anyone else.
Yes, sir. And I just made this like 30 minutes ago, so it's kind of funny you brought that up.
All right, let's see if this will work with them. Bear with me, it's going to take a while to load in.
No problem, it's just a 25-second clip.
Yeah, not too long, but you know how it goes.
So yeah, these are just receipts.
Here we go. Oh, no, it didn't work.
Not gonna work. If you want me to play it, let me play it through my speakers. Maybe no, I can't.
Let me see. Copy message link.
Is DJ in here? DJ knows the bot or John.
Yeah, I'm doing the right command. It's just not playing the link. It says unable to find any songs matching the query you.
Is it a direct link to the YouTube?
It's not.
Or is it a Discord
it's not
link?
the YouTube. It's just a.
No, it's a file.
It has to be on a platform like BitChute or YouTube.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. It needs to be on a player of some kind.
Okay, well, I'll upload it to YouTube and then I'll get back to you.
Fair enough.
CB went all sparkly.
Yeah, can someone play a sound file? Someone must be able to stream a sound file.
My perms are so super jacked up right now. I don't even know, bro. Something happened with my Discord. Like, Cyclone, do you have ability to change perms for like push to talk in here?
I don't know about push to talk. I can change roles.
Okay. I got a random, like, midday today. It was like, oh, you're not allowed to talk unless you're on push to talk. And then, like, the soundboard is all jacked up also. I don't know if that's, like, a me problem or...
Well, you've got all the right perms. But I don't know that anything's changed.
So weird.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll have to ping Vivek. Maybe they changed the server setting.
CB's upgrading to Super Saiyan 2.
Fucking what, mate?
He's becoming a Super Saiyan level 2.
Gonna lie. No, actually, because this is definitive proof that the Earth is spinning. So if you want to run from it, yeah. They would miss the target. How do you know it's proving that the Earth is a globe? This is the whole. I never. That's the point. I said that it doesn't. I said that I didn't say that it does. I said that it proves the Earth's not flat. It says you can just see how horrendously bad faith and just, I don't know, mentally ill these people are if they're not trolling.
That's the clip.
That was roboting. I didn't hear.
Who's that talking at the end?
Peterson.
Oh, is that a clip from that Planet Peterson video?
He dropped it yesterday. I put a link in the chat. I can grab another link. Yeah.
It's amazing that they're going to cope and try and pretend like that Blitz guy did well. That's insane.
I mean, the funny thing is that the thumbnail says it did not, in fact, go well. Nice little clickbait there. CB approves.
Yeah, he was like manic, even in that clip. I forgot how fast he was speaking.
Yeah, whenever he starts to speak fast, that's his tell that he's lying and making shit up on the spot.
Yeah, the whole 3 hours he was talking fast. But yeah, you can tell he was just pulling shit out his ass and then trying to skip on to the next point so that it wasn't called out.
A lot of people were saying the moderator did a bad job. I disagree with that. I mean, what were they wanting him to do?
No, DJ was good for moderating. See, this is the thing. DJ was pretty light on the moderation. And when you're heavy on it or you intervene, then they'll complain that the mod was too heavy. But DJ let it go for the most part, and they'll complain about that. But they're just complaining because, as usual, there was nothing presented for the Globe. The guy embarrassed himself, so they need to blame moderation.
Yeah, I thought the moderation was pretty good. I mean, anytime it got a little hairy, he was like, all right, guys, just start, let's reset. Go ahead here, go ahead there. But his community, the Peterson community, was like, oh, that moderator was trash. I'm like, well, how? What did he do? He didn't even do anything. It's like he wanted them to argue Globe or something.
It was like the most neutral moderation you could get as well. I mean, DJ could have stepped in so many times and flat smacked Blitz properly, but he didn't. He just said, guys, let's reset. You go or you go. He wasn't interjecting himself into it at all. I guarantee if it was any Globe Earth moderator, they would have not stayed neutral like that.
Oh, facts. I mean, even Peterson was like, "Oh, he should have stepped in here for for Blitz." I'm like, "That then what? No, he's supposed to be a neutral moderator." I thought he did a fantastic job. Shout out to DJ.
Shout out DJ for sure. So yeah, we've got PhDs and stuff who come in here and they don't know any more than the other 99% of Globe Earth believers. The only people who remotely know anything about the globe are people who have already tried to debate flat earthers. That's it. Like you get an astronomy guy who hasn't been in the flat earth debate, he doesn't know half the shit we're talking about either.
Hello?
What's that?
Why is everybody muted?
Magma.
Why are you so quiet?
Well, is it better now?
No. Get out from under your bed sheets. That's terrible.
Better now. Oh, I don't know. Wait a minute.
Is it gone quiet or is it just me?
No, it's quiet. There was a guy trying to talk, but his mic was super quiet, and I don't know if he's gone to it.
That's the case for a lot of people that come in lately. Like, I can barely hear them.
T-Dog, why are you talking like that? Are you offending me, T-Dog? Why would you do that?
Who was
Sorry, what? I can't hear you. I'm deaf.
T-Dog, that's so rude of you to not, like, address how quiet. I'm just speaking like this is my normal voice.
Dog.
Captain Magma has returned.
Can you hear me now?
And there's also I'm Use.
Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Hello.
Sorry, I'm Use has the better mic. You're up, Use.
What?
Let's see if you can be useful. Hold on, Magma. Just see if you can fix your mic and we'll come back to you shortly. I'm Use. Is this your first time here?
Yeah, sure. This is the first time here. So I see like everyone is muted. So I suppose I'm supposed to be muted as well.
No. You're supposed to engage in the conversation if you're a new person. People are just muted so that it's not audio chaos.
Let's see what's the topic here. Like,
So the topic is we're looking for a measurement of Earth surface being curved because so far all the measurements are just showing that it's flat.
Well, aren't you believing in curved Earth?
well,
No.
I'm just like I'm bored, so I just listen to people just out of freedom. Like I had nothing to do, so I was just listen to people. But for my own perspective of this flat Earth and stuff, I have like a religious look to these things, so I don't really like to talk about it from my side. So yeah, you guys can keep going.
All right, fair enough.
So, what made you think that Earth is not a ball?
after realizing that it measures flat.
Sorry.
Well, how did you realize it? Like when was the point? Like